When we last left off, Merry and Blobbert, following the trail of Luffy and the Straw Hats, braved the calm waters of the East Blue, examining the first 101 chapters of One Piece, looking into the characters, world building, and themes of the saga. Many things were learned, and many a panel were thrown into the Hawk of Death treasure chest for future use. After a tumultuous journey up Reverse Mountain, Merry and Blobbert reached the peak safely and began their descent. Moments from officially entering the waters of the Grand Line, ready to start a new saga. Who will they meet on this journey? What will they discover? What new obstacles will they face? And what will they learn about the Grandeur of Alabasta? That doesn't bode well. Hang on, Merry, let's get you fixed up. Alright, welcome one and all to my new series covering the Alabasta saga of One Piece. I'd recommend watching the last series covering the East Blue, but if you haven't, here's some ground rules. Number 1, the concept of this series is that we read the series as if it were for the first time, seeing how Oda introduces readers to the characters, themes, and world building of the story, even if we're not consciously aware of it. Number 2, this is covering the manga only, no anime, minimal references to the SBS. Number 3, we default to the official translations, even though I know they weren't always the best in the early days. Number 4, I'll rarely reference future things unless I think it's too important to ignore. And number 5, if there is something I think is important to keep in mind for the future, but I don't want to spoil why it may be important in the future, I'll throw it in this handy-dandy chest so we can grab it to refer to later. Housekeeping out of the way, let's start where we left off, with Luffy and the crew rapidly descending Reverse Mountain and the Grand Line coming into view. Well, not much of the Grand Line, as it's hidden right behind Laboon, a whale that towers above the cliffs and lighthouses surrounding Reverse Mountain's exit. He's as big, if not larger, than the Neptunians that we saw in the Calm Belt last chapter. As the crew frantically try and figure out a way to avoid crashing into the whale, Luffy chooses violence. He fires the front-facing cannon of the Merry directly into the whale, the shockwave of which barely manages to stop the Going Merry from smashing to pieces, aside from the masthead snapping and nearly squashing Nami. The more sensible members of the crew quickly try to get clear of Laboon by rowing away as fast as they can, only for Luffy to feel slighted that his special seat was destroyed and once again chooses violence, deciding to punch Laboon in the eye. The rest of the crew has a completely reasonable reaction to this absolutely insane thing that Luffy has just done, but they don't have long before Laboon swallows them up, save for Luffy, who somehow manages to make his way on top of Laboon. Alright, what just happened? We're seeing an important theme being introduced, that's what, the theme of leadership. The East Blue was understanding what being a pirate was, what being a captain was, but now that Luffy has properly become a pirate in the eyes of the world government and has gathered himself a crew, he now has to learn what it means to lead them. Luffy is coming off a high. He has won victory after victory in the East Blue. His near-death and entanglement with Smoker somehow even just worked out for him in the end. Why would he think that his actions may have negative consequences? His punch first, ask questions later attitude has proven successful, so why wouldn't it work against a gargantuan whale? I would be remiss to say that Luffy's brashness isn't always called for. Oda did show off that his move for the cannon did minimize damage to the ship. However, even after his ship and crew have all been consumed, Luffy once again chooses violence, thinking hitting and stamping on the whale will somehow get them unswallowed. Luffy's journey navigating what it means for him to be a leader, to take responsibility for the lives and well-being of others, is going to span the entire series, or it has at least so far. But this journey really starts here, as Luffy is going to have to learn that his brash actions will have consequences for his crew, and he's going to have to learn that violence isn't always the answer to every single situation. Similarly, but also separate, is Luffy's current inability to grasp what he is capable of. It stems from that same place that his violent solution to every question comes from. Laboon is just so big, gargantuan, humongous. Did Luffy seriously think that his punch was going to do anything to it? Anything at all? We want our protagonists to be confident, but there's confidence and then there's this. Something to keep in mind, so I'll throw it in the chest for later. Thankfully, the series doesn't end here, and we see the crew alive and well inside the whale, and an island with a house within. As the person living within skewers a giant squid that has also ended up inside the whale, and Luffy discovers a hatch and series of tunnels inside the whale, we end our first chapter officially in the waters of the Grand Line. I always take extra time with the first chapter of each new story, especially because Oda frequently introduces what he wants to focus on in those stories in those chapters, at least in the earlier arcs when they were much tighter. Who knows what I'll do when I reach a behemoth like Dressrosa or Wano. So what else does Oda make sure to show us in this first chapter aside from highlighting Luffy's brashness and violence? First is, unfortunately, the damage to the Merry. We've had the whipstaff break going up Reverse Mountain, and now the masthead has snapped off as soon as they've reached the Grand Line. This little ship is already showing some wear and tear, and we've only just started the journey. We may not realize it just yet, but this is the start of a silently building tragedy which won't have ramifications until much later. Secondly, is that things are not always as they appear. This was frequently true for characters in the East Blue, but now we're seeing this happen with places, because Laboon is large enough to be considered both a character and a location in my book. He may look just like a giant whale, but he's got a hatch, tunnels, an island, and a house, all contained within, things that you certainly wouldn't expect a whale to have. I think this is Oda saying, hey, you're going to go to a wild variety of places in the Grand Line, but nothing is going to be as it first appears here. Everything is going to have depth, and something hidden, in this case literally, inside. The locations of the Grand Line won't be as simple as the towns and villages of the East Blue. Now let's cover the rest of the story, and we get introduced to new characters, starting with Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday. I think this is a very interesting way to first introduce the antagonistic organization that defines this saga. Though Baroque Works itself is not mentioned by name, simply being called the Organization. So, what do we find out about the organization from this first introduction? And then we'll talk about the two agents as individuals. The first thing we learn is that the organization is very unforgiving. Before Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday even have the opportunity to report their failure to bring back Laboon, the Unluckies show up and ostensibly kill them via explosions simply because they have taken too long. With the arrival of the Unluckies, putting aside the fact that they are highly intelligent animals, the pair also introduce the naming structure of the organization's members, numbers for the Misters and days for the Misses, as just one pair wasn't enough to say it wasn't anything other than just a strange name. The other very interesting thing is that this organization doesn't appear to be a pirate organization, at least on the surface. Miss Wednesday calls the organization a company and talks about their work. Not particularly piratey language. Heck, they've even got a company motto, which also importantly is mystery, letting us know that this company is very secretive. Then, as for Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday as individuals, they're kinda goofy. They give me major Team Rocket vibes, and the more I think about it objectively, they aren't really that villainous. Yes, they say they need to take out Crocus to get to Laboon, and yes, we all really love Laboon and his backstory pulls at the heartstrings, and obviously, in the real world, I do not endorse whaling, but those things aside, they're literally just trying to get food to feed their village. They're not trying to kill Laboon to sell his blubber or make a profit. It's not a killing out of greed, it almost seems out of desperation. So they're not irredeemably villainous, and when compared with the apparent unforgiving cruelty of the organization they work for, that sort of detail stands out. Aesthetically, it's hard to ignore that the two present as royalty, or at least the upper class. The attention to detail with how they almost always have their pinkies out is hilarious to me, which, while interesting in its own right, given revelations about Miss Wednesday that come next part, it's also worth noting for another reason. Why would a world with a world government have royalty? Yes, Mr. Nine is not actually a king, but this is the first instance of royalty being mentioned, aside from, I suppose, the title King of the Pirates. And it's important that Oda mentions it in the first arc of this saga, as we'll soon learn that this saga has a lot to do with royalty. Finally, the two of them sail off into the next arc with the Straw Hats, and I like this detail. First and foremost because it means that Vivi will have technically been aboard the Merry with the Straw Hats for the entirety of the Alabasta saga, all the way from the start of their journey leaving Reverse Mountain and up until they leave Alabasta, and that's just neat. Secondly, from a more meta perspective, in the East Blue, we had a non-Straw Hat member joining the crew between arcs only twice. First off was Kobe, and that was before Luffy had a crew, and really for him to be used to introduce the Marines, and also mark Kobe as a very important character. The only other time was Johnny and Yosaku connecting the Baradier to Arlong Park, and Arlong Park was more or less the climax of the East Blue. This time, the saga starts with two secondary, at least for the moment, characters joining the crew aboard the Merry right from the get-go. I may be reading too much into it, but I think it's a hint that this portion of the story will be all connected this time, unlike the relatively villain of the week style that the East Blue had. I think that's all I have to say about those two and their organization for now, so let's turn to Laboon. When talking about characters, I really try not to talk about much of the what, as in the literal actions they perform, or the surface level of the story. I don't want this series to devolve into a recount of events. Instead, I try to focus on what those actions mean, and the why behind those actions, both in a why did the character do this, and why did Oda write it this way. So while Laboon's backstory is tragic and heartrending, why is it being told? I can glean two reasons. First is timeline. 50 years ago is comfortably before the execution of Roger and the start of the Great Pirate Era. The start of the Great Pirate Era and the search of the One Piece is often given as the reason that pirates travel to the Grand Line. However, these pirates are going to the Grand Line before that motivation. Instead, their goal is to circumnavigate the world. Back with Gaimon, we learned that Roger was the only one to manage to rule the Grand Line, and Crocus says that the only group of pirates to reach the final island of the Grand Line was Roger and his crew. We can reasonably put two and two together at this point to say that circumnavigating the world via the Grand Line is the act of following the log pose to the final island of the Grand Line, with several asterisks after that statement. Remember, I do this analysis as if I'm a first-time reader. I know there are a lot of caveats to that statement that will be clarified over time. So, long before the One Piece became known to the world via Roger's declaration, pirates were still coming to the Grand Line with the goal of conquering it. That's important to have reinforced. The other important thing to have reinforced is the danger of the Grand Line. We've had a bit of a break from the idea that the Grand Line is a nightmarish place, but even though we've, in recent chapters, been having our perceptions of the Grand Line change to one where it is a place that people can pursue their dreams, it doesn't change the fact that it is still the pirate graveyard, somewhere that pirates flee in fear. Speaking of which, the pirates that have apparently abandoned Laboon, I think it's important that Oda gave them detail, even if it's only a little, namely their ship and Jolly Roger's bull design, and their captain's somewhat distinctive outfit. We also see them dancing, partying, and playing music, which gives the impression that they had a somewhat similar piratey outlook to Luffy, who thinks music and partying is an important part of being a pirate. Finally, we know they're from the West Blue, as that's where Laboon comes from, and he followed them to the Grand Line. One Piece is nothing if not an entire armory of Chekhov's guns, which is the principle that things should only be introduced if they have relevance later. So the fact that this crew has more detail than just generic pirate crew certainly makes me think that it should go in the chest to be retrieved at a later time. I think one other thing to point out is Laboon's denial. On first reading, it definitely comes off as Laboon not wanting to confront the truth of his situation, but knowing what we know now, is it belief? The same sort of belief that Luffy had in Nami when he was told that she betrayed him. Crocus says he has a reliable source that informed him that the pirates had fled, but would a friendly, partying pirate crew really do that to a whale they cared about? I guess we'll find out the truth. Eventually. Finally, it's time to talk about the man inside the whale, Crocus. Crocus is a bit of a mystery. Aside from perhaps the mayor of Luffy's hometown, he is the oldest character we've met in the story thus far, someone who has lived at, with a large asterisk next to the word, at, this lighthouse for 50 years. He seems to be pretty resilient despite his age, he takes a double cannon blast, and he seems to frequently swim in Laboon's stomach acid. I have no idea how much effort it took for him to literally carve passageways throughout Laboon's body, but I'm sure it couldn't have been very easy. He spears the Neptunian squid as well, and when he shows up, he certainly has the crew on guard. And then he opens his mouth. Crocus certainly doesn't strike me as any level of concerned when the crew show up at his island. As the lighthouse keeper at the entrance to the Grand Line, he's definitely seen many, many pirates. And as the contents lurking in Laboon's stomach implies, many have not been particularly fortunate. Yet he straight-faced says that he'll die if he were to clash with the Straw Hats. Then he plays it coy before telling Zoro way too many personal details. I can't say for absolute certain, but I think Crocus is messing with them. He may not be a fighter per se, but I reckon he could take them on if necessary. I think it's a nice detail that Luffy invites Crocus to his crew. I established last series that a key indicator if Luffy would want you on his crew is if you're willing to risk your life for your ideals, and he sees Crocus throwing himself in front of the cannon blast to protect Laboon, which neatly fits the bill. But Crocus is more than just some tough old guy looking after a giant whale. He knows things. He knows about the journey to become Pirate King. He knows about Laugh Tale. Old translations will use Raftel, but I'll use the modern clarified name. Now, the way that he describes Laugh Tale is not accurate to how we know it now. Or is it? All routes lead to one, and Laugh Tale is the final island of the Grand Line. It's just ambiguous enough that you could read it in a way that fits with modern knowledge we have, so final doesn't necessarily mean the last place that the log poses point towards, but in the context of what he's talking about, how log poses work, it certainly reads that way. But my question is this widely known information? The existence of the One Pieces, but where the One Piece is located might not be. Our crew certainly seem unaware. I also like that he only divulges this information after Luffy has proven his character to him. Though perhaps we shouldn't be surprised that he knows this information about Laugh Tale, as the final panel clues us in that Crocus seems to know Roger personally. More importantly, he wonders if Luffy and his crew are the pirates we've been waiting for all this time. Crocus mentions briefly that he did a stint on a pirate crew. Could it have been the crew of the Pirate King? But the Pirate King was waiting for someone, for a crew of pirates. Immediately this adds a level of depth to Roger's so far very limited actions. Did he reveal the One Piece to the world in order to draw this crew he was waiting for to the Grand Line? Has this got to do with his quote from Rogue Town, perhaps the part about the ebb and flow of the ages? What's this strange air around Luffy? The same thing that Smoker recognized in him that likened him to Roger? Or is it perhaps whatever force seems to be guiding and protecting Luffy? Who knows? Crocus, of course, serves one more very important purpose, but I'll get to that in a moment. Let's wrap up the characters. The rest of the crew doesn't have all that much to do in this short arc, other than reacting. The only thing really worth mentioning in my book is the fact that Nami is really not prepared for the Grand Line. Yes, she can read the weather and is an excellent navigator, but that only applies to the normal sea. The Grand Line is already proving to be a completely different beast, and she's going to have to learn on the fly, meaning that it's not going to be nearly as smooth sailing as it was back in the East. Luffy does have one more key moment, one that once again utilizes violence with mixed results. In order to stop Laboon from hurting himself against the Red Line, Luffy fights Laboon then declares him his rival, replicating the promise that Laboon made with his original crew to return in the future. He reinforces this promise by covering Laboon's scars with his crudely drawn Jolly Roger. I love double meanings like this. Of course, there is the stated reason of stopping Laboon from damaging himself so he doesn't damage the image, but then there's the symbolic reason. Laboon has been hurt dreadfully by his apparent abandonment. It's not just the physical scars, but the mental ones that he has to contend with. Luffy's new promise doesn't erase the pain and the scars of the abandonment, but it covers them with a bandage of hope. I did say mixed results though, so it's not all positive. In Luffy's haste, he severely damaged the Merry, snapping its mast. That makes 3 different kinds of injury immediately upon entering the Grand Line. Things are not looking good for the Merry if this sort of damage continues. Oh, and Usopp says he's not the ship's carpenter while repairing it, which I'm going to also throw that line in the chest. Alright, let's now summarize the world building and themes of this first arc, which are setting up this saga. Obviously, there's the start of the world building of the mysterious organization that I've mentioned. Then there's further expansion of the intelligence of animals. Laboon is probably about Richie or Chocho level of intelligence, but Mr. 13 and Miss Friday are a whole new high, taking orders and using tools as well as explosives. The slow buildup of Oda demonstrating how smart the various animals of the One Piece world are certainly has not stopped yet. Then there is the introduction of the potential existence of royalty existing in a world with a world government. But by far the most important bit of world building, and Crocus's very important unmentioned purpose, is the explanation of the mechanics of the Grand Line, specifically how navigation occurs and how log poses work. The fact that they have to stop at an island in order for their log pose to point towards the next one, and that the Straw Hats have to follow the log pose wherever it points if they want to continue their adventure. Crocus explains how these mechanics allow one to navigate the entirety of the Grand Line and reach its end, the quote-unquote final island, where the One Piece is most likely to be located. Though Crocus doesn't explicitly go that far, he's probably careful not to reveal too much, like other old men that know a lot that we meet in the future, so he doesn't spoil the adventure. And yes, of course, we hear about Laugh Tale for the first time, fitting now that we've finally started the journey towards it. It's good to know the final destination, rather than aimlessly wandering the ocean without knowing exactly where we need to go. Our themes have been mostly mentioned: the increased focus on leadership, the quiet unfolding tragedy of the Merry's slow destruction, and making its glorious return from the East Blue. You know it, you love it, it's the Luffy Liberation Loop. Luffy has not stopped his liberating ways, and this time round, it's a mental liberation for Laboon. Luffy liberates Laboon from his anguish from being abandoned by his old crew and gives him hope for the future and a new purpose, relieving him from causing himself harm. And with a couple of guests, a final goal, and newfound knowledge, Luffy and the crew sail forth, properly beginning their new journey on the Grand Line, unknowingly beginning their journey towards Alabasta. Before the Straw Hats can deliver Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday to Whiskey Peak, they first have to get there, which means it's time for the crew's first voyage on Grand Line waters. And we start to get an idea of why the Grand Line is so notorious. From the warmth and sun of Reverse Mountain, then to snow, then to lightning, then to a calm spring breeze, to icebergs and fog, to a maelstrom, and then finally back to calm. Crocus said that the sea and the wind would follow no clear pattern, but this is even more than what Nami could have expected. The crew even managed to get turned completely around because she failed to check the log pose frequently enough. Oda is showing right away just how important a log pose is to completing this journey, that you can't just bypass the rules of the Grand Line on your journey to find the One Piece. Nami, to her credit, directs the crew and reacts the best that she can, but even more to her credit, she acknowledges that her navigation skills that have served her so well in the East Blue are useless here on the Grand Line. She isn't making excuses, she's acknowledging her weakness, and that means she'll be looking to improve. We also see a new sort of dynamic aboard the ship, which I think is worth noticing. Usopp and Luffy goofing around together in the snow. Our previous in-between island voyages have been pretty focused. Discussion aboard the ship are largely practical or deliver some form of information. Now we get to see something which I appreciate greatly. Luffy and Usopp just messing around. It adds a level of depth to the characters, not just Luffy and Usopp, but the rest of the crew as well. What are their dynamics with one another? What do they do aboard the ship when they don't have to be on alert? We got a hint of this just before the Baradier when Luffy and Usopp used the cannon together, but even that was more of an inciting incident to get the crew in contact with Johnny and Yosaku. We also saw Usopp experimenting to create a killer hot sauce before landing in Rogue Town. And now the pair are just playing around. It's important because Luffy and Usopp are both the same age and both the youngest members of the crew. The others may not be much older, but it is a unique connection that the two share. And I think I'll throw it in the chest. We also get well acquainted with one of Zoro's favorite pastimes, sleeping. Through all the wild and wacky weather, he actually started sleeping last chapter, so he wakes up completely unaware that Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday have joined them. And something about the pair seems familiar. Now, why would a former bounty hunter find members of a mysterious organization familiar? We don't have long to dwell on this foreshadowing as Nami interrupts and shows her Bellemare inherited trait of sudden violence, and shows us some progression in the Nami beating up her crewmate's power scale. I said I'd keep track of it back in the East Blue, so I intend to keep my word. Nami has punched Luffy before, but to no effect. But with Zoro, she manages to leave quite a mark on him, and Zoro is quite a tough cookie. She's not quite at the level of bypassing Luffy's rubbery defenses, but she is getting stronger. All the light-hearted fun out of the way, Whiskey Peak finally comes into view, and Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday bail. How odd. They should know that they'll have to stop at the island so the log pose can set, as Nami reiterates to the crew to make sure that information is really made explicitly clear to the reader, even if they're trapped on an island of monsters, but really, what's the odds of that happening? And the crew make their way into the island. The residents spot them, this ship bearing a pirate flag, something that caused other towns and villages to become fearful, and they celebrate. Maybe on the Grand Line, pirates are treated as heroes. No, unlikely. With the attitude that the royal pair show towards the crew, this act of celebrating heroism is clearly fake. When the mayor brushes off Nami's question of how long it takes for a log post to reset, which would almost certainly be most pirates' first question upon arriving on a new island, that only makes things more suspicious. And then, in the final panel, as the sun begins to set, the unluckies look on from afar. I love this panel, the sun being rendered in black, Miss Friday perched as if waiting for a creature to become a corpse, the hard cut from a jubilant and lively town to the island looking like a barren wasteland. It's as obvious as Oda could have made things that things are not right here, without stating it explicitly. Remember the lesson we learned back with the Laboon. On the Grand Line, locations are not as they first appear, and this island associated with a mysterious organization is certainly not going to be what it presents itself as. As for the rest of the first chapter of this story, what does it tell us about the short story arc to come? For once, I can say, not much. A lot of time is spent on introducing the eccentricities of the Grand Line itself, so by the time the group arrive at Whiskey Peak, Oda only has 4 pages to work with. All we know is that Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday are here and bailed as soon as the island was in sight, along with the Unluckies. The town seems to welcome pirates, and Zoro may know more than he's letting on, which is uncharacteristic of him. So let's continue on. The rest of the arc can be split cleanly in 2, the pre and post Vivi reveal, so let's get the first half out of the way. That first half can neatly be summed up as, Oda makes Zoro look as cool as possible for 3 chapters. And it's great, and I sure hope Season 2 of the live action does it justice. Just 3 pages of Zoro confidently taking on the 100 bounty hunters of Whiskey Peak and having a mostly great time while doing it. Really, I'm only making this sentence so long so I can show more panels from it. But thrown in there is some great information too. We get some information about Zoro's 2 new swords. He's using the fight to give them a workout. The sword he received from the shop owner in Roguetown is described as nice and light, and we see Zoro wield it fairly effortlessly. The so-called Cursed Blade, Kitetsu 3, or I guess I could call it the Sundai Kitetsu, is a different story. It has a great edge, but Zoro seems a little concerned as a legendary sword should only cut when its master wants it to, then describes the sword as a problem child. This reinforces the idea that was introduced back in Roguetown that swords, or at least high-quality swords, can have minds of their own. We get some nice tidbits of what it means to be a swordsman from Zoro too. Explicitly, he apparently never drinks himself into a stupor, which, frankly, I find a little hard to believe. Then there's the more subtle item as he knocks out the nun and child, and he apologizes for using the back of his sword, and I think that's probably because it's disrespectful for a true swordsman to use the back of their blade in a life or death fight. We also learn a whole lot more about Baroque works too, as Zoro reveals its name. There was a reason Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday sounded familiar. Zoro had been approached by another member attempting to recruit him back in his bounty hunting days. However, the fact that Zoro knows this name means that he has to die. But the fact that he knows the name and is still alive? Well, I don't think the person that tried to recruit him is still around to tell the tale. The other explicit bit of information that Zoro informs us of is that the boss of Baroque Works is unknown, both his identity and his whereabouts. But hang on, we know 2 individuals that know the boss at least. As Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine try and get back into the boss's good graces, they put it in a mailbox that the Unluckies use, which means the pair of them know where to deliver it to. This lets us know how much the boss wants to keep his identity a secret, but also how clever he is for coming up with this method, using intelligent animals who don't have the ability to communicate, at least with words, as his point of contact instead of a human who may spill the beans. We also learn about the members of Baroque Works, namely that not all the members have the Mr./Mrs. style names, only those in leadership positions. The other detail that is really cool is how different they all are. And no, I'm not talking about the named ones, just the rank and file. It's not a generic crew of, all right, everybody gets a pistol and a cutlass, or something around those lines. Each of these bounty hunters clearly have their own style, their own weapon preference. There's this great panel here, and we see two people dual-wielding different kinds of blades, then a single katana, someone with an axe, and then some lady using her hands as claws. We see a guy with a big stone hammer, some guy with a spear, the nun is using a massive two-handed blade, and some sort of gas. It's a compliment to Oda's character design, even these very minor antagonists, but it also tells us that all these different bounty hunters were recruited and have retained their own styles, much like Zoro. They were almost certainly bounty hunters before joining Baroque Works. What else does this wild variety of unique individuals tell us? Remember this part, it is key. Anyone can be a member of Baroque Works. This place may be a Baroque Works town filled with members, but if they have enough variety of people to be able to populate and pose as an entire functioning town, who knows where else they may be lurking. Once again, and I'll belabor this point as much as I need to, things are not as they seem, and Baroque Works are the pinnacle of this. And to really hammer this point home, even the island they live on, one that looks like it's housing giant cacti, gets revealed to not have any cacti at all. They are all just giant rocks covered in the tombstones of Baroque Works victims. The last thing I'll point out is the lack of camaraderie, at least amongst the non-named members. They have no concern or care for their fellow organization members, as we plainly see when they all aim for Zoro with no regard for safety for those around them, including Mr. 8, who takes out a group of them with his weaponized saxophone. It kind of looks like he was aiming for them too, taking them out before they had the opportunity to shoot him. When Zoro finishes dealing with the rank and file, he gets to take on the named members, and aside from the introduction of Miss Wednesday's ultra spot build Karoo, there's not much to say. They all have wild and wacky weapons and techniques, and Zoro defeats them all with little more effort than it took for the others. If anything, it's played more for comedy. It did show off that the higher ranked members do have more of a capacity to work together, but that's about it. That marks the end of the action-packed Zoro gets to style in everyone portion of the arc, and then things take a turn as a new pair of organization members arrive on the scene, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Some fleeing bounty hunters mention that there are 12 executives, and so that means, based on Mr. 5's number, that they are in the upper half. The Unlucky's reaction also sells it. They weren't bothered doing a bombing run on Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, but they look afraid of these two. But it ends up these two aren't here to assist in bounty hunting, rather they call it dirty work, implying that Mr. 9 and 8's job are beneath them. Rather, they are here to kill a couple of traitors that know the boss's secret. And finally, I can stop calling Miss Wednesday and start calling her Vivi, or should I say Princess Vivi of Alabasta. As she runs for her life and her knight captain, the former Mr. 8 Igaram, begs Zoro to protect her, who wants nothing to do with this. Nami appears and offers their services for 1 billion berries. And we're now set up for the second portion of the arc, the rescue Vivi and discover the overarching plot of the saga portion. Let's start the portion by talking about Nami. We get the nice reminder that she's able to hold her liquor like nobody else, something we haven't seen mentioned since her introduction. Then when negotiating with Igaram, I like the subtle detail of the sweat drops she has, because, let's get something straight, even before getting to know Vivi, Nami does not want her to die. She wants to save her. Since her freedom from Arlong, Nami can now live for herself, but that doesn't mean she's discarded her values that she's held from the beginning. She can't bear to watch someone be killed, especially not an innocent person, royalty status notwithstanding. But much like how she pitched in to save Usopp's village, Nami can't just admit that. She has to put on the act like she's only doing it for her own personal gain. The next thing to mention is her masterful manipulation of Zoro. Just look at this panel. Zoro's word is the most important thing to him, and Nami knows that and uses it against him. And even though Zoro knows he's being used, his pride as a swordsman means that he has to do as Nami says. By the end of the arc, Nami seems to be fully invested in getting Vivi to Alabasta, and I think she sees a bit of herself in Vivi. The scale might be different, a kingdom versus a village, but it's a story she knows well. A pirate is threatening Vivi's homeland, so Vivi decides to take it upon herself to stop him, despite the danger. When Nami sees Vivi's resolve to power through the pain she's feeling when she believes Igaram has been killed, she recognizes that pain and resolve, and so she becomes determined to get Vivi to Alabasta safely. With that goodness out of the way, it's time to address one of the most controversial scenes of early One Piece: Luffy and Zoro's fight. Now, there's two sides to this, and kernels of truth throughout them, so let's look at the kernels of truth first. Luffy is quite fast to trust people and tends to both make up and change his mind quickly. He's a creature of instinct rather than thinking things through. This arc is actually an important example of something that causes people to gain Luffy's trust very quickly. They feed him. If somebody shares food with Luffy, he automatically thinks you're a good person. In fact, I'll throw that in the chest. That's just how important that is, and this is the first clear and obvious example of it. So a Luffy that ate himself into a coma wakes up to go to the bathroom, and all he sees are bodies of people that fed him to his heart's content, and they say Zoro did this to them. And consistent with his actions last arc, Luffy immediately turns to violence. What's controversial is this. When it seemed like Nami had betrayed him and Luffy was told she killed Usopp, Luffy refused to believe it because Nami wouldn't do that. His trust in Nami was absolute. And now it seems like, with Zoro, Luffy is taking the word of strangers over his first crewmate whom he trusts to watch his back. I'm going to be as generous as possible with my interpretation here. There's rumors that an editor influenced Oda to include a fight between Luffy and Zoro, though I couldn't find an original source for that rumor, so I'll work under the assumption that this was intended by Oda. So why does Luffy fight Zoro? Well, the difference between Nami and Zoro is that Nami explicitly told Luffy that she does not kill. She was so passionate about this that she put her own life on the line to enforce it. Zoro, however, is totally fine with killing. And Luffy is completely okay with that. That's the difference in the scenario. It's what Luffy has trust in. So it's not that he doesn't trust Zoro to do his job as a member of his crew, but this situation is kind of separated from the crew. I mean, we understand that Zoro was doing this to protect the crew while he believes they're out of commission, but Luffy doesn't. Now, is Luffy being naive? Yes. Is he being obstinate? Of course. Should he have not shut down Zoro when he explained they were bounty hunters? That was indeed a mistake. But this is all just a part of Luffy's growth, harking back to that theme of leadership. Luffy is being a bad leader right now, and we're just once again getting reinforcement that he needs to be better as his crew's captain, to stop turning to violence so quickly. Now there's the meta of why Luffy fights Zoro. First off, the fight is kind of funny. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine are definitely a cut above the rest of the rabble, but when they're up against Luffy and Zoro, who aren't even focusing on them, they are absolutely dismantled without any sort of effort. This is important to ground where the two are at when put against the power of Baroque works. Imagine if it was a serious fight lasting several chapters and the pair barely managed to make it out on top in a straight-up fight. Well, we know now that the higher the number, the stronger the member, and if we're setting up this organization as the antagonists with the big boss as the final hurdle to overcome, if our big hitters were to struggle against the sixth weakest pair, then without some major changes to the plot, thinking they could take on its strongest members would be completely out of the realm of possibility. It's also important to ground where Luffy and Zoro stand against one another, and at this point in the story, the two are fairly evenly matched. Remember, we hadn't seen Zoro get many clean wins back in the East due to the many handicaps inflicted upon him, so we're being brought up to speed that, yeah, don't you worry, Zoro's pretty strong. I also love the detail that when up against the Baroque Works agents and even Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, Zoro was pretty chill. But as soon as he realizes he's going to have to fight Luffy, Zoro immediately understands that he has to put his game face on. All the swords come out and he puts his "I'm serious now" bandana on. The final important reason that the two needed to fight is because they need to fight in front of Vivi. This princess is about to put her well-being in this crew's hands, so they need to make a strong first impression on her that, yeah, okay, maybe I can make it back home if I'm with these two powerful lunatics. So while frankly it does feel a little off how the fight starts, it's only one chapter long and it justifies itself in multiple ways, so it evens out in the end. However, the real chunk of goodness in this second half is the complete fleshing out of Baroque Works, and the story introducing the main plot for this saga and introducing us to the stakes. So what new information do we learn about Baroque Works? The first neat detail we learn is that not even members of the organization know who other members of the organization are. The biggest secret is the boss's identity, so no one knows that, and everyone uses code names, but the regular non-named agents don't even know who Mr. Five and Miss Valentine are. It's very much the case that you're only given as much information as you need to fulfill your purpose, and nothing more. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine are also simply told that the boss's secret is out, but they aren't told what that secret is because they don't need to know that. We get introduced to a new kind of agent, the officer agents, the agents who are the upper echelon and clearly more capable than even the numbered agents below them. We also see that both of these officer agents have devil fruit, something at this point in the story is still considered exceedingly rare. We'd only seen 4 fruit eaters in the East, so now we've established that there are devil fruit eaters within the organization. Then there is the information about the people in Baroque works in a more interpersonal sense. We see how the officer agents look down on their fellow members, very clearly seeing them as beneath them. But when it was just Mr. 8 and 9's pairings, they seemed to be pretty good at working together. But that seemed to be the exception, not the rule. The organization is hierarchical, and we see the downside of keeping their members in the dark about one another. They don't care about each other. The reason that the 4 living on Whiskey Peak are close is that they've been working together for a while. They've developed a relationship outside of their life in the organization. I'm sure it helps that Vivi and Igaram are good people and have worked to keep their respective pairs close, but this forms Baroque Works' weakness. There isn't a unified camaraderie as members of the organization. The organization demands loyalty, but it doesn't earn it. When Vivi is revealed as a traitor, it is with no hesitation that both Mr. 9 and Miss Monday support her as a partner and as a friend. The bonds that they've built with each other far outweigh any sort of loyalty they feel towards the organization, and so they discard the organization immediately. So in an arc when Oda introduces the organization, the idea that people aren't necessarily loyal to Baroque Works, and that Baroque Works is all about subversion, deception, and mystery, we meet we meet Miss All Sunday, the boss's right-hand woman. No one is as mysterious as her. Her actions don't even seem to make any sense. Even Luffy is going between, that's nice, and that's not nice, as her actions are described. It seems as though she's blown up Igaram, but she's also responsible for revealing the boss's secret to Vivi. But she then told the boss, which is why Vivi's in danger, but she gives them a safe route to Alabasta, but then she calls Vivi pathetic. When everyone is on edge with their weapons drawn, even Sanji, which, yeah, Usopp's right, what on earth is he doing? I guess Oda just wanted to draw a really cool panel of everyone on guard, and Sanji needed to make the image symmetrical. Where'd he get that pistol anyway? Okay, whatever, back to what I was saying. When everyone is on edge, the exception is Luffy. He's kind of just taking her in, curious but not on guard or hostile like the others, until she pushes his buttons and takes his hat. Then he regards her as an enemy, but before that, it's like he's seeing something that the others don't. Or maybe I'm reading too much into it. Either way, with the chapter leading up to this point, us readers should know that Miss All Sunday is not going to be what she appears to be at first glance. Finally, it's time to talk about the actual introduction to the plot of this saga. Oda has set the stage, introduced the antagonists, and now he needs to get us an end goal and establish the stakes. First, the goal. Alabasta is in turmoil due to a plot by Baroque Works stirring up the citizens and inciting rebellion, so the crew need to get Vivi back to Alabasta and stop this plot from coming into fruition and her country falling into Baroque Works' hands. Nice and definitive. The group will also have to make it to Alabasta too, but thankfully it's only 2 or 3 stops away. Then raising the stakes. The head of Baroque Works is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile. I love the reaction panel when Nami hears this information, but her reaction isn't unwarranted. We've only seen 1 warlord so far, and that guy was terrifyingly strong. Zoro and Luffy don't seem too fussed about that though, instead they seem excited to be able to take on another warlord of the sea. Then stakes get raised again as the Unluckies, in another couple of hilarious panels, see that Nami, Luffy and Zoro have learned this information, and also do high quality sketches of them. I also find it hilarious that it looks like they fly off only to clearly land a moment later to specifically show Nami the sketch that they've done and then fly off again. So not only are they needing to stop one of the 7 warlords, they will also have a target on them, and notably, Sanji and Usopp do not. Then to drive home the fact that being targeted is no laughing matter, we see an overwhelming explosion ostensibly kill Igaram. And that's pretty much Whiskey Peak. So I'll quickly go over a couple of other items that didn't fit in with the flow. First off, yes, we get solid confirmation that indeed, royalty does exist in a world controlled by a world government. We don't know how the two intersect exactly, but the hint we got in the last arc finally gets confirmed with Vivi's introduction. Next, we get introduced to Eternal Poses, a necessary device for a place like the Grand Line. It allows for the permanent recording of a location via a special log pose, so that no matter where you go, you can always find your way back to wherever it's pointing. It implicitly answers a lot of questions about, if you were going to one island to grab supplies, how on earth would you find your way back if the log post resets, and things like that. While Miss All Sunday's intentions are certainly unclear, what else is unclear are her abilities. She seems to have a devil fruit ability, but we don't know exactly what it is. We do see little impact effects when she uses them though, which is just a little hint. We hear about Crocodile's former bounty, 80 million berry, over double Luffy's current bounty and 4 times that of Arlong. However, we also learn that because he's a warlord of the sea, Crocodile's bounty isn't currently active. Luffy does have a great moment revealing his character when Miss All Sunday provides an eternal post to the island nearby Alabasta, and Luffy crushes it immediately. I think the size of the panel is a good indicator of its importance. She's not deciding what course we take. And it's also interesting Vivi's reaction to that line. Luffy has an adventurous spirit. He wants freedom. What he does not want is a shortcut. He does not want the easy path. He does not want anyone dictating where he should go. Yes, he's willing to go to Alabasta to assist Vivi, but that was his choice to make. Was it smart? Probably not. But it is core to Luffy's character, so I'm going to throw this panel into the chest. Sanji and Usopp really don't have anything to do this arc. They've been asleep and out of sight, but don't you worry, they'll have their turn soon enough. So, with a king replaced with a Karoo, and a princess determined to save her country, the Straw Hats set off to their next island. Somewhere so dangerous Miss All Sunday thinks they'll die there without Baroque Works' interference. Little Garden. The plot and antagonists of the Alabasta saga have been fully revealed, and it's time to start their journey to take down a warlord of the sea. Writing this script as Elbaf is currently being released puts me on edge just a little. I mean, Little Garden has some great depth to it, but who knows if Oda just drops a chapter next week that completely overturns my entire understanding of things that occur in this arc. What if I miss a panel to throw into the chest? Oh well, I guess that's just part of the fun. We start off the chapter en route to Little Garden, a more peaceful journey than the one going to Whiskey Peak, and as Vivi describes, that's because the Red Line has several magnetic fields which cause the surrounding waters to be even more turbulent than the rest of the Grand Line. The crew are all relaxed, and I love this panel where Zoro is so chill he lifts his leg to cheer. Karoo also seems like he's fitting in with the crew quite well. Vivi is, however, on edge. She's on a pirate ship with relative strangers trying to make it back to her kingdom before civil war delivers it into the hands of Baroque Works, and she's being targeted by one of the 7 warlords of the sea. So she doesn't quite get how everyone else can be so relaxed. But Nami, someone who was in the same position back on the East Blue, reassures her, with these people everything just seems like it's going to be alright. It is the going merry, after all. Then, Giant Dolphin. Oda is not so subtly preparing us for what is to come. The crew sail into Little Garden, its ancient giant trees, its strange wildlife, a booming noise, and a tiger falls over dead. We were warned that this place was dangerous. Nami and Usopp agree not to leave the ship, just wait for the log post to reset and then skedaddle. But Luffy? He smells adventure. He can barely contain himself, he's so excited. Vivi, funnily enough, wants to join him. This is going to be our first full arc without Vivi and her Miss Wednesday persona, so we need to learn about her, and putting aside her concern for her kingdom, we start to learn that she's got a bit of an adventurous streak to her as well. Karoo, however, is more of an Usopp type. He is absolutely terrified, but to his credit, he still goes along with Vivi. I guess he wants to protect her more than he is afraid. Zoro also decides to go for a walk because this is still early enough in the series that the crew doesn't realize how terrible of an idea that is, and we finally get our first moment of actual competitiveness between him and Sanji. Back during Arlong Park, I established, with some help finding the right words, that Sanji and Zoro are representative of outlooks. Sanji is the passionate one, he works on emotion. Zoro is the stoic one, he works on logic. That's not to say that Sanji can't be logical and Zoro can't be emotional, but that's the broad strokes of their differences. This caused them to clash on the topic of Nami's betrayal. Zoro took the information logically and Sanji reacted emotionally, and the two were put into conflict for their difference of views. Now the famous Zoro-Sanji rivalry has been pretty quiet since then, but finally we see the real beginning of it. Since the crew left in a hurry from Whiskey Peak, they couldn't stock up on their food, so Sanji asks Zoro to bring back anything that looks edible. Zoro agrees, but then adds the line, whether intentionally to rile up Sanji or not, "I'll bag something you could never kill." Now, did he say this to intentionally push Sanji's buttons? Or did Zoro just state this as a matter-of-factly according to his logic, like, yeah, of course, I'll bring back something you could never beat, I just took out 100 bounty hunters. Sanji, true to himself, reacts emotionally. He takes this as a slight, as a challenge. And it's great. Zoro is so calm and matter-of-fact with all of this exchange. His laid-back, casual hands in pockets. Sanji is emotive, defiant in posture, pointing exaggeratedly. Even his speech bubbles are spiky. And so the two leave the ship on their hunting competition. Then there were two. The, for now, weakling duo. I love the pair's realization that, oh no, the strong ones have all left. As we cut between Luffy and Vivi discovering prehistoric creatures, Nami desperately searches her bookshelf. Vivi explains that, due to how the islands of the Grand Line are so isolated from one another, they can develop independently. Some islands may appear to be stuck in time, while others can seem like they're in the future. It's a nice little tidbit that really allows Oda to expand on what kind of islands can exist on the Grand Line, and really the answer is any. They can have different climates, and now they can be seen in different time periods, and have completely different cultures. Oda is not restricting himself on what locations are available to explore in the world he has created. At least, not on the Grand Line anyway. Before Nami can tell Usopp her findings, a giant shadowy figure appears, and we get an excerpt from the book, Bragmen. The reason this island is called Little Garden isn't because humans think it's small, but because it is little compared to those who live there, the giants. So, what does this first chapter tell us about the upcoming arc? As I mentioned, it's going to be a time for us to learn about Vivi, but also for Vivi to learn about the Straw Hats, get a deeper understanding about them. Then with that final excerpt from the book and foreshadowing of the giant dolphin, we're going to learn about the Giants, a new race of people getting introduced to the world of One Piece. And there's one other little hint. The Bragmen book is labeled as fiction romance, but it doesn't seem to be fiction at all. So mayhaps there will be a hint of fiction becoming reality. So, let's talk about the Giants, or specifically Dory and Broggy. Oda is introducing us to our first new race of people since he introduced the Fishmen, so he wants us to get a good understanding of the Giants, albeit with a small sample size. I think the first thing that stuck out to me is just how jolly the Giants are, how mirthful they are, smiling and laughing for much of their time on the page. I will say that this is the first real issue I have with the official Viz translation. They don't capture the unique nature of the two giants' laughs, the gya-gya-gya and the ga-ba-ba of the pair being replaced with ha-has and ho-hos. That issue aside, their cheerfulness does indeed shine through, as does their good nature. Broggy's first act is asking if Usopp and Nami have ale and then inviting them to feast and treating the pair as his guests. Dory arguably saves Luffy's life by rescuing him after he's been swallowed by a dinosaur, a panel that is mighty familiar to those up to date, and also invites Vivi and Luffy as guests and shares a meal with them. Despite Usopp, Nami, Vivi, and Karoo's abject terror, Dory and Broggy treat them well, and they share their information freely. It may just be the confidence allowed to them by virtue of overwhelming strength, but our first introduction to the Giants is that they are generally happy, laughing, and good-natured. But by far the most important thing that Oda wishes to stress about the Giants is this. They are a race of beings of which honor holds almost singular importance. They live by a moral code and they do not stray from that code. The code also seems to be derived from religious practices from their village, which, golly does that line hold more significance nowadays, but the basis of their moral code notwithstanding, the fact that it holds such significance in their lives is paramount. Dory and Broggy's duel, a duel that has lasted 100 years, is difficult to grasp. Even Luffy, who has a sort of emotional understanding that often goes underappreciated, collapses on the ground as he tries to wrap his mind around the Giants' duel. Vivi misunderstands. She thinks it's a fight for vengeance, of hatred, that the two wish to kill each other. That makes sense for her. She's on a quest to stop a civil war in her country. A civil war has causes, it has sides, motivations, it has reasoning. It has to, or otherwise her journey to stop it would be pointless. She's fixated on the cause of the duel. But Luffy understands that this is a fight of honor. The initial reasons don't matter, though even if he understands, it's still so much. When he says too much, too big, he's not talking about the size of the combatants, he's talking about the scale of how important this duel is to the Giants, how long 100 years is to single-mindedly hold onto that honor. We haven't seen Luffy sweat like this outside of combat for a long while. The last time that comes to mind for me is Gaimon, when he finds the chest's empty and is trying to figure out what to do, and Luffy here is once again sweating trying to grasp the weight that these two put towards their honor. Someone does understand it though, which means it's time to talk about Usopp. Usopp's dream has been nebulous up to this point. When the crew declared their goals and dreams when they departed Rogue Town, each character resolutely declares theirs with a close-up on their face, except for Usopp. He's the last to speak, and while everyone else confidently has their hands in their pockets or on their hips, his are nervously beside him. His panel is the most zoomed out, his dream the most out of focus. Usopp wants to be a brave warrior of the sea, and he thinks that being a pirate will get him there, but what does that mean? I made a point to show that Usopp has already been depicted as brave during his introductory arc, and I've heard many say that Usopp's dream has already been fulfilled because he shows ample bravery throughout the series. But Usopp doesn't see it that way, and we need to see how Usopp sees it. And what finally clarifies Usopp's dream to not just the audience but to the man himself is seeing Dory and Broggy fight. Funnily enough, Nami doesn't get it, and when Usopp explains it, I'm not sure Broggy gets it either, because it's something deeply personal to Usopp. I do love, though, that Nami recognizes that seeing the giants fight is important to Usopp, so she stays with him despite wanting to leave herself, which I think is a lovely character detail. So, what does Usopp mean when he says he wants to be a brave warrior of the sea? When he says he wants to be like Dory and Broggy? And why don't other people understand him? Let me guide you through the mystery and tell you what I believe. Usopp from the beginning has wanted to be recognized by others. He exaggerates and tells tall tales because he wants others to admire him. He wants to be seen as a somebody. Whether it was his bluffs about the thousands of men under his command, the stories he told Kaya about his grand adventures, or his real, genuine joy at being able to defeat one of the fishermen, Usopp only feels validated if he is validated by others. But now he sees something completely different. Two beings alone on an island for 100 years. There is no one to validate them, no one to recognize their greatness. If one were to succeed, the only other witness to their success would be a corpse. No one will reward them, no one even knows why they fight. Rather, many of those that observe them think that what they're doing is stupid and pointless. Their actions lower the amount of respect they have in others' eyes. That is okay though, because unlike Usopp, Dory and Broggy do not need recognition from anybody other than themselves. As Usopp says, it is as though each of them has a flag on their chest that says warrior, and they refuse to let them be torn off. The apparent pointlessness of their fight is the point. This is what Usopp sees. He sees what it means to have honor in yourself, in your own way of life. This is what makes Usopp's dream a grand dream worthy of standing aside such lofty goals as finding the All Blue, mapping the world, becoming the greatest swordsman, and becoming the Pirate King. Its difficulty is on par with those of his peers. It is not merely being brave, but a mission to change his mindset, to remove self-doubt, and to free himself of the shackles of requiring the affirmation of others. It's a dream of being able to be proud of himself. In a story of grand and wondrous dreams and goals, Usopp's dream is a grand but incredibly human goal. It's something that real people in the real world struggle with today. Having confidence in yourself, being happy and proud of who you are, not living a life comparing yourself to others to determine whether you are successful or not. This is why the people around him don't seem to understand. Broggy is already self-assured, and Nami is confidently moving towards her own dreams. It's something that to some people is incredibly easy, something that comes naturally. Some people don't care what others think and can live their lives confidently without the validation of others. Usopp just isn't one of those people. Yet. But he dreams that one day he will be, as impossible as it may seem to his current self. That's what he means when he says he wants to be a brave warrior of the sea. This is why he admires his father, who, to others, may seem like a scumbag for abandoning his wife and child to pursue the pirate life, but Usopp sees someone who didn't care about how others saw him. Usopp saw someone confidently living the life he wanted to live. That is Usopp's dream. As we established during Usopp's introduction, Usopp's stories and tall tales were his way of dreaming, the way that he built up this idealized version of himself, the person that he wants to be. So what happens in the arc when Usopp finally realizes what his dream is, when he's finally able to define what a brave warrior of the sea is? Usopp's dreams start to come true. For the first time in this series, we can finally pull a panel out of the treasure chest. As the Straw Hats leave the island, they are confronted by the Island Eater, a giant goldfish with poops as big as an island, and Usopp gets a familiar feeling. Indeed, it's Usopp's tall tale that he told Kaya many chapters ago. His dreams are finally becoming a reality. Much like the fiction romance of brag men, tales told by people that were bragging, exaggerating things that other people didn't believe, Usopp becomes a modern brag man, and his tall tales too are becoming reality before our very eyes. There is something else we begin to learn by the end of this arc, something appropriate in an arc centering around the introduction of the giants, and that is scale. We see the highest bounty we've seen thus far in the series, 100 million for each of the two giants, on a poster that itself is 100 years old. This is even higher than the old bounty of Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even without modern knowledge, it'd also be prudent to point out that this bounty is 100 years old, and monetary inflation aside, it's not as though these two have been slacking off in the intervening years. They have been fighting each other in life or death combat every single day, sometimes multiple times a day, without fail. Two monoliths of a prior age sharpening each other's skills, despite blunting each other's weapons. Then we get to see the true power of this prior age, an age before the age of Roger, the legendary spear of the giants of Elbaf. Despite their old and rusted weapons, despite the injuries they've sustained during the arc, with a bellowing Hakoku sovereignty, the pair pierce through a beast capable of eating entire islands, one that even makes the two of them seem small in a single mighty blow, even managing to blast a hole through the sea itself. Luffy once again can't say much more than, "It's huge, so huge." This world that he is adventuring through expanded once again in scope. Meanwhile, Usopp is moved to tears at the strength of the two that have now become his heroes. In repayment to those who have saved their honor, Dory and Broggy shattered their loyal but rusted and weakened weapons. But as the volcano erupts once more, it does not mean their duel has concluded. Though it's certainly going to be difficult to win a battle to the death with nothing but their fists, they may need to pause to get a fresh pair of weapons sometime in the far future. Both Luffy and Usopp are inspired, and they can't wait to get to Elbaf to visit the land of the giants. Surely that's not going to take over 20 years to happen. Before I wrap, there are some more great gems of information and some important themes that we learn in regards to the giants. In regards to their enormous attack, the pair mention that there is one thing that it cannot pierce: a snake soaked in blood. What on earth is that going to be? I hope we find out soon. Either way, I'm throwing it into the chest. Then there's a couple of points to be mentioned in regards to the giants having been there 100 years. First off, they had a bounty 100 years ago issued by the world government, ergo the world government is at least 100 years old, if not older. It also means, much like what we learned from Crocus and the pirates that left Laboon with him, pirates have been sailing the Grand Line for far longer than just the Great Pirate Era, and the time period just keeps expanding. But now we're seeing a pattern, and specifically a pattern regarding time. Perhaps one that could be called a theme. Fitting because they have arrived on an island of stopped time. First was Crocus, someone who had been on the Grand Line for over 50 years and shared his knowledge of its workings with the Straw Hats. Beyond that, he seemed to know even more than what he let on. Now we're seeing a pair of giants, a race that live very long lives, who have been on the Grand Line for longer than 100 years, and they demonstrate the power of the past, both with their exorbitant bounties and their Spear of Elbaf attack. Is this the ebb and flow of the ages, the Straw Hats slowly getting glimpses deeper into the past? Otis seems to be putting more and more of a focus on history as the Alabasta saga progresses. What next? Someone with knowledge of 150 years? That just sounds ridiculous. Alright, let's talk about our latest Baroque Works pair, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. They too are officer agents, and based on Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's reaction, they're another step up in power. But what really sets the pair apart, at least Mr. 3 apart, is his strategy. If Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were to show off the raw strength of Baroque Works with simple yet destructive explosion and weight powers to match, Mr. 3 shows us both a different way to use Devil Fruit abilities beyond just punch fighting, and also a glance into the dangers of a, even rather hastily put together plan. If Mr. 3's plan on Little Garden, thrown together in hours, was enough to nearly take out the crew and the giants, how much more dangerous is Crocodile's plan that has been put together and executed for far longer? That aside, let's look a little closer at Mr. 3. His very first scene shows 3 key features of his character. His pride at being a high-ranking officer of Baroque works. Despite the organization's secret nature, he's done up his hair to literally reflect his rank. This is further enforced by him being disappointed that Mr. 2 wasn't the one to be killed, and that would allow him a promotion to an even higher rank. This doubly shows Mr. 3's second feature, his callous nature. It also, once more, shows off the disunity of the Baroque Works members. Mr. 3 doesn't care if Mr. 5 has been killed, and he wishes a fellow organization member was also killed. Then finally, the fact that Mr. 3 is unironically an evil mastermind-style character. We were told that Baroque Works members joined the organization in pursuit of establishing a utopia, at least that's what they are led to believe, and without knowledge of their end goals of taking over Alabasta, those that resided on Whiskey Peak were doing something totally just, at least in the eyes of the One Piece world, hunting pirates. Mr. 3, however, literally calls himself a criminal and talks about possessing the powers of evil. In other words, while other organization members could give themselves plausible deniability for their complicity in Crocodile's evil scheme, Mr. 3, even without knowing Crocodile's plot, is not going to be a good guy, even by his own admission. He's in it for his own gain, and he'll do any evil and criminal thing to further that end. As he meets up with Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, who aren't dead after all, and are definitely afraid of Mr. 3, the mastermind shows off his knowledge by revealing who Dory and Broggy are with a summary of their history, and then we see his plan being put into action. With Mr. 5's help, the ale given to Dory explodes as he drinks it, causing the giant grave injury. Then he deceives Zoro and Nami with wax figurines and captures them. Then he interferes with the giant's fight to make sure Broggy defeats and presumably kills Dory. Then he finally makes himself known after he's already locked the remaining giant down, laughing all the while. And really, this plan is devastating. He didn't account for Dory trapping Luffy under a giant skull, but that aside, his plan has gone off without a hitch, resulting in the capture of all 5 of his targets. Sure, it may not have worked out in the end, but that's just because this is the Straw Hats we're talking about. Take that variable out, and this hastily put together plan would have been a success. A villain with a plan is a formidable foe to face. Aside from Kuro, who was far too stubborn to even slightly modify his perfect plan. At least Mr. 3 is able to improvise. Now that his plan has reached its climax, Broggy is incapacitated and Vivi, Nami, and Zoro are all trapped in Mr. 3's candelabra, I can talk about Zoro. This is another one of those famous examples pointed to when people say, "See, Zoro lost to Mr. 3. And once again, just like with Arlong, I'll say, did he? I'm basically going to repeat what I said back with Zoro quote-unquote losing to Arlong. This is what I was talking about when I was talking about Zoro not losing ever again. Sure, you can look at this situation and say, oh yeah, Zoro's pretty much cooked here, he's totally lost to Mr. 3. Well, tell that to Zoro, he hasn't conceded yet. For Zoro to lose, he has to accept death, so to him he's still in the middle of the fight. His determination to continue gets the gloating Mr. 3 to shut up and almost ruin his picture-perfect plan because Zoro gets him to believe that, oh no, I need to kill this guy before he escapes. Zoro even inspires Broggy to continue the fight along with him. And best of all, Oda makes sure to show us that he ain't bluffing. He gets halfway through his legs before Luffy bursts out of the forest, in which case Zoro leaves it to Luffy because he trusts his captain to pull through. Even when Mr. 5 said that they had taken care of him, Zoro's all like, what? You think you killed Luffy? Hilarious. It's nice to note that Nami's trust in Luffy is also absolute. As soon as Luffy shows up, Nami calms down. The last important thing to note about Zoro is actually at the very end. Despite Zoro doing little more than sleeping during his time between islands, after his apparent failure to destroy the candelabra, Zoro starts training in ridiculous style. Despite his relaxed attitude during the fight, when Zoro is by himself, he shows that he does indeed feel responsible, that if he were stronger, they wouldn't have been delayed. Zoro is a character that feels responsible for the safety of the crew, so this is a bit of a wake-up call to him. Mr. 3 said that his dried wax is as strong as steel, and so Zoro becomes resolved to be strong enough to shatter it. There is a third person stuck with him under the candelabra though, and that person is Vivi. We established in the last part that Little Garden is time for Vivi to learn about the Straw Hat crew and for us to learn about her. We learned that she has a bit of an adventurous streak to her, and that she didn't understand the Giant's Duel because she's so focused on conflict resolution. Now, up to this point, we're getting a general vibe check on her personality. She's on the smart side, she can recognize the creatures on the island and knows what the giants are. She's also the first to put 2 and 2 together and correctly guesses that Baroque works are on the island with them. She's concerned about Dory's well-being. She's a little confused about how Luffy is so concerned about Dory, obviously having some preconceived notions about what pirates are. Another similar trait to Nami's first introduction. She gets angry when her friends are hurt, and she can be hot-headed. She correctly chose to flee from Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine back on Whiskey Peak, but after seeing what they've done to Karoo, she goes on the offensive. Also, quick break from Vivi to say that Karoo is really proving himself to just be an excellent companion. I said that him accompanying Vivi into Little Garden despite his fears showed that he cared about her more than he cared about his own safety, and he really proves it in spades when he is ready to sacrifice himself to protect Vivi from the 2 officer agents. So aside from Vivi, we're also learning about Karoo. But back to Vivi, and we find ourselves back at the candelabra, and we see Vivi getting inspired by Zoro. She also volunteers to get her legs chopped off in order to escape and continue fighting, because that's a small price to pay in order to save her kingdom. She was already putting her life on the line, so what's a leg or two? It's emphasizing that Vivi really does put the safety and stability of Alabasta above herself, a point Oda is making sure to hammer home. Then she learns about the crew. Much like how Nami slowly had her perceptions about pirates changed by Luffy, Vivi is also starting to have her perceptions changed. But the first big push is seeing how Zoro and Nami react when Luffy appears. When the 2 of them relax when Luffy appears, Vivi is confused. She doesn't understand the trust they've put in him. Then, as the fight goes on, not out of trust but out of desperation, she also cries out to Luffy to save them. In the end, Luffy, Usopp, and Karoo do manage to save them, and while we don't really get to see a direct reaction to Luffy's success, we do get this lovely panel of her just watching over everyone, sans Sanji, and having a contemplative smile. It's not just the fact that she's gotten through another ordeal, but also no one has blamed her for getting them into this situation. It's the beginning of Vivi beginning to actually trust the crew out of more than just necessity. The next person to talk about is Luffy. He's pretty well established at this point, and the arc doesn't add much new, just reinforces what we already know. He's passionate, he's happy-go-lucky, he's uncompromising, and a bit reckless. We know that he's someone that, if he cares about something, cares about it with 100% of his being, as he gets invested in the fight between Dory and Broggy. We already know that Luffy knows the value of an honorable duel. The respect that he gave to Zoro's fights are evidence of that, but I also think that he cares about Dory, potentially even because he shared a meal with him, something that we learned last arc is an important trust-earning gesture for Luffy. Something new is... how do I put this? Luffy doesn't give a hoot about gods and the divine. This makes sense since Luffy is all about that freedom, and surely couldn't imagine himself having to conform to the rules and restrictions that a religion would put on him. Though it's an important distinction to mention, it's not that Luffy doesn't believe they exist, it's just that he doesn't care if they do. Gods or no, Luffy just wants to do his own thing. Then we get to his fight against Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. Once more, it's classic Luffy, a creative and carefree fighting style. A little bit of reckless disregard for Broggy, very much reminds me of when he throws Zoro into the air during the Arlong fight, and check out this excellent panel of Broggy crying out in pain but half his face is frozen in wax. It seems like that even against the 4th most powerful of Baroque works, Luffy's able to hold his own, until Miss Golden Week shows up. And holy hell, she is terrifying. First, important to note, she is not using a devil fruit ability. Her colors trap is a form of hypnotism. It's our first officer agent who doesn't have a devil fruit ability, so it informs us that not all of the officer agents will necessarily have them. It's also another expansion on what non-devil fruit abilities can exist. Django's hypnotism was pretty wild, but the colors trap technique is even crazier. Her ability is dangerously powerful against someone like Luffy though, someone who acts instinctively and often emotionally, and this ability manipulates emotions. Its effectiveness is not out of the blue either. Just as Luffy was easily hypnotized when up against Django and the Black Cat pirates, hypnotism works just as well against him here. What's truly awful is the fact that Luffy seems to know that he's hypnotized, but he's just completely powerless to go against it. The panel where he's trying to fight against the calming green paint, sweating and gritting his teeth, but he just simply can't. The fight is mostly played for comedy, but it really is showing a huge weakness in Luffy. Miss Golden Week doesn't show up again after Little Garden, sans a cover story, and thank goodness for that. Imagine if Luffy didn't have Usopp to bail him out. Thankfully, Oda makes sure to show, as he did back with Laboon, that Luffy's nature to act purely on instinct and emotion isn't just a weakness. As the fight progresses and Luffy chases Mr. 3 into the forest and goes up against Mr. 3's Wax Wax mansion, it is indeed instinct which gets him through it unscathed. Yes, Luffy may need to learn to think things through a bit better, to be a bit more considerate, but sometimes the right course of action is simply the one that Luffy instinctually thinks is best. Finally, let's briefly touch on Usopp. Not for too long though, since he got a whole episode last part. Perhaps the biggest thing to note is, wow, Usopp can take some damage. We've seen him tank some massive hits before, but he gets decimated by an explosion and gets literally buried by a 10-ton blow. Usopp's supposed to be one of the weakest crew members, but his resilience is top-notch. Then, when he joins the fight, it is his plan that ends up rescuing the crew. In classic Usopp fashion, though he may not look pretty while doing it, may end up taking some hits, and it may even be a bit underhanded in its execution, but through any means that he can, Usopp will get that win. So, what has Sanji been doing all this time? He's been busy working hard to earn his MVP spot this arc, that's what. As he chances across Mr. 3's wax house, he answers the Den Mushi, or... wow, okay, I guess they call it the Snail-o-phone this time, and I think I like that even less than Telesnail. Either way, he answers it and finds himself on the line with Mr. Zero himself. Despite not being around during Vivi's initial information dump, Sanji has learned that Mr. Zero is Crocodile and shows off his own intelligence, piecing together the information accurately enough to understand the current situation. Then in his next considered move, he pretends to be Mr. 3 and informs Crocodile that everyone that knows his secret has been eliminated, and specifically tells him that he can call the hunt off. He doesn't lose his cool, he just calmly formulates a plan to get the crew out of immediate danger. Of course, things go a little pear-shaped when the unlucky show up and Sanji has to deal with them, Sanji beating up a woman confirmed, but I suppose animals don't count, and he tries to smooth things over with Crocodile. Now, it may have been outside of his expectations that Crocodile would be so unreasonably ruthless and unforgiving, but either way it works out in Sanji's favor as Crocodile then orders the execution of Mr. 3. Finally, Sanji succeeds in securing the Eternal Pose to Alabasta, a ticket off the island that they would have to have waited an entire year for. He may not have had as much page time as the rest of the crew, but in a few short pages, Sanji has shown a knack for subterfuge and intelligent and decisive action under pressure. Though, embarrassingly, I misremembered, he doesn't actually take on his Mr. Prince moniker just yet. That's a different call with Crocodile. Either way, this call with Crocodile does do a couple more things. First, for the audience, we get an even better look at Sir Crocodile, lounging around with a giant banana alligator. He's got rings on his fingers, he's surrounded by finery, and is wearing a fine fur coat. We only get to clearly see one of his hands, and he's got a scar across his face. We're seeing someone that has wealth and influence, someone strong enough to keep a giant creature as a pet. We're seeing power not just in a physical sense, but in a social sense, as the head of a giant organization should have. And, most importantly, we get a hint at what are clearly his devil fruit abilities, as he drains a cup of water through a flower and then withers the flower to dust. The second most important thing is that this call is intercepted by White Chase Smoker, who, true to his name, has chased Luffy into the Grand Line, and he's now got a lead. He knows the Straw Hats are heading to Alabasta, and is heading there too. It's also a very interesting bit of information that the World Government/Navy headquarters has an eternal pose for Alabasta, which we can comfortably extrapolate to mean that they have both multiple poses for Alabasta, and more than likely, also have eternal poses for many of the islands on the Grand Line. This is how the Navy is able to circumvent the rules of the Grand Line that the Straw Hats have to follow on their adventure. We don't exactly know the relationship between the World Government and Alabasta just yet, but we'll find out soon enough. Also, Tashigi found another fine-grade sword. They really don't seem as rare as their introduction made them sound. And I guess they took it from a Baroque Works member they captured, Mr. 11. Finally, as the crew leave Little Garden and the arc reaches its conclusion, we turn back to Vivi. We've got one more thing to learn about her, and this time it's to see her thinking on something Igaram told her. Whatever sacrifices must be made, even if you betray others, you must live. It's an ominous line, one that begs the question, will Vivi need to betray the Straw Hats? Vivi is resolved to save her kingdom, is desperate to get there and stop the civil war, but would she betray others to do so? As we catch a look from the most wonderful Mr. 2, departing from Alabasta to fulfill his orders from the boss, we end the arc on a cliffhanger as Nami collapses from a fever, and there's no doctor in sight. So we better go find one. We ended Little Garden on a cliffhanger. A question about a potential Vivi betrayal, and Nami collapsed from a fever, which, neatly enough, shows us the two intertwining storylines of this arc. A story about royalty and leadership, and a story of sickness, doctors, and cures. So we'll tackle the first topic, royalty and leadership, starting off with the lovely Princess Vivi. During the first chapter of this new arc, we have this tense moment which really highlights Vivi's character. The question that is given to her is simple. Do we immediately search for a doctor to treat Nami, or do we head straight to Alabasta, a week's sail away, and seek treatment there? Complicating this equation is the looming threat of immediate civil war. Soldiers have defected to the rebel army, who now outnumber the royal army 2-1. Even Nami, still so invested in getting Vivi to Alabasta safely, is advocating that the crew don't worry about her and head straight there. 1 million lives are at stake, and time is running out. So Vivi makes her decision. And take a moment to see the expressions of Luffy and Sanji here as they think Vivi has chosen to go directly to Alabasta. They're not happy about it. The last couple of parts I've stressed the fact that Vivi needs to learn about the crew and we, the readers, about her. But we're forgetting a key group here. The crew needs to learn about Vivi. Nami's obviously invested and Sanji dotes on her as he does any other pretty woman, but what about Usopp and Zoro? What about Luffy? They certainly don't dislike her, and I'm sure their shared experience fighting against Mr. 3 brought them closer together, but they still don't know Vivi. This decision of hers is a defining moment in their relationship. Will they merely fulfill their obligations to her and deliver her to Alabasta, or will Vivi become something more in their eyes? Then we, and they, see who Vivi is. Despite the weight on her shoulders, she chooses Nami. She frames it as, if Nami's better, we'll get to Alabasta faster, but the crew knows that that's not the case. Luffy smiles, Zoro comments on her big heart, mirroring his comments about Usopp, and Sanji says, I like you, which is big. It's not his usual, oh, a pretty woman, I'll be your slave sort of routine. It's a genuine, I like you as a person more than just a woman. Usopp does play the realist doubter, as he often does, so we don't get to really see his reaction, but the scene is clear. In this moment, Luffy and the crew begin to see Vivi as more than just someone they need to get to Alabasta. She's put one of them before her own needs, and that matters. The last neat thing to note about this whole scene is that it happens before Nami shows off her excellent navigating capabilities. In the lead up to the decision, Nami's been saying things about the air being different, something about the wind, all vague stuff. Then moments after Vivi has decided to put Nami first, a giant cyclone appears right in the way of the path they were taking. It shows, first off, Nami is necessary to navigate, even if they have the eternal pose. Just because they know their destination doesn't mean the waters are any less unpredictable and treacherous. Second, even though Nami is terribly sick, she can still navigate. Her skill is practically instinctual at this point. Nami may have been caught off guard when first entering the Grand Line, but that doesn't invalidate her underlying knowledge and abilities surrounding the weather. Finally, it's the universe saying that Vivi has made the correct decision. If Nami stayed inside, if she was disregarded as they sailed straight ahead to Alabasta, disaster would have befallen everyone. Vivi's unselfish action was best for everyone. Zoro's phrase, "You have a big heart," that's a defining characteristic of Vivi, and something we'll need to keep in mind for later. But certainly not for the next person we meet, someone who is Vivi's opposite. We are one island away from Alabasta, but there's something Oda needs to do before we get there: teach the audience about royalty in the One Piece world. We've seen Vivi, and we're learning to like Vivi, but how are we supposed to know whether the Alabasta royal family are actually good for Alabasta? Yes, Vivi wants to stop civil war, to stop bloodshed, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the royal family is a good thing. We've seen the two sides of pirates, the two sides of marines, even the two sides of liars, but Oda has yet to introduce us to a comparison point in regards to monarchies. Until now. Wapol. We initially don't know that he's royalty, but he's definitely not trying to hide it. His ship's masthead has a crown, his flag has a crown, his ship is a submarine? Or at least submarine-esque, which is neat. It's the first submarine ship we've seen, so add that to the list of weird ship possibilities in One Piece. As for Wapol himself, he isn't wearing a crown, but there's certainly something off about him. He eats a jewel-encrusted knife, and then he takes a large chunk out of the Merry. Dang it. Even more damage the Merry endures at the relative start of the Grand Line. At least the Merry is tasty? Cooked with love? Sorry. Wapol's crew reveals he has the powers of the Munch Munch fruit, yet another devil fruit showing that on the Grand Line they certainly aren't as uncommon as they were back in the East Blue. Wapol fails to consume Luffy, too chewy, and Luffy blasts him off into the sky with a very aesthetic bazooka, damaging the ship further. But not before Vivi catches a glimpse of the metal-mouthed menace. And that's the end of Wapol, at least for now. What do we learn from this first interaction? Importantly, that Wapol isn't really a threat to Luffy, at least physically. We explicitly see that Luffy's devil fruit more or less counteracts Wapol's, in the sense that Luffy is literally a bit more than Wapol can swallow. Then Luffy blasts Wapol away with a single big blow, showing that Luffy can overpower him with ease. If the villain of the arc isn't a physical threat, then that means that they're there to induce a different sort of conflict. We also get a read on Wapol's demeanor. It's one thing for a pirate to be all your money or your life, etc., but Wapol just kind of starts eating the ship. It's not a threat, give me your stuff or I'll eat your ship, he just does it. He's completely careless about anyone's needs other than his own. He's feeling hungry, so he'll start eating the ship. He feels entitled to it. He's different from Vivi, who puts others' needs above her own. The Straw Hats spot and land on Drum Island, sailing into a suitably cold reception as the townsfolk, led by Dalton, tell them to leave. They are, reasonably, afraid. This is how normal people should react when a pirate ship appears on their shores. Despite the crew explaining all they need is a doctor, the townsfolk ignore them, but when the townsfolk end up shooting at them, it's Sanji who breaks first. Whether it's because he's the one the bullet lands closest to or because he's desperate to save Nami, Sanji is ready to turn to violence to get his way. But this scene isn't about Sanji, it's about Vivi and Luffy. Vivi stops Sanji and as a result gets shot. It wasn't likely intentional, the shooter seems surprised that the shot landed. Sanji is also shocked, mortified that Vivi got injured stopping him. And Luffy, as he did with Laboon, with Zoro at Whiskey Peak, and even when trying to stop Dory at Little Garden, he once more chooses violence. The rest of the citizens take aim, expecting a fight, and as Usopp and Zoro prepare to follow their captain, Vivi jumps in to stop Luffy. For the first time on the Grand Line, someone stops Luffy from acting impulsively. More than that, Vivi strongly reprimands Luffy, calling him a failure as a captain. For the first time, someone explicitly tells Luffy that violence is not the answer to this problem, that his impulsiveness is putting everyone at risk. I'm not sure Luffy gets it, but what he does understand is that Vivi has put her body on the line thinking it is the right course of action, despite whatever pain she must be feeling, and so he follows her lead. He apologizes, admits he was wrong, and lowers his head to ask for help. Vivi is not strong like Luffy. She can't fight her way through her problems. When she gets to Alabasta, she's not going to face down the rebel army and beat them up to stop them. She's not going to take down Crocodile using her enchanting vertigo dance. She's going to try and talk to them, to connect with them, to reason with them. She isn't some tyrant that will rule with an iron fist. She believes in negotiation and peace. Vivi has a big heart. In this situation, her way works, and Luffy acknowledges that, though unfortunately not in a violence wasn't the solution sort of way, but rather a Vivi, you're so smart for suggesting this approach sort of way. This lesson continues to get reinforced throughout this arc, to both us and to Luffy. Luffy is forced to assume a non-violent role as he carries Nami to get treatment. Even when he is attacked, Luffy is unable to fight back because any blow he makes or takes will be felt by Nami, and he struggles with this. He reflexively nearly attacks a Laboon because that's what he's used to doing, using violence to handle a situation. To further drive this point that violence isn't the answer, when Sanji, who is accompanying Luffy and Nami, does use violence, in a rather flippant way, the knock-on effects result in a giant avalanche which nearly kills both Sanji and Nami. Then, as a counterpoint, in the aftermath of said avalanche, when Luffy chooses non-violence, when he saves the Laboon that was previously attacking him, that non-violent act allows him to safely get Nami to the peak of Drum Island, as the Laboons repay him for this kindness. Violence at the wrong time can lead to negative consequences, even to the death of his crew. This is the lesson Luffy has now started to learn. Wapol, on the other hand, loves violence. If anyone goes against him, then violence is his response. When Dalton goes against him, he must die. When Luffy ignores him, death. Hiriluk defying his orders, execution. Even when another person of similar status goes against him, hit his daughter in the face. Wapol is cruel, selfish, and short-sighted. But speaking of a person of similar status, there's a huge world-building moment smack bang in the middle of the arc, and it's all to do with rulers and royalty. We cut to 6 years ago in a place called the Holy Land of Merry. Once again, I'll use the clarified pronunciation, where a world council is being held. First, we see a familiar face, Dragon, the mysterious man from Rogue Town, and we see who, or rather what, he is. A revolutionary. Different from a pirate and a formidable enemy of the world government. The hint was there at Dragon's introduction, an uprising in Vera mentioned at the start of the arc, but now we know for sure. Wapol, short-sighted and self-serving, doesn't care about the threat Dragon faces to the world's royalty, and refuses to become involved. We then see Vivi's father for the first time, calling him out on his short-sightedness. So, Wapol hits Vivi. Even then, despite being hurt, Vivi does what's best for her people and apologizes, diffusing the situation and not succumbing to Wapol's cheap provocation. She is the same then as she is now. Reacting emotionally, reacting violently, is not the right answer to every situation. And Dalton, accompanying Wapol at the time, takes notice. But before we get to Dalton, we have to dissect this flashback a little more, squeeze any information we can from the panels shown. First, the name, Holy Land of Merry. Holy denotes a religious or godly implication for this location. The fact that it was chosen as the meeting place for this World Council also shows its importance, as well as the brief glimpse at its castle-like architecture. At the table we see a minimum 12 people, 2 of which are confirmed royalty, and Vivi called this meeting a meeting of kings in a previous scene, meaning all the members at this meeting are kings or some equivalent title. At the table, they mention Dragon as being an enemy of the world government, meaning that the nations represented at this table are, more likely than not, members of the world government. We still don't know where the line blurs, how involved nations are with the world government, and how much sway the involved nations have with the world government, but the world government lets these individual nations exist and clearly hosts them for this meeting. The fact that Vivi's reaction to Wapol could have resulted in war means that the nations involved in the world government do have some level of autonomy. It would be strange for the world government, assuming they controlled all these countries completely, to have 2 major nations they fully control go to war with one another. We know that Alabasta has its own army, and in our brief glimpse of it, it certainly didn't look like it featured Marines, and the fact that there is no mention of Marines being involved in Alabasta's civil war likely means that these nations are responsible for their own internal security and affairs. This is different from those other islands that are controlled and protected by Marines, and therefore the world government, such as Rogue Town. Golly, That was like a flashbang of very important information just in the middle of a flashback mainly about Chopper and Hiruluk, but we'll get to that next part. Back to Dalton. Dalton has been stewing on Wapol's poor behavior for a while. Evidently, Wapol's father, the previous king, was a man to be admired, so Dalton has got a store of respect and loyalty to the family that passed on to its heir. But that store is beginning to run out, and Vivi's behavior in spite of Wapol's is a catalyst to really accelerate this process. Dalton's discussion with Kuromarimo and chess also exemplifies two methods of which a leader leads others: power and feelings. Or would it be best to say, heart? Wapol puts all his focus on leading through power, through force and threat of force, but using only that method only results in a tyrant. His heart is small, he doesn't care for his people, or anyone else for that matter. Hiruluk's death is the final straw, a man willing to put himself at risk to, in his mind, save a country, and Dalton's stuck serving a man willing to sacrifice a country only to benefit himself. Dalton can no longer stand it, and leaves Wapol's service. In the end, Dalton proves himself a far better leader than Wapol. He cares about the people, he's even willing to sacrifice himself to save them, and to save the kingdom from Wapol's reign. He recognizes that there's something more important than a country's status, its power, its knowledge, or its royalty. That the people and their values are what is important to save. Dalton utilizes both power and his heart. He empathizes and loves the people, and he uses his power to protect them. The scene when he stops a younger Chopper from fighting against Wapol in order to secure the future of the country, using his strength to physically stop him, but being able to understand and care about Chopper to talk to him and get him to stand down, Dalton shows us the properties of a good leader. The people recognize this, and so it seems like Dalton will have good fortune in the island's upcoming election. Vivi hasn't had the opportunity to really be a leader just yet. We haven't seen enough of Cobra to make the comparison, though it's clear that even in our short moment with him, he's at least not as short-sighted as Wapol. So Oda uses Dalton to show the properties that successful royalty require. And he's using Wapol to do the complete opposite. Unlike Dalton, who faced oncoming pirates head-on to protect the country, or Vivi, who infiltrated a criminal organization to save her people, Wapol, when he even just saw the strength of some pirates, fled his own nation to save his own skin. Vivi is of course furious at hearing this. She cannot imagine a king abandoning his people. Oh, but who were these pirates that Wapol fled from? Blackbeard and a crew of 4 others. I think we need to put that name and this panel in the chest for later. When Wapol does return, he shows off all of his worst qualities. He kills everyone guarding the coast, supposedly his own people. Simply coming back into the country that he fled makes him think he's entitled to be king once more. He devours somebody's house, goodness knows why, probably just hungry. We see his selfish way of controlling the people through disease and sickness, not by spreading them but by restricting access to medicine. When the avalanche comes bearing down on him and his men, Wapol even abandons the doctors that just saved his life. Wapol is the worst king. Everything he does is for himself, for his own power, for his own comfort, for his own needs. No wonder a revolutionary is gaining traction if there are rulers such as this. And worst of all, a ruler like Wapol was sanctioned by the world government, brought as an equal voice in a gathering of kings. They clearly do not care about how royalty treat their own people. We don't know what gets people invited to this gathering of kings, but it's certainly not quality of character. There is someone that does not care about kings, about rulers, or, as previously established, about gods either. So when Wapol makes his way to his old castle, there's no one more suitable to greet him, fist first, than our boy Luffy. Luffy may not be a king, though his goal is to become king of the pirates, but he also shows off his leadership qualities. It's hard to judge exactly where Luffy stands as a leader. He's got power for sure, and he isn't lacking in heart, at least when it comes to those he cares about. I suppose where Luffy's heart side of things falls short is extending that care and understanding to those around him. Really, maybe the third trait is knowing when to use violence. Either way, Luffy's been holding off all arc, showing a budding understanding of holding back instead of immediately turning to violence in response to any obstacle, but now that he's not carrying Nami on his back, oh yes, it is definitely now an appropriate time for violence. It's been a while since I've been able to say it, but it's certainly time for a Luffy liberation loop. Luffy's first time liberating an oppressed people from a royal oppressor. The overall fight is played for laughs, with several great comedy moments and Wapol faces, but what further lessons can we extract from it? Of course, we get further ample examples of Wapol's heartless nature. He interferes with his underlings' fight by shoving them out of the way. He literally eats his two most loyal retainers in order to combine them into a single being without even asking, and they don't seem too excited about the prospect. And you could make a meta point that he also strips them of their individuality. Wapol, frankly, just has no self-awareness. He abandoned his country and is shocked and appalled when his castle is not treated as though he still lives there. He even thinks that he has dominion over the wildlife because he's the ruler. Luffy, on the other hand, is Luffy. He doesn't take things without consideration. He doesn't even think about taking Nami's jacket to keep warm during the fight until Nami offers it to him. He puts his own body on the line to protect Hiriluk's flag that is important to Chopper, even though Luffy has no association with it. He doesn't interfere with Chopper's fight and instead just takes a genuine interest in what Chopper can do. I do call out Luffy for being selfish, but it's a selfless selfishness, which means that if he likes you, he will put himself on the line to protect you and what's important to you. The real moment differentiating the two is the final blow, and we see where Wapol's values lie. First, he uses his position as a king of a nation that is a member of the world government, which also further implies that those we saw at Mary Joie were also members of the world government. To defeat him, to depose him from his throne, is an international crime. Luffy doesn't care, of course. He's already a criminal in the eyes of the world government by virtue of being a pirate. Then when Luffy is about to land the final blow, Wapol starts bargaining. He offers titles, medals, and even the position of Vice King at the very last moment. These are all things that he thinks hold great importance, things of status, because that's all that Wapol cares about. That's all he's ever cared about, even above the lives of his people. Luffy doesn't care about status, about accolades, about positions, and to prove it, Luffy uses the exact same attack that he used to beat Wapol the first time, because to Luffy, it doesn't matter to him if you're a pirate, a king, a fishman, a marine, or one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If you harm someone Luffy cares about, or even harm something that somebody Luffy cares about, he'll beat you all the same. When the fight is over, Luffy reinforces that idea one more time. It doesn't matter if you're a bounty hunter, a thief, a liar, a chef, a princess, or a monster. If Luffy takes a liking to you, then you are important to him and he will care about you no matter what you say. But that is a story for another time. It was back in the East Blue that Oda first brought up the topic of disease, showing us scurvy as a real threat that sailors faced on the open seas. It wasn't some magic curse or bizarre super illness that had to be investigated and stopped just in the nick of time. It was just there. An oddly real threat in a world of the fantastical. And now that danger is affecting a crew member directly, and the rest of the crew are woefully unprepared to stop it. As Vivi says, even the most notorious pirates who sail the seas can suddenly get sick and die. A line that definitely needs to go into the chest. Nami was the only one with enough general seafaring knowledge to even slightly be able to address sickness, and she's out for the count. Sanji also rules out a nutrition-based illness like scurvy, as he's been taking extra care of Nami's nutrition. They have no knowledge on what this illness could be, or how best to treat it. Oda is telling us that, hey, it's not about getting injured or making poor life decisions in regards to something like nutrition. Even if you're living a perfectly healthy life, battles notwithstanding, illness can come for you. Luffy, bless his silly rubber heart, doesn't understand getting sick, but all he knows is that a crewmate that he cares about is sick and he wants to make her better. That is his priority, so when they finally make it to the island and he hears the only doctor is on top of the mountain, he's determined to climb it to get Nami to her. Then we finally meet Dr. Kureha. We've heard only 2 things before this point. She's 139 and she comes and goes and takes as she pleases. But the woman that bursts onto the scene is certainly not what the crew envisioned. She looks wild, has piercings, wears 2 pairs of glasses, and despite the freezing weather, bears a midriff. She is energetic and alive, far more alive than a 139-year-old has any right to look. And she's accompanied by Tony Chopper. We then see her work, the absolute confidence of a master, immediately narrowing down what's wrong with the young boy, operating on him just as quickly and taking her leave, assured that she has succeeded. Then there are her actions outside of her doctoring. Despite it appearing as if she's acting with blatant disregard for her patient's well-being, she obviously really cares about treating the sick. She lives atop a mountain in a castle far away from town, but as soon as she's caught wind of a child who won't stop crying, she descends from the mountain to treat him. Though her payment may seem a little extreme, that's a real smile she gives when the boy thanks her. Her line, "What I did just now, don't ever forget it," there's an additional word that's missing from the English. This is one of the few times I'll refer to the SBS, Oda's question and answer section of One Piece, and that is happiness. The happiness the boy feels from becoming well, from receiving the doctor's treatment. Don't forget that. The father's material wealth doesn't matter in the face of a deadly disease. The simple joy of not being sick is what matters most. His father being concerned that his son's crying was bothering his customers, not the fact that his first priority should have been seeking treatment for his son. Kureha doesn't want him to forget that his son's health and happiness should be first. That's who Dr. Kureha is. That's what a doctor should be. That is, at least, one of the mentors of Tony Chopper. Speaking of whom, despite being in the background of this scene, Oda is subtly showing the audience that Chopper is more than just a reindeer. He prepares and delivers a basin of water, he can recognize and retrieve antibiotics, and knows how to administer an injection. We haven't learned what Chopper is just yet, but Oda is hinting that he's more than he appears. But most importantly is his reaction when the townsfolk accuse Kureha. I'm not sure what kind of sound effect Veen is, but Chopper is mad. Saying that a doctor takes advantage of people's weaknesses is clearly a sore spot for him. Finally, the meta point of this scene: diseases can be hidden. Scurvy had scars reopened, teeth falling out. It was clear that something was wrong. Even Nami is obviously unwell with a high fever. But this boy? He's just crying. People assume that he fell down or something minor, but as Dr. Kureha asks, are you a doctor? In this arc, it's not just obvious diseases that will be treated, but ailments that hide beneath the surface. Eventually, through many trials and tribulations, Luffy makes it to the castle, rescued by Chopper, who was looking a little different. Oda has packed a lot into this short arc about leaders and doctors, and he's always making sure to further expand the world in which the story takes place. To that end, Oda has introduced a new family of devil fruit, the Zoan family. He first introduces it via Dalton, eater of the Oxox fruit bison model, a fruit that allows the user to transform either partially or fully into a bison. It's an odd naming convention compared to the Gum Gum fruit or the Chop Chop fruit. It implies the existence of other Oxox fruits. Immediately, this raises the question, well, if there's a fruit that turns you into an ox, is there a fruit that can turn you into a human? And, just as immediately, Oda tells us, yes. Chopper has eaten the human fruit, which, as Dr. Kureha puts it, enables him to do anything a human can do. Though something is a bit strange when compared to Dalton's bison fruit. When Dalton transforms into his bison form, nary a trace of his human form remains. However, when Chopper transforms into his human form, he still retains a fair amount of his reindeer features. Sure, he's lost his horns and his hooves have turned into hands and feet, but he's still got his nose and he's still quite furry. With only one fruit so far to go off, we can't be sure, but let's put in the chest for now the fact that, when eating a human fruit, your fully transformed form retains the likeness of your original self, unlike, potentially, other Zoan fruits. When we get to see Chopper fight, we learn more about Zoan fruits, and about their apparent limitations. Zoan fruits have three forms: their untransformed state, their hybrid state, and their fully transformed state. Chopper, however, through his own effort and intelligence, immediately breaks through that apparent limitation and shows us that Zoan fruits are capable of more than just these three forms. He's managed to unlock these forms using his Rumble Ball medicine, but who knows? Additional Zoan forms made available via the Rumble Ball may be able to be achieved without it. We'll just have to wait and see. But enough about Chopper's devil fruit abilities. Let's talk about the reindeer himself. It is clear that he's not a fan of humans, Kureha notwithstanding, out of what appears to be an overabundance of caution. This in and of itself is immediately interesting, as Chopper, in his first proper introductory page, is clearly a doctor. Not as skilled as Kureha, who is so experienced she can measure a temperature to 2 decimal places with just the tip of her finger, but still skilled enough to diagnose and potentially operate on Sanji, and recognize what Kureha is treating when she lists the medicine she needs. Kureha even tells Nami that she's taught Chopper all of her medical skills. So why would he treat humans if he clearly doesn't like them? In order to answer that question and to really flesh out who Chopper is, we need to split him into three, much like a Zoan fruit. There is who Chopper first was in his flashback, the Chopper by the time Luffy first meets him, and the Chopper at the end of the arc when he joins the crew. When Luffy meets Chopper, he's kind, cautious, medically brilliant, but otherwise naive. He reacts very emotionally and wears his emotions on his metaphorical sleeve. He doesn't trust humans, but he still wants to help them. He's interested in pirates, potentially even becoming one, but he lacks the self-confidence. He thinks that other people despise him because of what he is and how he looks. As Kureha tells Nami, Chopper bears a hidden wound, a wound on his heart. Another wound that cannot be seen, a wound that she challenges Nami and, by extension the crew, to heal. Oda then shows us the core of Chopper, what Chopper wants, or rather what he needs. He, really, just wants a friend. He wants a family to call his own. His birth family rejected him for how he looked, then humans rejected him for the same reason. That's the cause of the wound on his heart. This is who Chopper first was. And the first doctor to start mending that wound was... well, was he a doctor? Kureha calls him a quack, but that quack was none other than Dr. Hiruluk, the man who named Chopper and treated him like a son. I think it's important that Nami is the one told this. After all, she knows what it's like to have someone that isn't your birth parent name you and, in her case, treat her like a daughter. Now we step 6 years into the past and we get to see who Chopper was, but also who Hiruluk was, the man that shaped and began to heal Chopper's heart. In the last part, we were shown the methods of leadership, power and feelings. Now we see a different dichotomy, skill and heart. Dr. Hiruluk is the personification of the heart of a doctor. He has little more than the most basic of skill. He can at least patch up an injured Chopper, but beyond that, he causes more harm than good, at least in terms of physically curing the ill. But an overwhelming amount of heart is what is needed to heal Chopper, to break down the defenses the poor reindeer has erected to protect his damaged heart. When Chopper, scared of being shot once again, beats Hiruluk into the ground, Hiruluk's response is, "What does he think I am?" Not who, but what. Oda is showing us through Hiruluk what the heart, the mindset of a doctor should be, and what Chopper's mindset is after being raised by Hiruluk. So when Hiruluk bellows out, "I'd never shoot you, I am a physician," Oda is telling us, to the injured, to the sick, when operating in your capacity as a doctor, even if being attacked by your patient, the heart of a doctor means you would never, intentionally, hurt them. The more we see of Hiruluk, the more depth we get of this view. Kureha may have been able to diagnose and treat the physically sick, but Hiruluk has identified and is treating the non-physical. When Chopper is worried about talking because it's weird for reindeers to talk, Hiruluk, in a very Luffy-like way, says, "So what? I can talk too, and better than you." He says it directly, that you have been alright from the very start. He gives Chopper a name, making sure that he isn't seen as an it, but as a person. Hiruluk groups Chopper in with himself, albeit as fugitives. Hiruluk fights with Chopper as an equal. He gives him a gift. He, frankly, roasts him as only a friend can. Over the course of a year, Hiruluk gives Chopper a place to belong. He quite literally teaches Chopper how to laugh. He became the found family that Chopper never had. Sadly, though Hiruluk has patched up Chopper's physical wounds, he doesn't have enough time to complete the treatment on Chopper's wounded heart. Much like another found father, Hiruluk can't communicate directly with Chopper. He's so worried about his imminent death negatively affecting Chopper that Hiruluk tries to drive him away. But if Chopper has learned anything from Hiruluk over this last year, it's a single-minded determination to complete a task. So without a word, Chopper leaves to search for a cure for Hiruluk's disease. He bravely faces the pain of his past, literally taking the rejection he experienced from his birth family head-on, all in an attempt to save his new found family. And as far as Chopper knows, he succeeds. Battered and broken, he completes what he has set his mind to and delivers the Amyodake mushroom to Hiruluk. But just as we learned that a leader is incomplete focusing purely on feelings or on power, we are shown that a doctor is incomplete without both heart and skill. You can have the heart of a doctor, you can wish to save every patient, you can try your best to do what's right, but without the knowledge and skill, you may end up causing more harm than good. Heart is good. A big heart, as Hiruluk says, is an important qualification for being a doctor, and it's a big heart that is best suited for curing wounds of the heart. But a big heart isn't enough to cure the truly physically sick. Though it's not all bad, Hiruluk takes Chopper's remedy, and truly he looks better, though he sacrificed his scant few remaining weeks of life. With less than an hour left, his smile is big and his face is bright. It's important to note that he drinks Chopper's deadly soup before finding the cherry blossom solution. He was so afraid of dying before being able to fulfill his dream that he threatened Kureha to extend his life just a few more weeks. But when Chopper appears before him with something that will kill him within an hour of eating it, he doesn't hesitate. Sure, thankfully his cherry blossom solution attempt he made just before drinking the soup succeeds, but upon seeing Chopper's heart, the heart of a doctor, it means he knows that even though he may physically perish, and even if he doesn't successfully fulfill his dream, he knows that a part of him will live on. Hiruluk's final speech is one of One Piece's all-time great speeches. It encapsulates and solidifies something that has been present in the story since the beginning, and it shapes our understanding of the story and the world going forward. And because I love it so much, I'm just going to read it straight. When does a man die? Is it when he's shot in the heart with a pistol? No. When he's stricken with a deadly disease? No. When he eats soup made from a deadly mushroom? No. It is when he is forgotten. I may disappear, but my dream will live on, and the ailing hearts of the people will be healed. Someone will continue my work. Soon a monster will appear. He is my son. Don't hurt him. Ha! What a life it was! And what a set of last words they were. There's a few layers to this speech, so let's go through them. First, I'll say that a lot of people stop this speech at the "it's when he is forgotten" part, but the second half is just as important. Why? Because despite Hiruluk mentioning Chopper, albeit not by name, and also fully and tear-inducingly solidifying that he saw Chopper as his son, he doesn't mention Chopper as being the one to continue his work and fulfill his dream. Rather, Chopper definitively is not the one to fulfill Hiruluk's dream of healing the hearts of the Drum Kingdom. The two who end up fulfilling that dream, when we skip to the end of the arc, are Dalton, whose heart is so moved by Hiruluk that he turns his back on Wapol and recognizes that the heart of a nation is so important and he does his best to protect it, and then finally Dr. Kureha, who implements Hiruluk's cure, which causes cherry blossoms to bloom on Drum Island, fulfilling Hiruluk's life work. Next, it's the context in which the speech is delivered. It's an outlaw, someone bearing a pirate flag, saying it to a corrupted king, an oppressive royalty whose castle stands atop a high mountain, the symbolism and foreshadowing of which I just cannot get into without spoilers. But it is really neat that in the frame when he tells the corrupt ruler, "You can't kill me," Hiruluk's Jolly Roger is in full view. Then it's Hiruluk's death itself. He knows he's about to die, yet, just like Luffy and just like Roger, he's got a giant smile on his face. Smoker said that Luffy and Roger's reaction to being about to die were different, and he pursued Luffy to the Grand Line because it reminded him of Roger, and we see Hiruluk with the same expression. And he wears that smile because he knows that despite physically dying, he will live on. But what's the word we should use to describe what of him lives on? There's one place to find it, the chapter's title, Carrying On His Will. Although, if you weren't one for reading chapter titles, there's one more place to find this word, the last chapter of the arc and Dr. Kureha's final words of the arc. As she looks at Luffy's bounty poster, she asks, "Have you heard of Gol D. Roger?" Dalton is, of course, confused. He thinks she must have misspoken. He, just like the readers, have only heard of Gold Roger. As she muses that Chopper may be in for more than just an average pirate journey, she leaves us with one final sentence. So the will of D lives on. Just as Chopper inherits the will of Hiruluk to cure every disease, a will that is separated from his dream to cure his home island, Gold D Roger and also Monkey D Luffy have inherited a different kind of will, one that is symbolized with their middle initial. We do not yet know what that will is, or if Luffy is even aware of what it is, but the fact that both Luffy and Roger reacted the same way to imminent execution, there is an unseen something, this will of D, that does link the two in some way. But perhaps Roger knew about this. Let's dip into the treasure chest to look at his quote once more, an inherited strength of will. Did Roger perhaps know about the will of D? More than this, I understand this tangent is getting further and further away from Hiruluk, but as I alluded to before, the closer we get to Alabasta, the further we go into the past, and the more information gets revealed to us. First Crocus and his hint that Roger was waiting for a crew, then seeing the giants and their ancient strength, now Kureha, 139 years old, revealing Roger's real and seemingly forgotten name, and something called the Will of D. What more about the past will be revealed when we finally make it to Alabasta? Only time will tell. So let's throw the Will of D and Hiruluk's speech into the treasure chest for later and go back to Hiruluk. We were talking about will. Now that we have a word for it, I think it's important to draw a distinction between someone's will and someone's dream. I mentioned it earlier, Hiruluk's dream to make cherry blossoms bloom on Drum Island is fulfilled by Dalton and Kureha, though Chopper obviously also played a part. Hiruluk's will is what Chopper inherits, the will to cure any and all diseases even if others say it's impossible. I see the difference as this: a dream is a measurable goal, even if it seems impossible. A will is an outlook, a spirit, a way of living. This Will of D has a seemingly obvious symbol, the middle D initial that Roger and Luffy share, and Hiruluk's will also has an obvious symbol, his flag, his adopted pirate skull and crossbones which rejects impossibility and is a symbol of Hiruluk's faith that the impossible can be done. Chopper, distraught at his father's death, knows he is lacking. He was taught many important things by Hiruluk, but even being naive, Chopper isn't stupid. If he truly wants to cure any disease, if he really wants to become a doctor, then he needs the skill to be one. So he faces rejection once more for the sake of Hiruluk, and waving the symbol of Hiruluk's will, a flag that rejects impossibilities, he petitions Kureha to teach him medicine. He will become the miracle cure that can cure everything, even if he thinks he's just a reindeer, just a monster. Finally, we leave the flashback and return to the present, and we get to see Chopper's journey to what he becomes by the end of the arc. The symbol of Hiruluk's will is no longer hidden on the wall of a cave, but proudly displayed atop the highest point of Drum Island. Under its auspices, Chopper has already been taking on the impossible in his journey to become a doctor, and Wapol has the audacity to try and shoot it down. Luffy is, as always, Luffy. And he, simply by being himself, speedruns curing Chopper's wounded heart. He's already taken a shine to Chopper, showing us a third reason Luffy recruits people, because he finds them cool and or interesting. Though Luffy uses the word monster, which is a sore spot for Chopper, Luffy means it in a descriptive way without any negative connotations. Monsters are cool, and Luffy is used to being called a monster and a freak ever since he ate the Gum Gum fruit. As Sanji says to Chopper with a smile on his face, Luffy is basically a monster. So when Wapol shoots down the flag, Luffy, as he does with anyone he's taken a shine to, notices that the flag is important to Chopper, so that immediately takes priority for him, and he goes to fix it. Luffy, also in classic Luffy fashion, has no idea about the history of this specific flag, but he does know what it means to fly the skull and crossbones. He knows what it means to be a pirate. It reminds me of the two lessons we learned back in the East Blue. Being a pirate means putting your life on the line, something Luffy said to Nami when they first met, and Luffy's dislike of fraud pirates, similar to his attitude towards Kuro. We haven't really seen Luffy's attitude towards the Skull and Crossbones flag specifically, only that he was excited to have his own back when the crew first got the Merry. Now we see, just like Hiriluk, Luffy sees the pirate flag, one that is flown seriously, not as a joke like Wapol's was, as a symbol of faith. One that, to him, is unbreakable. A flag so important that it is not something to be laughed at or shot at. Let's throw that panel into the chest for later. Seeing Luffy both protect Hiriluk's flag at the expense of his own safety and talk about the flag with the same reverence that Hiriluk did, it lights a fire in Chopper and once more goes towards mending Chopper's heart. The next thing that Luffy does, he calls Chopper his friend. As Chess Marimo goads Chopper about being lonely and despised, Chopper remains resolute to fight despite not having any friends. And Luffy immediately shuts that down. You have a friend right here. But it's not as simple as that one panel. It's not as simple as Luffy calling himself Chopper's friend. Chopper has seen what Luffy will do for a friend. When Luffy made it to the castle carrying both Sanji and Nami, freezing and bloodied and on death's door, he grabbed Dr. Kureha and made sure she knew they were his friends. He made it up there for them. Luffy calling Chopper his friend means something, and Chopper knows it. Finally, after Wapol is defeated, Chopper faces Luffy. Despite being in view of the flag, rejecting impossibilities, Chopper thinks he could never be a pirate, no matter how much he wants to. I love that Oda shows Nami here, the one that knows this feeling. Back when she stole the Merry and wished she could stay with Luffy and the crew, she cried because she thought it was impossible. Her circumstances and reasons were different, but she had wounds on her heart all the same. But sometimes, a wounded heart needs a stubborn, rubber man to cut through the excuses. In true Luffy fashion, it doesn't matter what you are. If he likes you, he wants you to join him. It also, frankly, doesn't matter what you can do. Luffy had no idea that Chopper was a doctor. Luffy just cares about you being you. Kureha is such a softie. She talks mean, but it's obvious that she has a kind heart, though I'm not sure if it's Luffy or Nami who says it. She is a doctor after all. She tests Chopper, of course, making sure that he has no lingering doubts about leaving, but once she's sure he's ready, well, it's time to chase him out and throw knives at him. Seriously, why can't all these mentors just say what they mean? But of course, she can't. Much like Hiriluk, though she doesn't say it to Chopper, she saw Chopper as more than just an assistant. He became her adopted son, and it's hard to see your kid grow up and leave you. So in a grand farewell, in order to let Chopper know that no, nothing is impossible for those flying the flag of the Crossbones, Hiriluk's cure brings the island together and becomes a symbol for a healed nation, and it shows Chopper that yes, even a reindeer can become a pirate. The crew sails off, celebrating their new crew member, and Chopper joins in with the festivities. He's found a place that he belongs. He's found his new family. The wounds on his heart have finally sealed. As the arc wraps up, Oda prepares us for the final destination of the saga. We're finally going to make it to Alabasta. Things are getting more complicated as a mysterious and unfamiliar man, someone pursuing Blackbeard, is going to be waiting for Luffy in Alabasta, and his name is Ace. Bon Clay, sent to assassinate Mr. 3 after Sanji's deception back in Little Garden, is speeding back to Alabasta, and he'll surely be using an eternal pose just like the crew, putting him on a potential collision course. And pirates have landed in the Desert Kingdom, which, hilariously to me, the island itself is called Sandy Island, though the kingdom is called Alabasta, and Crocodile is about to show himself to crush them. I'm going to be going over things that I think I've missed leading up to the end of Drum Island, and then summarize all the information we've learned thus far to put Alabasta into perspective. And for good measure, I'll also cover Django's cover story because that's another thing I have to slot in somewhere, so it might as well be now. If you've managed to stick with me through this long intro, thank you so much, and without any further delay, it's time for me to reveal some missed things and then sum up the journey so far during the Grandeur of Alabasta. Let's start off with some overdue Karoo appreciation. Ultra Spot Bill Karoo is just a great little guy. Well, alright, he's not actually little, but he gives those silly little guy vibes. Really, I'd say he's a bit of an Usopp-like character. He's a scaredy cat, but bless him, he'll do anything to protect Vivi. He ventures out into the scary jungle against what is clearly his wishes, just so he can protect her. And then there's his standout moment when he's confronted by Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, and yet he's ready to die in order to protect Vivi, not even letting out a solitary quack when abused by the pair. I mentioned those two things, but I didn't mention that it looks like Karoo is the one that, when beaten and bloodied, digs up Luffy so that they can go rescue Vivi and the crew, and then charges back into battle with them. I gave credit for the maneuver de-waxing the crew to Usopp, but while it is his plan, it's Karoo that carries it out, avoiding the blast sent his way by Mr. Five and guiding the rope to where it needs to go. He then accompanies Luffy in chasing down Mr. Three and Miss Golden Week, and is the one that, takes Miss Golden Week down? I'm not sure. We get this panel of Karoo finding her and Miss Golden Week freaking out, but then it's kind of just over. Either way, good job, Karoo. Then there are his actions during Drum Island, where he nearly dies trying to save Zoro because he thinks Zoro is going to freeze to death going for a swim. The focus of Alabasta is Vivi and her relationship with the crew, but let's get something clear here. Karoo is probably even better integrated into the crew than Vivi is up to this point. He catches the crew's vibe long before Vivi does, and he's willing to put himself at risk to save a member of the Straw Hat crew. Karoo is just as much a member of the Straw Hats as Vivi is, and that's something worth keeping in mind when we make landfall in Alabasta when he really gets to shine. I really wanted to talk more about the skill-heart distinction of doctors when talking about Kureha and Hiruluk, mainly in the Kureha direction. Kureha is the epitome of skill, though as mentioned she does have the heart of a doctor too. But her skill is also displayed in the absolutism of treatment. She knows what the treatment is, and she will enforce the proper treatment of her patients, whether they're willing or not. As she says to Nami, people either leave her practice cured or dead. No half measures. Even when Nami gives her the key to Wapol's weapons cache, Kureha cannot allow herself to endorse Nami ending her treatment early, and can only passively allow her to escape. I think it's important to note that this full application of medicine is what Chopper is inheriting from Kureha, and really fleshing out what a skilled doctor means. So I just thought I'd make that clear. Sort of in relation to this is what Oda introduces as the limits of medical technology in the One Piece world. This is what made the Drum Kingdom worth inviting to the World Council, after all. In regards to treating injury, it appears as though medical technology is quite literally miraculous. The 20 doctors literally reassemble Wapol, including reattaching his head, though that may just be a quirk of his devil fruit. Then they heal a skewered and frozen Dalton, bringing him back from the brink of death as well. Physical injuries seem to be healable, even extreme ones, but it's in the treatment of diseases that the medical limits of One Piece don't match the treatment of physical ones. It makes sense. Chopper wouldn't have much of a dream if incurable diseases were already under control. Then there are the very mini things that I think are worth mentioning, such as Zoro's respect for Usopp. When Usopp is carrying Dalton and Zoro takes over, I don't think he's being sarcastic when he says he knows that Usopp was about to get serious. Zoro isn't under a misinterpretation of Usopp's abilities. I think he acknowledges that Usopp isn't that quote-unquote strong, but he definitely still recognizes the strength of Usopp's conviction, just as he did when they first met. Sanji is still self-sacrificial. I introduced this point in the East Blue. Sanji is very quick to be willing to use his life for the sake of others. He was willing to do it to delay the capture of the Baradier, he was quick to do it by jumping into the water to rescue Luffy during the fight against Arlong ahead of Zoro, and he does it again during Drum Island to save Nami. I didn't want to just let this detail slide because it's an ongoing pattern of behavior that Sanji exhibits, and this is one of his most obvious examples of it during the Alabasta saga. Now, it's also very important to note that Luffy leaves Nami behind for a bit to go back and rescue Sanji. Luffy cares about his crew equally, even if Sanji was ready to sacrifice himself for Nami. Luffy doesn't even consider accepting Sanji's sacrifice. He goes in and digs Sanji up to make sure that he also survives and then carries both of them to Dr. Kureha. There is a mismatch between how Luffy sees Sanji's worth as a member of the crew and how Sanji sees his own worth as a member of the crew, and that's something important to keep in mind. Finally, I may have undersold Dalton as a character, because there's this moment when he's preparing to confront Wapol where he says, "Justice is not what I'm after, you and I are guilty of the same sin," which is a profound line of someone who's dedicated himself to saving his kingdom. I was definitely painting Dalton as what a king should be, a balance of heart and power, but it's important to show that there is this self-doubt in Dalton, that he is just a man, someone that acknowledges what he is doing is seeking revenge on Wapol, that he's not the perfect leader. Dalton in the grand scheme of things isn't that important of an individual, but I think I've gained some newfound appreciation on the depth of his character while making this series. And he makes a good comparison point when we finally arrive in Alabasta and meet its king properly. Now, with those things I've missed out of the way, though as always every time I reread One Piece I feel like I discover something new, leave in the comments if you still think I've missed something, let's get to Django's cover story, Django's Dance Heaven, or Dance Paradise, one of the two. Back in The Point of East Blue, we established that these cover stories actually have implications, as shown explicitly through Buggy's cover story, which ends up pairing him with Alvida, who together reappear at Logetown. That's why they're worth covering. This cover story does have the minor complication that it ends partway through Alabasta though, something that I'll bring up when we get there during the exploration of Alabasta. That said, what can we glean from Django's adventure? First and importantly, he gets out of Usopp's hometown, chased out by the former Usopp pirates, now the Usopp security force, so good on them protecting the village in their former captain's stead. It was kind of up in the air what actually happened to Django. We saw Kuro getting thrown into the Black Cat pirate ship, but Django was kind of just left in the forest. Oh well, he's out now and he makes his way to Mirrorball Island, landing at Port Dance. We see his bounty of 9 million berries, so Django was no slouch. The average bounty in the East Blue was 3 million, so comparatively, he was actually considered quite a threat. He enters a dance contest, coming across another familiar face, Lieutenant Fullbody, and they bond over their shared love of dance. The crowd loves it too, and Django is crowned Lord of the Dance. Fullbody, for as much of a jerk as he appeared to be back in the Baratier, is more than happy for him too, and the two form a friendship. It doesn't appear as though it's going to last though, as Marines discover Django's discarded clothes, and Django learns that Fullbody is a Marine, so as the Tulip pirates land on the island and cause a ruckus, Django makes his escape. But when things are looking bad for Fullbody, who lets himself get beaten when a woman is taken hostage, Django returns, and the two friends take on and defeat the Tulip pirates. They are dancing heroes, but Fullbody has a duty. It's sad, but Django accepts it. He's a pirate, Fullbody is a Marine, and Fullbody will do what he must and arrests Django. Django goes to trial and is sentenced to death by hanging. But Fullbody intercedes, his impassioned dancing moves the courtroom and overturns the verdict. Django gets acquitted at the cost of something Fullbody once held dear, his Marine rank. But friendship is more important. Too important. Django wants to remain friends, but Fullbody turns him down. He can't be friends with a pirate, it will get in the way of his duty. So in a final act of kindness, Django moves to hypnotize Fullbody to forget their friendship. Though, before the hypnotism is complete, a female Marine officer walks past and a new pathway is opened, one where the two can remain friends. Django joins the Marines and joins Fullbody serving under this mysterious female officer. Alright, so what do we actually learn? The story is cute, but surely there's a point to it. Well, actually, yeah. We learn that pirates stand trial. It seems like it may be obvious, but we didn't actually know if pirates got trials or whether they just got executed, jailed, or whatever. It's a trial by 3 judges as well, and the trials appear to be open to the public. Although I don't think these are fair trials. 2 of the judges are very clearly drinking on the job. It may be the case that these trials are often show trials where pirates are always found guilty, except in the case of very convincing dancing. That's just speculation on my part though, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is the case. Next we catch a glimpse of Koby, Helmeppo, and Garp, and Koby and Helmeppo are looking a little different. They're starting to look built, and our cute little squishy-faced Kobe is starting to look a little more mature. We're under the expectation that Kobe will return since Buggy returned and Kobe has already received his own cover story, so it's nice to see him developing in the background. But the most important thing in this story is the theme. The story of a marine and a pirate working together to take down a pirate threatening an island. Something very interesting to keep in mind and something we haven't seen before. Something that I'll surely be bringing up in due time. Speaking of which, what are the key points we need to remember before reaching Alabasta? First off, I think it's very important to remember something established at the start of this saga. Things are not as they appear. A whale can contain tunnels and an island, a friendly town can turn into an island of bounty hunters. Even extending past the first couple of parts where I mentioned this, it extends into the other arcs. Little Garden was an island inhabited by giants. Tall Tales became reality, and Mr. Three's plan was executed with subterfuge. On Drum Island, a pirate was actually a former king. A reindeer could turn into a human, the 139-year-old was the most full of life, and a quack cured a country. When we arrive at Alabasta, we shouldn't be taking anything at face value. Oda's been teaching us that as soon as we've entered the Grand Line, all in preparation for our arrival at the saga's final destination. That of course includes Baroque Works itself. Their members could be anywhere and they could be anything. Whiskey Peak taught us that. But the members may also be more than they appear. Vivi and Igaram were hiding amongst them after all, and even their partners turned against the organization to aid Vivi in her escape. We have had a break from Baroque Works during Drum Island, but let's not forget the seeds that Oda has planted that may become important during Alabasta. It's more than just their structure and secrecy, but also the individual members' attitude towards the company and one another. We need to keep in mind the general uncooperativeness of the members, the bounty hunter's willingness to catch Mr. 8 in the crossfire when trying to take on Zoro, and Mr. 3's desire to see Mr. 2 die so he could get a promotion. The number agents may treat their own partners with respect, but beyond that it seems like many in the organization are in it for their own gain, without any sort of loyalty or even kindness towards their fellow members. Those higher up on the chain look down at those beneath them, and those lower down the chain hope for those above them to fall so they can get promoted. It doesn't seem like a group that works together, but a group of individuals following the orders of their mysterious boss in order to achieve a utopia where they hope to reap the most benefits. And following orders is also key. Crocodile as Mr. Zero is ruthless, and failure, even perceived partial failure, means he's willing to cut off members at a moment's notice. They are merely tools for him to carry out his plan. To that end, Crocodile makes sure that members only need to know the bare minimum to complete their current objective. When he sent Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine to take out Vivi, they were only told, "My secret is out," not what his secret was because it wasn't relevant to their mission. When Mr. 2 is sent to kill Mr. 3, he isn't told that Mr. 3 was originally sent to take out Vivi or to double check he'd completed his job, just get rid of Mr. 3. No more, no less. In amongst all this is the mysterious Miss All Sunday, Crocodile's right hand, someone seemingly acting towards her own goals, both aiding and abetting Vivi while she attempts to take on Baroque Works, yet also mocking her and appearing to kill Igaram. Nobody seems to know what she's planning. Another key thing that Oda has been building since the very beginning is Vivi's relationship with Luffy and the rest of the crew. Vivi has been with the Straw Hats ever since they entered the Grand Line, and with each new island her opinion of them and their opinion of her has slowly evolved. Of course, while under the persona of Miss Wednesday, Vivi didn't think much of them. They're dumb pirates who don't know a thing about sailing the Grand Line. Then at Whiskey Peak she experiences the strength of Zoro and Luffy, and is more or less forced to rely on them in order to flee. She acknowledges that the pair are strong, but she definitely doesn't think they're strong enough to take on Crocodile. Even though she's with them due to necessity, she still thinks of them as strangers, exemplified when she's considering the eternal pose given to her by Miss All Sunday, and she refers to the crew as these people who are giving her a ride. Nami at this point is invested in getting Vivi home safely, as I believe she sees her past self in Vivi, but to Vivi this relationship is transactional. The crew are the people who will get her back to her kingdom, and thankfully a couple of them seem pretty strong. Little Garden is where the relationship starts to properly develop. I noticed that before the crew steps foot on the island, no one calls Vivi by name, either calling her Miss Wednesday or Princess by Sanji. By the end of the arc, the crew are calling her Vivi. Even Sanji, who really shouldn't have much of a reason to, but I think it's the case of narrative overriding logic, which is fine. Vivi goes through the Nami-esque journey of having her perception on pirates changed by seeing how Luffy and the crew act, and she importantly learns how much the crew trust Luffy. When the crew don't blame her for what happened, her trust and appreciation of them also grows, and of course, there's the fact that they've gotten through this ordeal together. Finally, on Drum Island, the crew and especially Luffy begin to trust Vivi. On Little Garden, when Vivi is bemoaning the fact that the log post will take a year to set and that her kingdom can't wait that long, Luffy's response is pretty tepid. It's like, oh yeah, that's annoying, but even worse, we'll get bored. Clearly, he's not particularly invested in the whole Alabasta situation. He's just fulfilling the obligation that Nami has signed them up for. It is when Vivi puts a member of the crew before her own needs that the crew's attitude begins to change, and as a result they begin to trust her and consider her as more than just a passenger. Vivi puts her body on the line to make sure Nami can get treatment, and Luffy recognizes and respects her for doing this. He follows her lead and truly appreciates what she's done for his crew. Then there's Vivi's actions outside of the opening chapters of Drum Island and her conversations with Dalton, which I completely skipped over. She saves Usopp when he's buried in the avalanche, leading to one of my favorite Zoro-Usopp joke interactions, and then there's this really important panel here, when Usopp is telling Vivi to calm down and have faith in Luffy and Sanji, and Vivi thinks to herself, it's important to have faith in your friends. She, at this point, sees the crew as her friends. This is a major development. The crew are no longer just those pirates bringing me to Alabasta, they are her friends. And I mentioned in the last part, we see what Luffy will do for his friends. In fact, she says this line the chapter before Luffy calls Chopper his friend. As we arrive at Alabasta, we're going to see how this new, close relationship the crew have with Vivi and the relationship Vivi and Luffy have with one another will play a part in the story to come. It's not one that has just appeared without reason or warning, but one that has been developed over hundreds of pages, one with a basis on their shared experience leading up to this point. Hand in hand with this journey of relationships between Vivi and the crew, the theme of leadership is also very important to keep in mind. The dichotomy of when to use force and when not to use force, the two opposite outlooks of negotiate and seek peace, Vivi, and punch first and go from there, Luffy. How these two outlooks interact and overlap will be an important part of Alabasta, and is again something Oda has been preparing us for this whole saga. I was going to put this into the things I missed section, but I think this point has greater ramifications, so I'll slot it in here. Chopper can talk to animals. I was going to mention it when we get to Alabasta, but now that I've got space for it, let's bring it into the greater context. The animals Oda has been introducing in the Grand Line have been a step above those in the East Blue in intelligence and capability. Sure, we've had our Chochos, our Moo-Moos, and our Richies, capable of understanding speech and whatnot, but now we're seeing Mr. 13 and Miss Friday tool-using, order-taking, sketch-drawing, highly intelligent animals. Karoo as well as highly intelligent and motivated. The Laboon certainly seemed intelligent with their tactics as well as, more importantly, how they reciprocate Luffy's kindness. Chopper takes the cake, of course, but he has eaten the human fruit, so we can't judge that he was highly intelligent before that point, though he certainly is now. I think it's worthwhile keeping in mind that leading into Alabasta, Oda has been ramping up the abilities of animals and has introduced a member of the crew able to communicate with them directly. It's not outside the realm of expectation to think that animals may play a part in the adventure that is to come. I think that about covers it. Now we're ready to land in Alabasta, fully reminded with what Oda has been introducing throughout the Alabasta saga. We'll land in Alabasta for realsies this time next part. I can't wait to touch down in the land of sand. It's finally time for Alabasta. Finally time to see the land Vivi wants to save, and finally time to properly meet our main villain. We've been hearing everything about Alabasta from Vivi's perspective, that the country is being subverted by Crocodile and Baroque works, but what is the experience of those living there who are unaware of what is happening behind the scenes? We, the audience, know that Crocodile is a villain, but how do the people see him? Well, for our first full non-silhouetted look at Crocodile, we get the everyman's perspective. Crocodile is a hero. He's seen as a guardian deity, the king of the desert. He is seen as a savior of the people. And more subtly, we see how Crocodile sees the people of Alabasta. He doesn't. Our very first real look at Crocodile, not obscured out of frame or hidden in darkness, we see him look down on the people of Alabasta. They are beneath him. There is little to differentiate the innocent civilians and the invading pirates in his eyes. They are all tools to him. Even the pirates, as hinted at the end of last chapter, are merely a way for him to keep up appearances as a warlord as he operates to subvert Alabasta from behind the scenes. Not that Crocodile is trying hard to appear to be a hero, he isn't exactly kind to the people. He tells them to, essentially, get out of the way or die. Just what you'd expect of someone who sees others as inconsequential. His heroic image is simply by virtue of being able to quickly arrive at the scene of and stop any potential pirate plundering faster than the kingdom can gather troops and address the issue. What Vives says is true. To the average person, it doesn't matter who fends off pirates, all that matters is that the pirate threat is eliminated. We also have our first proper look at King Cobra. He shows his worth as a king in the fact that he's not upset that he or his men weren't able to stop the pirates, he's just happy that none of his citizens are hurt. Our only real comparison point for kings is Wapol, and already Cobra is showing that he cares more about the people under his rule. He is Vivi's father, and her values, at least at first glance, seem to have been shaped by his upbringing. The other thing to note is Crocodile's abilities. He gets stabbed through by several swords and is completely unaffected. In the aftermath of Crocodile's attack, the invading pirates are smothered in sand, and their leader, who we saw with a hand moments away from his face, is reduced to a dried out carcass, just like what we saw happen to that Rose back in Little Garden. With the aftermath of his attack, it doesn't look like Crocodile's powers are merely to do with dehydration, and that he truly may deserve his moniker of King of the Desert. His line, "I'm a different breed of pirate," confirms it. He sees everyone else as beneath him, and not without reason. Oda has created a truly nasty character. His power, his devil fruit ability, his status as warlord of the sea. He's not going to be like anyone Luffy and the crew have ever faced before. Not that Luffy knows or cares, he just really wants to kick Crocodile's butt. Vivi indirectly corrects him that, no, we're here to stop the rebellion, stop the war, etc, etc. But Luffy doesn't really understand all that complicated stuff, he just wants to punch the guy responsible. It'll be more than Crocodile's butt that needs kicking, as Vivi outlines all the rest of Baroque Works' officer agents will be gathering in Alabasta. She also confirms the Baroque Works organization structure, although pretty much everything she mentions we've already managed to extrapolate by Whiskey Peak, aside from the distinction between the millions and the billions. One other thing to note about the organization structure is that Mr. 2, the glamorous and excitable Bon Clay, doesn't have a female partner. Oh, and speak of the devil, here he is now. Bon Clay is very interesting for an officer agent. He's unlike any that we've seen so far. First, and most obviously, he uses his real name, something unthinkable for officer agents to do. Even his Baroque Works subordinates call him Mr. 2 Bon Clay, which defeats the aim of having an alias in the first place. He breaks the officer agent mold in several other ways. There's his aforementioned lack of a partner, he has a crew that seems to work with him, one that is fond of him, and he doesn't seem to look down on others. Bon Clay is friendly and he quickly becomes friends with the Straw Hats, and that isn't just him lying to them, he reaffirms that he's made a new friend to his own crew after he's parted ways. The other thing Bon Clay doesn't keep mysterious are his devil fruit abilities, his ability to transform into people whose faces he's touched, and also I think it's important to note that his unnecessarily violent way of copying Luffy's face also showed that he is quite the fighter. He was able to land a blow on Luffy without Luffy being able to react. Sure, Luffy wasn't on guard, but Bon Clay also wasn't actually trying to hurt him. His transformations are complete. It's not just the face he copies, but their bodies and voices. He even manages to copy Chopper in his hybrid form, which frankly makes me wonder if he's able to transform into animals, or if this is just because Chopper's eaten the human fruit. It's not relevant, it's just an interesting question. While Bon Clay is showing off his powers, he does show off that he's copied the appearance of King Cobra, which, with him being a member of Baroque Works, starts to clue us in to Crocodile's ultimate plan. By the time the crew have parted ways with him, we get confirmation that Bon Clay has copied the appearances of everyone on the Straw Hats crew aside from Vivi and Sanji, who was noticeably missing at the time. All that said though, we need to keep in mind in this arc that Bon Clay is not like the other Baroque Works agents. The stakes continue to rise as over a dozen Baroque Works ships are also sighted sailing towards Alabasta. It's not just the remainder of the officer agents that will have to be confronted in order to put an end to Crocodile's plan, but the rest of the organization, around 200 agents, all supposedly stronger than those bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak. Thankfully, with the knowledge of their adversaries' abilities, Zorro, of all people, comes up with a plan. In order to identify each other, just in case Bon Clay transforms into one of them, the crew, along with both Vivi and Karoo, tie a bandage around their arms. But to Luffy, these are more than just identifiers. These armbands are a sign of their fellowship. They are all in this together, striving towards a single goal, and Vivi takes an extra moment to appreciate that she has been accepted by the crew. It's been a long journey to get to this point, but Vivi and Karoo are fully accepted by everyone. One last thing before the crew land on sand, we see poor naive Chopper believing Usopp, which makes sense. He doesn't really know anything outside of Drum Island and medicine, so he's a sponge for any outside information, even if it's a bit of a stretch. But more than just believing Usopp's tall tales, we can see Chopper following his lead and taking his advice. Chopper has only just joined the crew, so while we're getting introduced to Alabasta, Chopper is also finding where in the crew dynamic he comfortably fits. As we cut away from the crew, we see another familiar face, and we confirm that, yes, as Little Garden implied, Smoker and Tashigi and their marines have arrived at Alabasta. Things are only getting more complicated, but not as complicated as the relatively new face we see. At the start of the final island of the Alabasta saga, Oda decides to introduce someone that will ultimately not have anything to do with it. Well, maybe a little bit, but we'll get to that. So, with almost no fanfare, we get introduced to the mysterious man hinted at back at Drum, Ace. Ace's introduction has a lot packed into it, so let's go through things one at a time, starting off with his appearance. First, and probably most noticeably, is the tattoo on his back. A giant tattoo of a manji. It's a manji. It's a Buddhist manji, okay? Not the other one. They do change the symbol in the future to avoid that sort of confusion, though. That's not the only obvious tattoo that he bears, though, as Oda very clearly shows off a tattoo with his arm spelling Ace, but there's an S that is crossed out, which I'm going to throw into the treasure chest without any further comment. Next up on the appearance front is the fact that he has a log pose on his wrist. The only person we've seen wearing a log pose like this is Nami, which she needs for navigation purposes. We can extrapolate from the fact that Ace is wearing one that he also does some navigating. Then are his initial mannerisms. He's a bit thoughtless, Luffy-like. He eats and then he falls asleep in his food, and then he wipes his mouth on a lady's dress, then he continues eating and then he falls asleep once more. He's just living his life without regard for people around him. So yeah, Luffy-like indeed. Then when Smoker enters the restaurant and words start getting exchanged, we learn even more. First and most importantly, Ace's full name is Portgas D. Ace. He shares that same D initial, and thus shares the same mysterious Will of D. He is the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, and that tattoo on his back is the symbol of the Whitebeard Pirates, which is odd considering the face in the tattoo has a giant mustache, but okay, whatever. The reaction of the people hearing the name Whitebeard also goes to show that Whitebeard is clearly a pirate of some repute. Ace's title too is interesting, 2nd Division Commander. That means there's going to be, at minimum, a 1st Division Commander, if not more. Whitebeard's crew is not a simple pirate crew, but by the sounds of it, a large one consisting of multiple divisions. And finally, as Ace responds to Smoker, and he calls Luffy his kid brother, which is, and yes, I'm going to keep using this word, interesting, because aside from their D initial, they do not share a name. Luffy bursts in, literally, Smoker confronts him, and shenanigans ensue. Luffy and the others flee back to the Merry. Don't worry, I'll go back and cover it, but we're talking about Ace right now, and then we learn even more about Ace. Luffy confirms Ace is his big brother. He's 3 years older than Luffy and left the island, which we can assume is the island we first saw Luffy, 3 years earlier than Luffy did. Which, once more, raises the question, where was he when Shanks met Luffy? Also, it's implied that Ace hadn't eaten his devil fruit by the time he left the island, so Luffy had eaten the gum fruit first, though even with devil fruit powers, Ace apparently outclassed him. Luffy then also says that Ace is after the One Piece too. Except, once Ace comes aboard, he tells Luffy that he isn't. Ace wants to make Whitebeard king of the pirates. He is the greatest pirate Ace has ever known. Ace even goes so far as to invite Luffy and his crew to the Whitebeard crew, showing a surprising bit of authority, being able to just invite an entire pirate crew to join Whitebeard on his own. Luffy, of course, turns him down, and even acknowledges that they'll have to fight. Not in a "I hate you now" way, but "oh well, I guess there can only be one, so we'll have to fight eventually" sort of way. And Ace takes it all in stride. He doesn't seem surprised or disappointed in Luffy's answers. The panel where he takes in Luffy's response, Ace has a gentle smile. Luffy is probably the same as he's ever been. We only see a short glimpse of the two together, but we can tell they've got a real bond. Luffy trusts Ace unwaveringly. When Ace tells Luffy to run and that he'll take care of the Marines, Luffy actually listens and runs without any hesitation. Ace clearly cares about Luffy a lot, even though Luffy is now a captain and has a sizable bounty, for how long he's been at sea at least. Ace worries about him. In Ace's final moments appearing in Alabasta, we get even more setup. First, Ace gives Luffy a piece of paper that will bring us together again, which of course I'm throwing straight into the chest. Then we get more information on Blackbeard, the pirate that stirred up trouble in Drum Island and who Ace is pursuing. He was a former subordinate of Ace in the 2nd Division, and he killed a fellow crewmate and fled. Ace is pursuing him out of a sense of responsibility as his commander. Finally, Ace leaves, riding a small ship, sailboard-looking thing. Either way, it's fueled by his Flame Fruit powers. As the promotion-hungry Baroque Works agents attempt to capture him, Ace does the only thing that materially affects the outcome of the Alabasta arc, and in a single explosive fire fist, tears apart 5 ships with 50 billions ranked agents aboard. Nami sews Ace's paper into Luffy's hat, and that is the last we see of him this arc. Really. With an introduction this detailed, you'd expect Ace to be an important part of Alabasta Saga, but nope, he's there for 3 chapters and then he disappears. But you know why it's important that Ace is introduced during the introduction to Alabasta? Because Oda needs to tell us that Alabasta is not the end. We're just getting started on the Grand Line. Ace called this place a backwater, somewhere out of the way. This isn't where the action is. Blackbeard, Whitebeard, Ace, there are more people, potentially stronger people than Crocodile, out there deeper into the Grand Line. We've been building to Alabasta, but Oda makes sure to remind us that there is more to come that he has planned. There is one more important reason that Ace was introduced here at the start of Alabasta though, and it's to do with devil fruits. We've seen Crocodile get struck with swords and seemingly have no effect, and we've seen Luffy go up against Smoker before and have no effect against him. There are devil fruits which are seemingly impervious to attack, different from Buggy's immunity to blades and Luffy's immunity to blows. If Luffy is going to fight Crocodile, how will he land a blow on him? Ace is here to provide a hint to that end. In the interaction between Ace and Smoker, Ace's fire powers cancelled out or counteracted Smoker's smoke powers. We also see how fire counteracted Mr. Three's wax powers. Devil fruit powers can be countered, even ones that seem to draw their powers from the elements. Crocodile's devil fruit powers seem immense, but perhaps there is something that can counteract them as well. Alright, that's all the Ace information I can handle, so now we go back to cover the non-Ace related happenings when the Straw Hats first made landfall. On the Baroque Works front we see Mr. Three's ship, so he's made it safely back to Alabasta without bumping into Bon Clay. We also see Mr. 11, the agent that Smoker captured, still tied up aboard Smoker's ship, and via him we get a slightly more defined idea of what the Billions are. They are, essentially, the next in line to become number agents, relatively equal in strength to the higher numbered agents, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday notwithstanding. However, that rot at the heart of Baroque Works begins to show, the natural result of the disconnected and uncaring nature of the agents and the selfish promotion chasing displayed by Mr. 3. Crocodile, though he probably doesn't care, loses one of his top agents as the Billions take out Mr. 11 just for the chance to take his spot. We also learn where Smoker stands in this upcoming arc. The Warlords of the Sea ostensibly work with the world government, but to Smoker that doesn't mean a thing. Once a pirate, always a pirate. He doesn't trust Crocodile at all. In fact, he hates the 7 Warlords of the Sea. True to how he was in Loguetown, Smoker doesn't give a toss about what the higher-ups decree. Smoker is a marine to stop pirates. He'll disobey orders if he deems it necessary to stop a pirate threat. As the Straw Hats change clothes and gather supplies, heroic Karoo is sent off to King Cobra with a letter from Vivi containing the information she and Igaram gathered, along with a status update. We established another chopper skill, his sensitive nose, especially sensitive to perfume, a perfume that Nami has purchased. They board the Going Merry, flee the port and the Marines, and sail off to another part of Alabasta. Once again on the journey to their second landing point, as Vivi explains the journey the crew must take, again, Luffy pipes up and assumes that the plan is to beat up the rebel leader. But of course not. Vivi establishes that they will be heading there to negotiate and seek peace, to use her words to stop the rebellion. She does not want any bloodshed. It's interesting that this has happened twice now in the setup of the arc. Luffy is itching for a fight. He wants to beat up Crocodile and to beat up the rebel leader. Vivi doesn't even mention what to do about Crocodile and is purely focused on stopping the rebellion with words instead of violence. Oda has started and finished their touchdown in Alabasta with this sort of conversation. He's really making this theme clear at the start of the arc. The other theme that Oda has been making clear, one that is unique to Alabasta, is scarcity of resources. The arc starts off with the crew starving on their journey to get to Alabasta. They've run out of food. Then they touch down to gather supplies for their journey, and Vivi tells Karoo and Luffy that they need to conserve water. We haven't even been introduced to the inciting incident to the rebellion, but Oda is already hinting at what the underlying struggle may be. Oda is done setting the stage for the main players, the different people that will be shaping the outcome of this arc. We've seen Crocodile, we've established the goals for the crew, and we know that Smoker is going to be involved. Oda's hinted at the core theme of leadership in the form of conflict resolution and introduced the theme of resource scarcity. He's even teased us as to what is going to happen after Alabasta. So, what's next on his agenda? Well, Oda now has to introduce us to the underlying conflict of the arc, the root causes, and other important characters. And he starts off by introducing the rest of the officer agents. In a cafe in the middle of nowhere, introduced as Baroque Works headquarters, the Spiders Cafe welcomes the officer agents one by one. Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas, Mr. 2 Bon Clay, and then Mr. 1 who reveals his partner Miss Doublefinger, the proprietor of Spiders Cafe. As we should expect at this point, none of them appear to get along, aside from perhaps Miss Doublefinger, who seems surprisingly friendly, especially when compared to her violent partner. Perhaps due to the fact that she's able to act as the friendly cafe owner up to this point. Mr. 3 is also here, but he keeps himself hidden. There are some nice hints of characterization. Bon Clay is looking forward to meeting Mr. 1 and his partner since he hasn't met them before, which is fitting for an officer agent who breaks the mold. He may even want to become their friend, though Mr. 1 dashes that idea immediately. Speaking of which, when Mr. 1 bursts in, despite Mr. 4 being shown as slow and Miss Merry Christmas is acting old, they are both immediately on guard and ready for a fight. They're upper ranks for a reason, and you shouldn't judge them by their appearance. The brief skirmish between Mr. 1 and Bon Clay also shows that the two appear pretty evenly matched, though Mr. 1 seems to be hiding some sort of ability that may have swung the odds in his favor. They all hop into a carriage and make their way to Rain Base to finally meet their mysterious boss, who we see awaiting their arrival. We also finally get some acknowledgement that Mr. 13 and Miss Friday never returned after getting beaten by Sanji. But of course, there are some other capable animals to act as their substitutes. They arrive at Rain Base in the city's largest casino, waiting to meet the boss, and finally, Miss All Sunday walks in to introduce Mr. Zero. All of them recognize Crocodile, and they all react very surprised, except for Mr. 1, who seems to keep a rather cool head. But Crocodile shuts them up with a cold glare. Miss Doublefinger asks a pretty pertinent question. Crocodile is a well-known pirate associated with the world government. He's clearly rich. Why does he need Baroque Works? Because Crocodile wants power. And he uses a term that Don Krieg used back in the East Blue. He wants military might. Crocodile's true goal is obscured by a cutaway as he explains it to the officer agents, but we see their reactions, and most notable is Bon Clay. Such a thing actually exists in this kingdom. So there is a specific thing that can be found in Alabasta, something that Crocodile believes will grant him military might. Crocodile gives his officers their final written instructions, saying that the time has come for Alabasta to disappear. As they burn the instructions they've memorized, Crocodile announces the plan will begin the next morning. Once again, I'll note that Crocodile does not give any information than what he believes each officer agent requires. Their instructions are kept secret, even from one another. But before Crocodile can dismiss everyone, a battered and gaunt Mr. 3 shows up, having hitched a ride from the Spider's Cafe, and he immediately gets rid of the Straw Hat's biggest advantage, revealing that they are all still alive. Crocodile's tendency to not share information beyond what he deems necessary has come back to bite him, otherwise Mr. 2 could have acted. Speaking of, he doesn't seem too happy that they're Baroque Works' enemies, they are his friends after all. Crocodile shows off his ruthlessness, sucking the moisture out of Mr. 3 just like what we saw him do to the invading pirates, and then he drops him into a pit where the banana gators can consume him. Mr. 3 has, bluntly, saved Crocodile's plan from potential failure, but Crocodile doesn't care. There is no forgiveness, no second chances. We also get the tidbit of info that Mr. 3 was only ranked higher than Mr. 4 because he was ruthless and smart, but Mr. 4 is physically stronger. Crocodile has done his research though. He knows that Vivi is close with the leader of the rebels, and that the two meeting could end the rebellion and put a stop to Crocodile's plans. He doesn't underestimate the damage she could cause, which is smarter than a plan maker like Kuro. We also learn that members of Baroque Works are hidden within the members of the rebellion. As Oda taught us, they could be anywhere. As Crocodile dismisses the officer agents, we're left with only one advantage that the Straw Hats still have. They don't know that Sanji exists, and they think that Chopper is just a pet. Crocodile's plan is in motion, his instructions are all set, although Miss All Sunday knows about Sanji, and she clearly has not revealed that fact to Crocodile or the rest of the agents. She's mediated this meeting between the officer agents and Crocodile, yet once again, she seems to have her own agenda. Oda has finished introducing us to the core antagonists and their aims, some sort of thing that will give Crocodile military might that is hidden somewhere in Alabasta. So since the Straw Hats touched down, what have they been doing? They've left the Merry at Erumalu and have started their half-day trek to Yuba where the rebels are supposed to be, and it goes poorly. It starts off as soon as they get off the ship with a comedic interaction with the Kung Fu Dugons, resulting in the crew losing half of their rations in chopper-enabled negotiations, though Luffy seems to have gained an army of Kung Fu Jugon apprentices in return. They then lose 3 days of rations to evil herons who trick Luffy into thinking they're dying, then are attacked by a giant Sandora dragon, which gets dispatched and then eaten, who was chasing a camel, a ladies' man camel, who Nami calls Eyelashes. There's a lot of wildlife, some friendly, some definitely not friendly, and then there's crazy cactuses. Chopper, they should be called crazy cacti, which, true to their name, make Luffy go a little bit loopy. When they all finally make it to Yuba, even the town is being ravaged by a sandstorm. Alabasta is terribly inhospitable. It's a desert teeming with danger, but perhaps the most destructive force being inflicted on Alabasta is the drought. And it's this 3-year drought that is the core of the conflict of Alabasta and the source of the rebellion. We see how Crocodile managed to begin the rebellion, having Baroque Works agents, the same one that we see kill Mr. 11, get themselves quote-unquote caught quote-unquote delivering dance powder to the king. Dance powder is a powder which causes artificial rain to occur in a specific area, but at the cost of stopping rain from happening in other areas because moisture from surrounding clouds is stolen. Crocodile framed the king by using dance powder to make rain occur in the capital where the king's palace was, having the people blame him for the drought occurring in the rest of Alabasta. Dance powder is an illegal substance as deemed by the world government, and Crocodile, as well as staging the failed delivery, also hid dance powder within the palace itself. The lack of rain resulted in lack of food, the trust in the royal family was destroyed, and Alabasta's peace was destroyed. We saw how crazed some of the crew acted when they were running low on food just after a few days. Now imagine that for 3 years. Prosperous towns have been abandoned and destroyed, the lives of Vivi's people have been lost, all because of Crocodile's scheme. The 3 most hot-headed, upon hearing Vivi's story, get so fired up they just have to break something. They care, as do the rest of the crew, about Vivi, and they feel her pain, and Luffy once again looks like he's ready to fight. Oda really drives home how hard it must be as the Straw Hats make their journey to Yuba, how difficult Luffy finds it not to eat and drink until he is content, how they have to, even if only for a short while, act while having scarce resources. And as they make it to Yuba, we see the real human toll as Oda introduces us and the crew to Toto, previously quite large and jolly, who is now a withered version of his former self. A town that was meant to be a potential prosperous hope is covered in sand and desolate. Though Toto remains loyal to the king and trusts him, he has not given up hope, but the rest of the village have left for the rebellion. It is at this point that Oda introduces us to the final key players of this story, as we get a flashback of Vivi's past before the drought, and the two key players we properly get introduced to are the first two faces we see: Koza, Toto's son, and King Cobra. Finally, we get to really see what kind of king King Cobra is, and as we should expect of Vivi's father, he cares about the people. He listens to his subjects, he does what he can to ease their suffering, even if it means reducing his own standard of living. He's reasonable when his daughter gets in a fight with the young Koza, he doesn't blame Koza, he views it level-headedly, and oh my gosh, sorry, I have to interrupt Baby Karoo, he's so cute, how have I not noticed that before? Look at his dumb little face. Okay, sorry, I couldn't help it. Yeah. Cobra is also a loving father. He doesn't act as a king when it involves his daughter, sneaking around, making sure she's okay, beating up bandits who dared attack his daughter. He loves his kingdom and he does what he thinks is best for it. When he sees Vivi crying because she was worried about her friends getting hurt and Igaram expresses that he's concerned that Vivi's heart is too soft for the hardships of being a ruler, King Cobra thinks that her soft heart is good for Alabasta. He really is the opposite of Wapol. Koza, despite being a child, is shown as a very complementary character to Cobra. While Cobra is a bit more measured, older, wiser, Koza is very passionate, brash, and impulsive. But the two are the same in how they both want to protect those close to them. Cobra, the nation and its people, Koza, his village and his friends. Both want to protect Vivi, and both love the country, and when we see a young Koza leave to Yuba with his father, both want the country to grow. So with the information that Koza has available to him, it's no wonder that a young boy who would storm in front of the king and speak out for the sake of his village would now grow up to go against the king to, as far as he knows, save his country. Through Koza, Oda shows us two important things about the rebellion. It's not abstract, it's not faceless. These are people who have grown up in and love Alabasta. They legitimately think that this is their only recourse to save the country. They, as Vivi keeps saying, are not the villains here. That's why she must negotiate with them. These are people who were full of hope, people who previously trusted and respected the king, not people who were itching to rebel and finally found an opportunity. And it shows us how terribly evil Crocodile's plan is. It's hard to fathom the scale of this conflict, the breadth of Crocodile's plan. We can see Buggy blowing up a town, Krieg trying to take over Baradier, and even Arlong destroying villages. We can understand that immediate physical destruction. Crocodile's multi-year plan, it's abstract, stealing the rain, framing the king, fomenting a rebellion. We've been seeing the aftermath of the drought and we've caught hints of how difficult life must have been via the crew's half-day journey, but now we're seeing the real damage done to the kingdom. Crocodile has not just stolen the rain, he has stolen the hope of the people. He has turned a boy who loved his country, filled with hope to make Alabasta a better place, and twisted him into a tool for Alabasta's destruction. And we can assume that this is the same for many of those who have joined the rebellion. Oda is doing his best to help us fully understand Vivi's pain and the anger she feels towards Crocodile for what he has done to the country and the people she loves. As the rest of the crew rest, Luffy stays up with Toto. We've seen before that he's got a soft spot for old men brimming with passion and going against the odds, so Luffy does his best to assist in digging. He may not be doing it right, but he does what he can, and Luffy's persistence, it seems to pay off. We don't know exactly if it's thanks to the whole Luffy help dig, but Toto manages to find some water. It's not much, but Luffy is shaking in excitement and appreciation. He understands how valuable this water is. So it comes as a shock that one page later he stops moving, sits down and declares to everyone, "I quit." This whole time, everything has been riding on Vivi's shoulders. She's the only one that can resolve this conflict. She's the only one that has a hope of convincing the rebels to stop. She is the only one left to reveal Crocodile's plan. She can't let anyone die, whether they're part of the royal army or part of the rebels, they are her people. She has been singularly focused on this goal. Stop the fighting, don't let any of the people die. What she's feeling doesn't matter. She cannot get distracted. Her country is relying on her. When she saw Igaram blow up in front of her, she could only bite her lip and move forward. When she got captured by Mr. 3, if cutting off her own legs was the only path to keep going, then that's what she was determined to do. No matter the hardships, no matter the obstacle, Vivi just has to keep going. Her people must be saved. But Luffy can see past this singular obsession. He can't use a sword, he can't cook, he can't navigate, he can't lie, he can't cure the sick, he can't stop the rebels, he can't negotiate peace. There's only one thing that Luffy can do, the only thing he's ever really been good at doing. At Drum Island, Vivi explicitly called Luffy out, telling him he was a failure as a captain, that his impulsiveness would cost the lives of his crew, that he had to put the needs of his crew above his own impulsive emotions. Just as Vivi taught Luffy this lesson about leadership, Luffy, in an uncharacteristic moment of lucidity, has two lessons to teach Vivi. Just as Vivi called out Luffy's impulsiveness, Luffy calls out Vivi's naivety. Her sincere and honest hope that no one will die is unrealistic. The number of people involved, the foe that they're up against, it's a reality that Vivi will have to face, that people will have their lives put at risk, and some of those people will die. Then Luffy gives Vivi her second lesson. As Luffy refuses to move, Vivi tries to persuade him, tries to reason with him, but Luffy doesn't budge. Some things cannot be solved by words. Then in desperation, Vivi attempts to use force. She even manages to draw Luffy's blood, something that Luffy should be impervious to. But Vivi has never been good at using force to get her way, and it doesn't work here either. Vivi has the heart of a leader, one that loves and cares for her people, but she lacks the power to protect them. Even if Vivi manages to stop the rebels, the root of the conflict is still there, and he will not be reasoned with. Luffy has always known that he cannot do anything without his crew. When they were swallowed up by Laboon, what he said was that he needs them. They make up for what he lacks. Vivi too made up for something Luffy lacked. Her big heart, her diplomacy, it saved a member of his crew, and now he sees her as part of his fellowship. Vivi took a bullet to make sure that Nami received treatment. She got herself injured, all for the crew's sake. Now it's Luffy's time to do the same. The lesson that Luffy teaches Vivi is that she doesn't have to do it herself. The burden of leadership can be shared. That just because you're a leader, it doesn't mean you have to bear everything on your shoulders. The people around you, the people who care for you, they can make up for what you lack. More than that, they want to. Just as Luffy needs his crew for his journey to become Pirate King, Luffy and the crew can help Vivi achieve what she wants most. If Vivi lacks the power to take on Crocodile, then Luffy will bear that burden and make up the difference. After all, that is all Luffy can do. He can beat him. This is what Cobra saw in Vivi's relationship with Koza. With such friends to support her, the future of Alabasta looks promising indeed. Vivi's heart may be soft, but with people who care about her by her side, Cobra knows she'll be able to make it through. She doesn't have to handle everything alone. Vivi hasn't cried this entire saga, save for some comedic reactions. She has been as dry as the desert land she's trying to save. Just as Crocodile stole the rain from Alabasta, he also stole Vivi's ability to cry. So when this realization hits Vivi that she's not alone, that she has friends that are more than willing to make up where she falls short, to give her the power she needs to protect her people, who are willing to put their lives on the line, not out of loyalty or obligation, Vivi finally cries. And just as Luffy helped Toto dig a hole to gather some water, he has dug to the heart of what Vivi needs and has finally given her the ability to cry again. Luffy has turned Vivi's I into a we. So with all his crew, all of Vivi's friends standing with him, Luffy asks, where do we find this crocodile? That's where we'll end this first Alabasta part, with Crocodile and Baroque Works putting his final plan into motion, and Luffy and the crew resolute in what they must do, defeat Crocodile. The crew have left the Merry to venture deep into the heart of the island, which is a bit of a first. Usually islands have been small or the Straw Hats have had their adventures relatively close to where they landed. I guess Drum Island was an exception, but even then it didn't feel as expansive as Alabasta, where they're journeying on foot for days. We may as well take the opportunity ourselves, right, Merry? It's been a long journey getting here, so we should at least make landfall. Just over there looks like it'd work. We're finally here. We made it to Alabasta, Merry. Where am I? Where's Merry? Ah! Wait, you've been watching over me? Thank you. I need to get back to Merry. She must be worried. Easier said than done, though. I have no idea which direction to go. You know where to go? Well, I guess anywhere's better than here. Lead the way. Hey, have you heard about One Piece? In retrospect, I probably should have ended the last part covering chapter 167 instead of 166, as it's here that Oda really finishes up the setup for Alabasta. But if I did that, then I couldn't end on Vivi's revelation that she's not alone, so whatever. That does mean that this first chapter after that does set up the movements of all the important players. The Straw Hats are on the way to confront Crocodile directly at Rain Base, interestingly called the City of Dreams. And though the beating sun and difficult journey may appear as relentless as the previous day, there is a change of attitude amongst the crew. First, Chopper is being a little trooper. In contrast to his struggles during the previous leg of the journey, with the excuse of being a winter animal not adapted to handle the heat, he's toughing it out today. And it's cute that both Sanji and Zoro notice how he's really doing his best. I like to think that he's trying extra hard because, like the rest of the crew, he's also feeling more unified after Luffy and Vivi's confrontation. Secondly, and more importantly, is that Luffy is really taking care of the water he got from Toto. As I pointed out last part, he's now understanding the value of water, or at least this water in particular. I think I should also take note that Zoro's sense of direction is getting worse. It was very subtle before. He briefly mentions it to Luffy at first. He was kind of lost at Drum Island, but that was still within the realm of plausible deniability. But now, he heads in a completely wrong direction. I think this is the moment that Oda takes the brakes off of this recurring gag, and it's only going to get worse from here. Worse in a funny way. The last thing we see is Vivi promising to feed Luffy until he explodes once he beats Crocodile, so he's got something to look forward to. Meanwhile, Koza and the rebels are ready and waiting to fight. They're only missing one thing: weapons. We see an interaction between Koza and a little boy, Kappa, and we get definitive confirmation of what the flashback implied. The rebels don't want to fight. They simply cannot see any other way forward, and though it's subtle, we're seeing that Koza is doing his best to also protect his people. He's not enraged, wanting anyone and everyone to grab a weapon to fight. He too thinks war is a horrible, terrifying thing. He doesn't want children involved, only adults who can comprehend what they're getting into. King Cobra is also trying to hold his kingdom together as best he's able. Even though he doesn't have all the information, he's pieced together that someone has been stirring up the rebellion. He shows off his kingly qualities again and again, refusing to go fight the rebels, telling the people under his command that the people are the kingdom. We get our final two important named characters, Pearl and Chaka, the Falcon and Jackal respectively. And finally Karoo arrives at the capital, and we get this really cute panel of Karoo protecting the sign of our fellowship. Like I've said, Karoo is not just an extra, he's just as part of the group as Vivi is. Finally, King Cobra's side knows who they need to fight, Crocodile. And here is where we get to see the difference between Vivi and her father. Both love their country, both care for the people, but, unlike Vivi, Cobra knows that to be the royalty of a nation, he must at times justly utilize the power under his command. He doesn't have Vivi's naivety that things can be solved without bloodshed. In a way, Cobra mirrors Luffy. There's no way that blood won't be shed if they're going up against Crocodile. Unlike Wapol, who used his power to oppress his own people and enrich himself, King Cobra uses power to protect his people even at the risk of his own life. While Wapol fled a pirate threat, Cobra is determined to face it head-on. As we see Pearl and Chaka's reaction, we understand that this is why Cobra is a model king. It's not just that he cares about his people and loves his nation, but he knows when he must use his power as king. He is the balance between heart and power, and the model king Oda introduces as a measure for other royalty when going forward in One Piece. The final page, and really why I should have ended last part on this chapter, is the map that Oda shows us, outlining the movements of the three major parties, and as for what Baroque Works is up to, their plan starts in 17 hours. Which then updates to 1 hour the next chapter as the sun rises. Cool. Just before the Straw Hats make it to Rain Base, we have a few more things established. Nami asked Usopp to make something for her, and he presents to her the climate baton. Sanji calls himself Prince Charming, and as Zoro says, "Move it, Prince." Well, that's a bit of an outsized reaction from Sanji for a relatively harmless remark. Into the chest it goes. And finally, the crew then get reminded that Baroque Works probably knows that they're here, seeing that both Bon Clay and Mr. 3 are present. They enter the so-called City of Dreams, run into Smoker, and the gang all gets split up. It's a fun scene, but not too much to point out aside from two things. Firstly, a quick confirmation that the Baroque Works rank and file have been distributed the photos Mr. 2 produced of the crew. Then, more interestingly, as Luffy baits Smoker to chase him, and I kind of like that Luffy is playful with Smoker, who also doesn't seem to dislike it. When Smoker catches Luffy, Luffy seems to have prepared a countermeasure. It can't really hurt Smoker, but it has defended against how Luffy was previously captured by Smoker. Luffy hasn't taken that loss to Smoker laying down. He's probably been thinking about what he can do next time. That is to say, this is the first time we've seen Luffy face someone a second time after losing, and Luffy has grown between these two exchanges. They burst into Crocodile's casino, and in one of my favorite hard cuts, we see Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and Smoker have all been captured. Hilarious. We get introduced to a new/old concept as Smoker explains the concept of Sea Prism Stone. Stone that emits an energy identical to the oceans. That is to say, it can disable Devil Fruit abilities, and so we get a most likely answer as to what that prison bullet used against Alvida and Buggy was made of. Also, Smoker says that they're only found in one place in the ocean, so I'll throw that in the chest as an interesting tidbit of info. Crocodile shows up, smug, and hints that Vivi is about to be captured, nothing that needs to be pointed out. True to Crocodile's word, Vivi is about to be captured, surrounded by Baroque Works members, and I do find it amusing that Vivi is competent enough at fighting that she takes out a decent amount of them, but we never get to see her succeed because, in my opinion, Oda wants to reinforce the theme that Vivi's strength isn't in her fighting prowess. That is, until Pell the Falcon appears, this time as a literal falcon, having consumed the tweet fruit falcon type. One of... I'll just read it. One of only 5 flying devil fruits that are known to exist. I'll put this line in the chest, but for different reasons than usual. Pell's introduction, unfortunately for him, only serves one, maybe 2 narrative purposes. First, to show off Miss All Sunday's devil fruit abilities, the flower fruit, previously hinted at all the way back at Whiskey Peak, and secondly, to show that Alabasta cannot take on Baroque Works. Pell is introduced as Alabasta's greatest warrior, and Miss All Sunday defeats him effortlessly. The warriors of Alabasta are by no means weak, but against Crocodile and his organization, Oda immediately makes clear that they are completely outmatched. It would also be remiss to say that the introduction of the flower fruit also has expanded the possibilities of devil fruits. Before this reveal, devil fruits have, more or less, affected the user's body's abilities. Even in the Grand Line, we've seen changing weight, turning explosive, being able to produce wax, and changing appearance. Wapol's power was probably the most strange, able to combine two people by eating them, but that was still confined to a process happening within his own body. Miss All Sunday can sprout her limbs seemingly anywhere nearby, though it's still technically her own body that's being sprouted. She can impact the environment around her without requiring direct contact. It's like the animals, the type of ships, the type of non-devil fruit abilities. Oda quietly pushes out the boundaries a little bit at a time to constantly expand the world and its possibilities. Before the captured Vivi arrives before Crocodile, we do get a very enlightening scene. A scene where we get a glimpse of Crocodile's underlying philosophy. As Nami, someone who has put her trust in Luffy to protect everything she holds dear, smack talks Crocodile, Crocodile takes note of that trust. But his mocking response is very telling. Trust is the most overrated thing in the world. Each One Piece antagonist has an underlying philosophy. Arlong's racial superiority, Buggy's material greed, Wapol's royal entitlement, just to name a few, and in each case, Luffy and the crew have defeated them, often due to or by directly opposing that philosophy. Now, Crocodile is giving his thesis on trust, or rather his lack of trust, and in retrospect, it explains a lot. The reason he's so unforgiving with the members of Baroque Works is because he doesn't trust them to do their jobs, he expects them to. And as soon as they fail to meet that expectation, he then discards them as a useless tool. You don't trust a hammer, you expect it to fulfill its purpose. They can't regain his lost trust after a failure because he never trusted them to begin with. It's the reason he gives the bare minimum information, because he doesn't trust Baroque Works members to know anything more, because who knows what they'll do if they've got more info than they need. In their introduction, Baroque Works said their motto was simply mystery, but that's just what the underlings think. Crocodile simply just doesn't trust anyone, so he does not reveal anything to anyone, not even each other's names. He doesn't want a group of people, he wants cogs to work in his machine. Keep this point front of mind because I'll be bringing it back up shortly and throughout the rest of Alabasta. Vivi arrives, tries to take out Crocodile, and of course, because Vivi's not allowed to succeed using force, fails. Crocodile reveals the name of his fruit, the sand fruit, and much like Smoker can turn to smoke, Crocodile can turn to sand. There's something about this panel that I really like, the way that Crocodile looks like he's engulfed Vivi, how the dark of her cloak bleeds into the darkness of his fur coat, the way that he's covering her mouth, taking away Vivi's greatest strength in her way of stopping the rebellion. This moment is the absolute low point of the saga for the heroes. Luffy captured, Vivi powerless against Crocodile, Alabasta's greatest warrior defeated, and to top it all off, Operation Utopia has just begun. The first step of Operation Utopia, destroy what remains of King Cobra's reputation amongst his people. As the guards in the palace freak out about their missing monarch, Koza rushes towards Nanohana, where he has just been sighted. Thinking back to a time near the start of the rebellion before he had even joined, we get to see another instance where Koza confronts the king for the sake of the people, but their different ideas on what is best for the country is what ends up causing Koza to join the rebels. Koza is young, he's impulsive, he wants the drought to be solved right now the easy way. Use the dance powder to bring the rain. But Cobra refuses. He understands that the people are suffering, but he also understands the long-term implications. The first country to use dance powder was attacked by its neighbors, costing many lives. He cannot let that happen to his country. It's a king's responsibility to think about the kingdom's future, just like his consideration, and Wapol's lack of, for the threat that Dragon could pose. Koza's reason for joining the rebellion isn't hatred, it's literally a difference in opinion. A stark difference, one that he feels he needs to use violence to resolve for the sake of the country, but he didn't think the king was evil, just terribly misguided in what should be done. But Bon Clay, using the face of the king and with Baroque Works members posing as soldiers, removes any reason for the rebels and people to hesitate. He admits to using the powder, kicks a child, Kappa, shoots Koza, and sets fire to the town. Now, I really like Bon Clay, but man, he is just terrible in this scene. He, I guess I'll say, justifies his actions in the fact that he's just being true to himself. The iffiness, the confusion that he's sown pleases him because he's just so iffy himself. He's just reveling in the chaos of it all. Mr. One and Miss Doublefinger are also hanging around taking care of any witnesses to Bon Clay's carelessness, and they may have also been responsible for the giant ship also crashing into the town that the rebels made their base, though that could also be the work of other agents too. This ship is loaded with the weapons that the rebels otherwise lacked, and poor Koza, as ever strung along by Crocodile's scheme, thinks that these weapons are a sign of divine providence, a sign that it's time to attack. Chaka, back at the palace, is left confused and without his king, and despite what Cobra told him, is resolute to protect the palace, even though he should know that the people are the kingdom. Both sides think that they're protecting Alabasta, just as Crocodile intended. Crocodile indulges in a monologue outlining his struggles and putting together his plan, but Vivi doesn't wait for him. Even tied up with Crocodile right in front of her, she's determined to get to the capital to stop the fighting. But Crocodile is enjoying what he perceives as a victory. He is savoring Vivi's turmoil and throws what Vivi thinks is the key down to where he previously dropped Mr. 3, and he leaves Vivi with a choice: abandon her friends or abandon her country. She may just have enough time to make it to Alabasta before the rebels get there, but the room that Luffy and Ko are trapped in will fill up with water within an hour. And Crocodile says a line that struck me: you have to decide whom to bet on. It made me think, why is Crocodile's base a casino? Crocodile is by no means a gambling man. Like I mentioned, he expects people to do as he says, to operate without flaws, and if they fail, he gets rid of them. He hasn't taken an action that could reasonably be said to only have a chance to succeed. Sure, he didn't count on Luffy and the crew rescuing Vivi, defeating Mr. 3, etc., but that was a miscalculation, not a gamble. It's why he doesn't trust others, because he sees trust as a gamble. The chance that someone would betray his trust means he won't trust anyone. So why a casino? I can think of two reasons. The fact that Rainbase is the city of dreams and has a casino at its center, well, that makes me think of the dream the casino implies. Crocodile takes advantage of people's dreams to become wealthy in order to gain his wealth. He exploits their hope. He mocks the hope of Toto, faithfully digging away to find water, and even actively impedes him by sending periodic sandstorms that he stirs up with his own powers. This is why he enjoys mocking Vivi, because he derives pleasure from taking away the hope of others. And that leads to the second reason. The house always wins in the end. That is Crocodile's character, the character of his plan. Yes, people in his casino may occasionally make some money, but over time, Crocodile will always come out on top. It's guaranteed. His years of planning, of preparation, even though Vivi and the Straw Hats have been a little bit of a setback, he will work around them to make sure he comes out on top. And for a moment, it looks like Crocodile has won. Vivi, for a moment, gives up hope. But Luffy, he's someone who embodies hope, and as he encourages Vivi to keep fighting, we can see Crocodile twitch. He doesn't like that he's failed to crush Luffy's spirit. And bless her, Vivi tries, but of course she's not allowed to succeed in fighting as per usual. Though it makes me think back to this scene after Little Garden, Vivi thinking back on words Igaram said to her, that she must make sacrifices, even betray others in order to stay alive and save the kingdom. But in this moment she's going against Igaram's words. She has chosen not to betray the Straw Hats, she has chosen to rescue them. But even if she's struggling, there's no need to worry, Vivi. You have Sanji. Sanji, the proud proprietor of Restaurant Le Crap, posing as Mr. Prince, calls in. I love the verbal beating Sanji lays into Crocodile, mocking him for revealing so much info back in Little Garden, which Crocodile obviously loathes. Though it sounds as though things have taken a turn midway through the call, Vivi has taken this moment to make it to the stairs, ready to run outside and get help. But the house always wins. Crocodile pulls her back down to the ground. He was lying when he gave Vivi her choice. So as soon as it looked like Vivi would have a chance, he had some hope, he drags her back down. Crocodile leaves to find Mr. Prince, and we cut back to Vivi, and despite Crocodile's intentions, she still hasn't given up. When times have looked hopeless for her in the past, Luffy and the crew have come through and saved her, so now is her turn. And here, she finally manages to wound a banana gator. The first time we see her fight solo and succeed, not because she was aiming to defeat the creature, but because she was determined to escape and rescue her friends. When Vivi's goal is to defeat the enemy, she fails. When her cause is to save, she succeeds. As she runs outside to find a collapsed bridge with Crocodile chasing who he thinks is Mr. Prince on the other side of it, there is our boy. He's here for Vivi just as promised. That is not to say that Chopper isn't being an absolute trooper. He's posed as Mr. Prince, getting Crocodile's attention and giving him the slip. He may be terrified, but he really wants to help out his newfound family. Now it's all about the rescue. Oda quickly establishes that they can't destroy the cage as a banana gator breaks its teeth attempting to do so. Zoro too regrets that he's unable to shatter the cage, similar to his feelings on being unable to break Mr. Three's candelabra. Smoker takes a moment to try and raise the stakes, saying that Miss All Sunday has a 70 million berry bounty and the whole world is in danger. But of course, Luffy doesn't care about any of that. He wants to kick Crocodile's butt for Vivi's sake. Luffy, even in this situation, only moves for his own interest or those of whom he cares about. As the tension and the water rise, Sanji arrives with an impressive kick which notably causes the Banana Gator to barf out a chunk of staircase it had swallowed. Why did Oda have to show us that? Because as Smoker assists and tells Sanji which Banana Gator to target, the preceding Sanji kicks result in upchucking a large ball of wax containing Mr. 3. This is why I like to mention little details that Oda leaves. Sanji's kick makes a gator upchuck something unimportant, so a second kick has it buff up something important. Same with Mr. 3. We saw his wax house break the teeth of a dinosaur back in Little Garden, so it was reasonable to assume that it would have survived the teeth of a banana gator when it mattered. The key is also revealed, but the vindictive Mr. 3 throws it away. Not that it mattered, the house always wins, so Crocodile had never thrown down the real key to begin with. His gamble with Vivi was rigged from the start. Though his lack of trust in his subordinates, his unwillingness to give them a second chance, this is what allows the Straw Hats to escape, as Sanji, with the direction of Usopp, gets Mr. 3 to create a key for them out of wax. As the room floods, we see everyone has made it out alive, even Mr. 3 who just happened to be on top of a big piece of floating wood. This huge piece of wood was especially magnificent and had a record buoyancy of 13 splays. That's according to Floatus Stretchington. Mark that as the second of only a few times I'll refer to the SBS. As Nami sprays on her perfume, Smoker confronts Zoro, confused as to why he was saved. But that wasn't Zoro's choice. Zoro is pragmatic. He would have been fine leaving Smoker to drown. He's their enemy after all, but Luffy doesn't want him to die. Luffy doesn't bear Smoker any particular ill will. They're enemies in a broad sense, but no more than that. And Smoker, after hearing Luffy's goal to kick Crocodile's butt, after seeing his honest and straightforward attitude, after all this, White Chase lets them go. Smoker doesn't like pirates. He hates the warlords, but there's something about Luffy that means, just this once, he's willing to let them do what they plan. Luffy says a very important line for him, "I kinda like you," which is only a step below calling someone a good guy for Luffy, and then runs off. As Smoker gives updated orders, the Marines under him warn him what the top brass will think about it. But in classic Smoker fashion, he doesn't care what the higher-ups think. He's here to stop pirates. Underneath that desire is who Smoker has always been, someone that cares about protecting the innocent. So having let Luffy go, there's now a bigger target he needs to stop. And I'll also note that only a few chapters before this, we reached the conclusion of Django's cover story. Chopper catches Nami's scent, another thing foreshadowed and paid off, and he arrives on a crab mover, a truly glorious creature to behold, and Eyelashes, the camel's friend and implied fellow womanizer. As they race towards the capital, Crocodile grabs Vivi, but Luffy gets her free and takes her place. It's not Vivi's job to take on Crocodile, that's what Luffy is here for. Vivi is the one to stop the rebel army, and Luffy's responsible for kicking Crocodile's butt. She's worried, of course, but the crew remind her of the lesson Luffy taught her before. She's no longer alone. Her burden is shared with the rest of the crew, so she only needs to focus on what she can do. So Vivi does the only thing she can do in this situation, something Crocodile can't. She trusts in Luffy. Now Luffy faces down Crocodile alone, and he does my job by summing up both Vivi and Crocodile. Vivi's strength isn't in her muscles, in her fighting ability, but in her big heart. She may be naive, but that's why Luffy will take her burden and fight on her behalf. Crocodile, who doesn't trust anyone, takes that all as foolishness, but Luffy calls him out. If Crocodile rejects friendship, does not allow himself to be so close with someone that he'd put his own life on the line for them, then he is the fool. And with that, Crocodile throws down a timer, 3 minutes, he's a busy man after all, and their fight begins. The fight is in 3 parts, with the first part being the most simple. Luffy throws out a bunch of iconic moves, but they have no effect. They do have the hilarious side effect of continuously stopping Crocodile from talking, which Crocodile finds especially vexing. The second part of the fight, when Crocodile starts showing off his moves, an attack that cleaves the earth, being able to create a giant quicksand hole that Luffy barely escapes from, then a slash which sucks the moisture out of Luffy's arm. Luffy does attempt some fighting back. He tries to catch Crocodile in his finger net, but this Warlord of the Sea is a step above Arlong, so Luffy continues to be unsuccessful. Then the fight transitions to its third phase as Luffy regains the strength of his arm thanks to the water given to him by Toto, and Luffy repeats his line, "Yuba won't lose to the sand." Then he tries a desperate but frankly pretty considered move and tries to eat Crocodile. But unfortunately, Crocodile breaks free, more angry than ever. He's frustrated that despite the clear difference in ability, Luffy hasn't given up. So the fight enters its final phase as Crocodile whips up a sandstorm and sends it towards Yuba. Luffy can't stop it, so he grabs onto Crocodile, telling him to stop. Toto has nothing to do with their fight, but why should Crocodile care about that? He's never cared about people getting caught up and killed in his scheme to take over Alabasta, and in this moment when Luffy is distracted trying to get Crocodile to stop the sandstorm, Crocodile pierces through Luffy with his hook. To Crocodile, Luffy is just one of many greenhorn pirates on the Grand Line. We look at the rest of the crew, stressed out about Luffy's fight. Sanji takes some shots at Zoro, keenly and importantly reminding us that Sanji observed Zoro's fight against Mihawk and saw Zoro lose, and he projects onto Zoro that he's worried about Luffy also losing against a Warlord of the Sea. No one, though, is more worried than poor Vivi, but she does her best to trust in Luffy, which helps the rest of the crew cool their heads. I think Oda shows us this scene here because, to the readers, this looks like a moment to lose hope. It looks like Luffy has lost, but we need to trust in him. The other person we see is Toto, finally having struck a wellspring of water. His hope and perseverance have paid off, even as another sandstorm rages towards him. In a single page, we see the contrast: Toto's hope and Crocodile's attempts to destroy it. The battle between those who trust, just as Toto has continued to trust the king, and how the Straw Hats trust Luffy, and Crocodile who trusts no one. As Crocodile gloats, mocking Luffy for throwing his life away due to compassion, the pierced container of Yuba water trickles down his arm, and Luffy grabs it, causing Crocodile his first, albeit minor, bit of damage. The container of water, the result of Toto's hope and trust, has touched he who has been, up to this point, untouchable. Crocodile throws Luffy down into the quicksand pit and makes his exit, but as Luffy manages to get his head out, he shouts out for meat. He's not out of this fight just yet. This is where it would be an obvious time to stop this part. Oda gives us another map after all, but I'll be going one more because there's someone I haven't talked about this whole time. Yes, Miss All Sunday, or as she is revealed to be, Nico Robin, pulls Luffy from the sand, and I find it pretty nice that Luffy tries to thank her for it. It's been obvious this whole time that Miss All Sunday has had her own agenda this entire saga. She's done as she's told by Crocodile, but won't actively go out of her way to help in his plan. Rather, she's responsible for beginning to unravel it. Her reactions over the chapters covering this part have also been worth noting. She defaults to this smile that never reaches her eyes, but when her expression changes, that's worth noting. In her confrontation with Pell, when she hurts Pell and Vivi, her smile fades, her dry heh looks like it's delivered with a frown, as though she doesn't actually like to hurt people, or at least these people. Her other laugh before then is when she's tricked Pell into thinking that she's seriously injured Vivi, teasing him, so her sense of humor is a little out of whack, perhaps. When she's back with Crocodile, she barely speaks and holds that same empty smile, but when Crocodile is laughing and reveling in Vivi's hopelessness, Robin's face is hidden. We can't see her smile, and she doesn't seem to be laughing along with him. But when Sanji calls and starts making fun of Crocodile, she smirks. As Crocodile is distracted chasing Chopper, Miss All Sunday notices Sanji going inside the casino and does nothing. And finally, when Luffy calls Crocodile a fool, she's the one who laughs. She doesn't seem interested in the success of Crocodile's plan. She doesn't revel in the suffering of others. She doesn't seem to like Crocodile. She does, however, also appear to be very unattached to her own life, with her nonchalant response when Crocodile threatens to kill her. Though now, as she rescues Luffy, we get a peek beneath the surface when she asks why Luffy fights as one whose name is D. And for the first time, we see her thoughts, as with no empty smile but a look of seriousness she ponders, just who are you people? The only person we've seen who knows about the importance of the D initial was Dr. Kureha, 139 years young, in a saga where we've been going further back into the past, and now we see someone who, at least appears, young, who seems to have similar knowledge. More than that, she's inquisitive about Luffy's initial. She wants to know more. Oda is giving us an inkling as to what Robin is truly after. He also shows us that her fatal blows were all false. Pell is alive, though she does warn him that he is more injured than he believes. She then informs him of who Luffy is so that Pell will help him. And then we also see another familiar face, Igaram, also alive and well. Robin is clearly after something in this kingdom, something that she needs Crocodile to get a hold of, but there is something in her, though she may deny it, that wants to stop Crocodile's plan from coming to fruition. As we bring this part to a close, Oda updates us on the location of all the major players. Smoker is heading out to sea, but sends Tashigi and the Marines to the capital at Alabasta, and interestingly, he leaves it up to her to decide what she must do, leaving her to follow her own sense of justice. I won't talk about that line now, but don't worry, I will before this saga is done. The rebels are charging towards Alabasta, only 5 hours from arriving, convinced they are saving it from destruction. The royal army is preparing to meet them, ready to defend the kingdom with their lives, but as we get to see what happened to King Cobra, kidnapped by Mr. Four and Miss Merry Christmas, we see him lamenting the situation, hoping that the rebels and the army do not fight, since the people are the country. We see Toto facing Crocodile Storm head-on, declaring that Yuba will never be destroyed, keeping strong with the hope that, once the sandstorm is over, the rain will come. And finally, we see the Straw Hats racing towards Alabasta on the Crab Mover, using the incredible power of Nami standing completely still in a sexy outfit to encourage the crab to walk on water. At least for a little bit. So they start swimming until they are confronted by a giant Sandoran catfish about to eat them, but it is defeated by Luffy's Kung Fu Jugon disciples, who then escort them to the other shore. With only 3 hours left, they are met by Best Boy Karoo and the Supersonic Duck Squadron, all ready to carry them the rest of the journey. Their friends, their allies, the very wild life of Alabasta is moving so that Vivi will get to Alabasta on time. And with only 1 hour left until the rebels and army clash, we see the officer agents waiting for Vivi's arrival, ready to take her out. It's moments before the clash in Alabasta's capital, the royal army on one side, the fast-approaching rebels on the other, and unbeknownst to those two groups are two more opposing forces, the Straw Hats and Vivi, and the Baroque Works officer agents determined to stop them. So, in order to get to our officer agent showdowns, we need to split everyone up, and Oda does that very naturally. Vivi needs to get to the rebels before the fighting begins, and they know Baroque Works will try and stop them. So, what do? With assistance from the Supersonic Duck Squadron, all 6 of them wear cloaks and split up to enter the royal capital via different entrances, drawing in the officer agents with them. Their job is to stop Vivi, and because they don't know which rider is her, the officer agents have to split up to pursue all the different pairings. But Vivi isn't with them. She has stayed behind, relying on her friends to take the risk of drawing the officer agents. She has fully accepted the fact that she doesn't have to do this alone. So we get this excellent page of all the Straw Hats revealing themselves, along with Eyelashes the Camel, who has his own camel sound effect, which is hilarious. Absolutely quality page. So now the fights are decided. Usopp and Eyelashes against Mr. Tubon Clay, Zoro and Nami against Mr. One and Miss Doublefinger, and Chopper and Sanji against Mr. Four and Miss Merry Christmas. And Vivi off to stop the rebels. The ground trembles as literally millions of people charge towards the city, and Vivi is there, ready to intercept them, and of course, loyal Karoo is standing right beside her. As Vivi shouts out to the rebels, it seems as if Koza has noticed her, but as we found out last time, the house always wins. Crocodile had a contingency. There's a Baroque works agent within the Royal Army, and they fired off a shot to kick up a cloud of dust that hides Vivi from Koza. And poor Vivi, the absolute look of despair on her face as she turns around, the desperation as she shouts out, trying to stop the war. But Crocodile's plan has taken away Vivi's voice. Drowned out by the cries of battle, she gets knocked down by the charging rebels, and as Karoo rushes towards her, the war truly begins. Karoo really loves Vivi. He's been with her ever since she was a little girl, he's willing to die to protect her, and he proves it again here, shielding Vivi from the stampede. But even though the fighting has started, Vivi has learned one thing during her time with the crew. It is that even if things appear hopeless, you never give up. An obviously fake Usopp appears, made even more obvious by cutting away to the result of the first off-screen round of fights with Eyelashes and the real Usopp getting absolutely trounced. Thankfully, Mr. 2 didn't kill Usopp, perhaps he still considers them friends? Either way, Sanji is on the scene, brought there by members of the Duck Squadron, which means Chopper is currently alone. But we go back to Vivi as fake Usopp callously calls Karoo that bird, which Usopp would never call Karoo after their battle in Little Garden. As Vivi confirms his identity as a phony, beaten and battered Karoo leaps back into action, whisking Vivi away as Mr. 2 swan dashes after them. Despite Vivi's protestations, Karoo is too injured. She'll get off and fight Mr. 2. Karoo proves himself again and again. His love for Vivi, his desire to protect her, allows Karoo to do the impossible. Despite his current state, he scales the sheer cliffs surrounding Alabasta and then flies the last few steps. Mr. 2 is nothing if not persistent though, so he manages to chase after them. As Vivi and Karoo make it into the battleground that Alabasta has now become, there's this moment as someone falls, presumably dead in front of Vivi, but she grits her teeth. She must minimize those killed by Crocodile's plan, and she relies on Karoo to make it through the battle in front of her. She must make it to Chukka and stop the Royal Army if she wants to stop the war. Karoo manages to power through despite getting shot. He is determined to protect Vivi, and only once out of the chaos of battle does Karoo finally collapse, completely spent. Even still, he urges Vivi to continue on without him, to hurry and go. I think it's really impressive that you can tell exactly what Karoo is saying in this moment. As Mr. 2 closes in, Karoo cries out. He has friends of his own, and 2 members of the squadron intercept Mr. 2. More importantly, as is proven before, when Vivi's in trouble, she can count on Sanji. As he compliments Karoo and urges Vivi onwards, Sanji then confronts Mr. 2, who assumes he's the famous Mr. Prince. But no. As Sanji's disguise falls to the ground, he fights, not as a prince, but who he really is, Sanji, sea cook, and pirate. Usopp has, in the meanwhile, made his way to Chopper, and we reconfirm our fights. Sanji against Mr. 2 Bon Clay, and Usopp and Chopper against Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas. As Chopper tries to get Usopp up to speed, Usopp only gets further confused by what, frankly, sounds like gibberish. A human mole Zoan, a cleanup hitter, and a dog? Then a baseball, one seen earlier, appears in front of Usopp and promptly explodes. Now the fighting can really begin. And our first round is Usopp and Chopper versus Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas. Oda starts off this fight by introducing the opponents, getting us up to speed with what Chopper and Usopp have to overcome, and he starts with the newest and most unique concept of this fight. Lasso, not a dog, but a gun that has somehow eaten a dog devil fruit. As Miss Merry Christmas helpfully explains, the latest tech on the Grand Line allows inanimate objects to eat devil fruits. Let's chew on that for a second. An inanimate object gained sentience from eating a devil fruit. It's gained personality. It isn't some strange, technically alive, dog-like meat and gun infusion. It has fully gained dog-like qualities. It likes getting pats, it's learned how to shake, its tail is wagging. Which brings us to 2 possibilities. Either guns, like swords, have some degree of will, and being turned into a dog just happened to allow the gun to express itself, or devil fruits themselves, at least Zoan ones that turn people, and now objects, into animals, are themselves imbued with a will of their own. Usopp says devil fruits don't have minds of their own,
But we've already learned Usopp lies can come true, so let's throw that into the chest. Lasso aside, Oda also introduces the capabilities of Mr. Four and Miss Merry Christmas, and what Usopp and Chopper must overcome in this fight. Mr. Four is strong and an incredibly skilled batter, and Miss Merry Christmas can go underground and create tunnels. Together, along with Lasso, they can seemingly appear and launch attacks from anywhere. Their coordination makes them a difficult combo to deal with. Chopper and Usopp will have to overcome their teamwork, although their own teamwork is sorely lacking. So where does Oda take this premise? I mean, he's already introduced a new concept that validates the fight just by itself, but is not content to stop there. First, he gives us some excellent Usopp service, as Usopp uses the mole tunnels to his advantage to land a blow against Mr. Four with his 5-ton hammer. This is the coolest Usopp has ever looked in a fight, which means it's obvious that none of it is true. This is one of Usopp's strengths though. His bluff has temporarily stunned Mr. Four and gotten Miss Merry Christmas on the defensive. He's certainly impressed Chopper, and Usopp milks his praise as much as he can, until Mr. Four comes too. Usopp can't win this fight on lies alone. The fight swings back into Baroque Works' favor as they relentlessly attack the pair, and Chopper this time desperately tries to find a weak point in his foe's strategy. As Usopp suffers a strong blow, it's Chopper's time to strike as he uses Lasso's cold against them and fires a large amount of explosive baseballs into the tunnels which he has surmised are all connected. Once again, we get a great explosive panel that appears to be a final blow, but though they've received some damage, Mr. Four and Miss Merry Christmas are still standing. And check out this panel of Mr. Four emerging like a demon from the smoke. This fight has a comedic bent to it, but let's get something straight. These two are monstrous. Usopp at this point has had enough, and disappointingly decides to flee. He's already lost once today, Vivi's already made it inside the capital. What's the point in continuing to fight these two? Aside from lying, running is the only other thing Usopp is good at. But that also doesn't work here. Miss Merry Christmas catches Usopp and then uses Usopp's cowardice to mock Luffy, breaking the news to Usopp and Chopper that Crocodile has finished Luffy, which, to his knowledge, he has. Though her mocking has the opposite effect on Usopp, as he has a third thing he's good at: standing up for those he cares about. Usopp may not have any faith in himself, but if there's one person he believes in, it's Luffy. Usopp has been exaggerating to Chopper since they've arrived in Alabasta, but it's here that Usopp decides to impart some real knowledge to his new crewmate. Even as he gets dragged along by Miss Merry Christmas through a wall and absolutely decimated by a Mr. Four 4-ton bat to the face, he doesn't stop his speech. There comes a time when a man, even when he's up against an enemy he's scared to death of, even if there's no chance of winning, there comes a time when a man's gotta fight. And that's when somebody makes fun of their friend's dream. This is Usopp at his best, beaten, broken, but resolute in what he believes. Chopper gets inspired and takes up a new, more monstrous transformation than he's ever taken before. He used to hate being called a monster, but for his new family, he'll look as monstrous as he has to. And the two are finally able to win, not by individually using their own abilities, but by working together. Their combination showing that a normal, unimpressive hammer can overcome the strength of a 4-ton bat. First round goes to Chopper and Usopp. We get a brief intermission as we see the current state of the battle, Koza breaking off from the rebels to try and get Cobra to surrender to stop the fighting and bloodshed, while Vivi makes contact with the royal army and requests to be taken to Chaka. Then, with a kick to the face, we begin round 2, Mr. 2, Bon Clay versus Sanji. It starts with the two being quite even, deftly exchanging blows with one another, and both surprised at one another's skills, but Oda isn't content with a normal fight here either. Oda's strength isn't in depicting normal fights, so Bon Clay starts incorporating his devil fruit, first with the intention of crippling Sanji with laughter by mix and matching all the weirdest facial features he has in his memory, resulting in a great gag page where everything is stayed exactly the same aside from the inclusion of Usopp's nose. This, of course, doesn't deter Sanji in the slightest. So Bon Clay tries his second tactic. Surely Sanji would never dare harm one of his friends. This also has no effect, as Sanji heroically declares that it's what's on the inside that counts. That is, until Bon Clay transforms into Nami, leaving Sanji a love-struck fool. So it appears as though Oda has transformed this fight from just a clash of strength, but a unique struggle for Sanji to overcome. Oda cuts away back to Vivi meeting with Chaka, and echoing her father's words, she tells him that the people currently waging war against one another are Alabasta. The people are the kingdom. And so she entreats Chaka to destroy the palace, who, upon recalling King Cobra's words, agrees. This brief interlude, aside from moving the state of the overall conflict forward, also serves to spare us from watching the beating that Sanji has taken, as we cut back to see Bon Clay, still assuming Nami's form, grinding a ballet slipper onto Sanji's head. Sanji knows intellectually that this is not Nami, but when he looks at her, he just can't help himself. Sanji endures more blows, some more comedic than others. Bon Clay chops Sanji's cartoonish heart eye, something I never actually noticed before, and Sanji in turn just can't land a blow, until he notices something, and he counters Bon Clay's finishing twirling kick. Bon Clay can't attack while assuming another person's form, so Sanji just has to aim for those opportunities. Cue another great panel of Bon Clay reacting to being found out. Bon Clay then puts on his swan shoes and continues the attack. More blows are exchanged, Bon Clay attempting to pull the change into Nami trick again, but Sanji outplays him, getting him to touch his cheek and undo the transformation. More vicious blows, a lovely clashing kicks panel, and a delayed impact later, and Sanji barely gets the win. Though admitting that Bon Clay transforming into Nami once more may have turned the tables. Despite their grueling battle, Sanji appears to respect Bon Clay, though not enough to not give him a final kick to get Usopp's sniper goggles back. As the end card states, round 2's fight winner is Sanji, and there is a dubious friendship as a reward. All that said, and I hate to say this, but I think this is probably the weakest fight of the lot. It's flashy, it's funny, but there's a reason I spent less than half as much time covering it. I couldn't identify an underlying story to the fight. Chopper and Usopp's fight has an overarching story of the two first failing to defeat the officer agents by their own abilities and only succeeding once the two work together. The obstacle, the officer agents' teamwork, that they must overcome is only overcome with their own teamwork. It's also Chopper's first time fighting as part of a team, as his only previous real fight was a one-on-one with something Marimo. Sprinkled in with the overarching teamwork narrative is personal growth. Usopp flees when he thinks he's at risk, but when Luffy's dream gets mocked, he fights his cowardly nature to stand up for his friend's dream. Chopper, who has previously hated being called a monster, turns into his most monstrous form yet in order to defeat the pair. Sanji's fight with Bon Clay, it's more of a straight-up brawl between two highly competent and evenly matched fighters. Though, as I mentioned, it looks like Oda introduces a unique obstacle that Sanji will struggle to overcome going against Bon Clay when he's assumed Nami's form, but Sanji doesn't overcome that. Rather, he finds the weakness in Bon Clay's ability. He works around it. Sanji, save for a few broken bones, is the same at the end of the fight as he is at the start of it, a dubious friendship with Bon Clay notwithstanding. Maybe I'm missing something. Sanji dropping the alias of Mr. Prince to become Seacook Sanji against a face-changing villain? But that doesn't really factor into the rest of the fight, Sanji's persona as Mr. Prince, I mean. Maybe it's the growth that Sanji was able to keep a cool head for that brief moment Bon Clay transformed into Nami so he could trick him into changing back? I really don't know. Let me know in the comments if you've picked up something I didn't in this fight. Cool action can justify itself, and there is a lot of that, but compared to the other fights, especially the two coming up, it just felt a bit lacking. But before we get into those two fights, we have another in-between fight intermission to see what Vivi is up to. She's ready to blow up the palace, worrying about her friends but keeping faith that Luffy is alright since she's still planning to feed Luffy until he explodes. However, Crocodile appears. He was planning to commandeer this palace once the kingdom is overthrown, so he can't allow Vivi to destroy it. Intermission over, back to the fighting, and we see what Zoro and Nami have been doing all this time. Nami has been running for her life while Zoro fails to find her. Even when she's right there, he takes a shortcut in a completely different direction. Nami is working up the resolve to fight, but whenever she looks at Mr. One and Miss Doublefinger, no, these two are professionals. Nami is too smart to try and take the both of them on. As Mr. One lunges forward to take Nami out, Zoro thankfully appears to intercept. Zoro feels the responsibility to protect his crewmates, and his lack of direction notwithstanding, he succeeds. As Mr. One shows off his Dice fruit, Oda fleshes out Zoro's prior interaction with Baroque works, and Zoro goads Mr. One into a one-on-one. Their fight is later though. All that was to establish now that this 2v2 turns into two 1v1s, which means the next fight is Miss Doublefinger versus Nami. This fight starts off strong with no fighting at all. Oda sets the theme of the fight very clearly from the beginning. Nami isn't much of a fighter. She's competent enough to look after herself, but she's the type to avoid conflict if she can. She hasn't had a serious battle this whole series that wasn't against the villain's nameless crew, and even in those fights, she couldn't do much. Nami isn't the prideful sort. We've seen that since she's entered the Grand Line. She freely admitted that her navigation skills honed on the East Blue Seas were useless, and so she strove to improve. Here, it's much the same. She knows and admits that she's not strong enough to take an enemy on by herself, and asks Usopp to help her by crafting some sort of weapon for her to use. In that flashback, and as she stares at the climate baton in her hands, she thinks of Vivi. She wants to help her. Before, it may have been because she resonated with Vivi's plight, but now they're close. Vivi delayed her arrival in Alabasta for Nami's sake, putting her people at risk. Nami wants to be for Vivi what the crew were for her against Arlong. So Oda sets up three things this fight is going to be about. Number 1, Nami's new weapon. Number 2, Nami being able to hold her own in a fight. And number 3, Nami fighting for Vivi's sake. And what is Nami up against? Well, as Miss Doublefinger pierces through a wall and through Nami's shoulders, she reveals the Spike fruit, something that allows her to produce spikes from her body. As an enemy, Miss Doublefinger doesn't really complement any of the fight's overall goals, but she serves as a good representative of Baroque works. She's the second highest ranked woman in the organization behind Miss All Sunday, and her devil fruit is simple yet destructive. Miss Doublefinger is also shown to be relatively good-natured in comparison to the other officer agents aside from Bon Clay, which is good news for Nami as when she tries out the climate baton for the first time, an extraordinary weapon that can summon clouds, make it rain, and stir up wind, she manages to manifest doves and streamers from nothing. Truly, Usopp has produced something incredible. Visual gag aside, the climate baton is not operating as Nami expects, and thankfully Miss Doublefinger's personality means that she is willing to suffer the second-hand embarrassment of watching Nami fail without immediately trying to go for the kill, as her more business-oriented partner likely would. So the first struggle Nami has to overcome in regards to her new weapon is as such, figuring out how it works. She is literally reading the instructions as she's fighting. Not the correct instructions though, as we get another gag and more second-hand embarrassment from Miss Doublefinger, who does decide to go on the attack. Nami tries another move, but it proves ineffective, and Nami in return gets another wound. Oda shows off some of the capabilities of the Spike fruit as Miss Doublefinger turns her whole body into spikes and intends to take Nami down. But Nami's strength is in her brains, and she manages to redirect the attack safely with her cloak. Now, with a brief moment of respite, Nami discovers she was reading the party trick instructions, resulting in this excellent Nami reaction face. That aside, she now confronts Miss Doublefinger, tearing her clothes to make them more maneuverable, and even shedding some excess jewelry. It's a nice subtle detail. Nami isn't the type to throw away valuables, but she's fighting for Vivi now. She doesn't need the treasure. Miss Doublefinger patiently stands by as Nami demonstrates the basic functionality of the parts of the climate baton, the heat ball, cool ball, and thunder ball, and then goes on the attack once again, injuring Nami yet again. But this time, Nami strikes back with a cyclone tempo, which actually manages to blow Miss Doublefinger away. Nami explains it as the cold and hot air interacting to produce wind, but most importantly, Usopp didn't realize how it works. We get a hint that there is an ultimate one-time move available called the Tornado Tempo, but as it looks like Nami's being pierced through by Miss Doublefinger, we start to see what will really get Nami the win, her intelligence and her weather knowledge. Though not something Usopp intended, Nami was able to use the tools available to her to recreate a weather phenomenon, a mirage from a light refraction. The climate baton isn't something like a sword or a club. It doesn't rely on strength, It is a tool that allows Nami to fight intelligently. This fight is not a fight of raw power versus raw power. This is the moment Oda begins to demonstrate his second item for the confrontation, the fact that Nami can now hold her own in a fight with her intelligence. At that revelation, we get yet another intermission. Sanji meets back up with Usopp and Chopper, and we see that Alabasta's royal army is trapped outside the palace, with Miss All-Sunday using her ability to keep them away from the main gate. Inside the gate is Chaka and Vivi, face to face with Crocodile and Miss All-Sunday, with brought along Cobra, who is literally and painfully pinned to a wall. Crocodile tells Vivi that Luffy is dead, which she, as someone who has placed her trust in Luffy, viciously denies, and also makes it clear that he's definitely planning on killing Vivi and Cobra, even if the kingdom falls and there's no real need for him to do so. But, most importantly, when Crocodile turns to Cobra, we learn about the thing that Crocodile believes is an Alabasta, the item that will grant him military might, his true goal this entire time, as he asks, "Where is the Pluton?" And Cobra's eyes narrow in shock and fear. Back to Nami, who, despite having figured out how to use the climate baton, is now trapped up against a wall, and geez, this panel just looks funny to me. She escapes and starts formulating her plan, using her climate knowledge to produce the conditions she needs for victory. Miss Doublefinger isn't just going to let her set up though, and continues to fire off these devastatingly destructive attacks. And hold on, this is an interesting moment here. Miss Doublefinger's spike acupuncture. To my mind, this is the first time we've seen someone use the abilities of their devil fruit to enhance their physical attributes beyond the scope of their fruit's power. The spike fruit isn't a fruit that gives you the ability to turn super buff. Rather, Miss Doublefinger has used what her fruit allows her to do things that it doesn't allow you to do. An interesting application of devil fruit abilities, and one I'll throw in the chest. Whilst dodging all of Miss Doublefinger's abilities, we see what Nami has been aiming for, creating a cloud. And Nami strives to make it grow, and she succeeds in spite of Miss Doublefinger landing yet another blow. All through her own ingenuity, Nami succeeds in striking Miss Doublefinger with a self-made thunderbolt. But Nami isn't underestimating her opponent as she fakes out Miss Doublefinger a second time with another mirage. Now it's time for final blows. Nami has readied her tornado tempo, and Miss Doublefinger charges forward with another destructive sea urchin stinger. Nami cannot miss this shot, and she is surprised that Miss Doublefinger hasn't been stunned by the thunderbolt, so rather than dodging this wall-shredding attack, Nami takes it head-on. Her foot is completely pierced through, but it's in the finale of the battle that Oda brings us back to his third item for this confrontation. Nami is fighting for Vivi's sake. Nami knows the pain Vivi has been suffering, seeing the land she loves and the people she cares for be destroyed by Crocodile's plan, just as Nami saw her island and village suffer under Arlong. This physical pain Nami feels is nothing compared to that, and she's determined to rescue Vivi from it. So Nami launches her tornado tempo point blank with full trust in the weapon that Usopp gave her, and despite a fake out, it launches Miss Doublefinger through a wall, delivering Nami her first one-on-one victory of the series. Her intelligence and determination has overpowered the raw strength of one of Baroque Works' hardest hitters. And I love her celebration panels, the stunned look on her face, how small Nami is in the frame, her genuine, almost embarrassing victory cheer. I can't put my finger on why I like it so much, a fight away from the action in the deserted back streets, the way Oda makes it look like a small, unimportant moment, but to Nami this victory is proof that she can fight on behalf of those she cares about. Round 3 goes to Nami. Though, another fight means another intermission, starting off with Crocodile describing Pluton, an ancient weapon that can vaporize islands. Put that in the chest. Crocodile needs this ultimate weapon to keep the world government at bay as he increases his political power to create his own kingdom that surpasses the world government. While it's unknown how he knew that Cobra knew about Pluton, this is Crocodile's ultimate goal, and why he targeted Alabasta specifically. Crocodile then does even more stake raising, explaining that in 30 minutes he will be blowing up the palace square with the intention of wiping out the royal and rebel forces in a single shot, removing the fighting power of anyone that could possibly oppose him in the kingdom. While continued fighting would result in more casualties, this threat puts a more definitive time pressure on stopping Crocodile. The final thing Crocodile introduces is the poneglyph, which according to Vivi is that record of history, and King Cobra says he'll take Crocodile to it. This intermission really fleshes out why Oda has been bringing us further and further into the past during this saga, with Crocodile's goal being an ancient weapon, the location of which should be revealed via a record of history. As Chaka looks like he's about to intervene, we leave the intermission to get to our final fight, Zoro versus Mr. One. In contrast to Nami's multifaceted fight with multiple touchpoints, Zoro's fight has one very clearly defined goal, a goal that Zoro has been lamenting for much of this saga. He couldn't cut the candelabra, he couldn't destroy the cage, and now he can't cut this Dice Man whose sharp flesh is as strong as sword metal. Zoro knows that in his current state, he cannot win. Though, difficult problems often require simple solutions. Zoro can't win because he can't cut steel? Easy. He'll just have to figure out how to cut steel over the course of this battle. It's his regret of the saga, the struggle he must overcome, the strength of his opponent, and a matter of personal growth. It's really Oda's most well-realized single-focus fight so far in the series. But there is a key thing to note about how Zoro thinks he'll be able to succeed. He'll take it up a notch in strength. Is strength really the answer? I guess we'll find out. The fight starts off flashy with many action-packed panels illustrating something important. Zoro appears stronger in a technical sense than Mr. One. While Zoro can't slice him to ribbons, he can knock him down, overpowering him in terms of raw strength, or at least that's how I interpret it. We've seen Zoro being stupid strong, so how much stronger does he think he needs to be to cut steel? Mr. One's destructive ability is nothing to sneeze at though, as he slices up a building and launches Zoro at it to reduce the remains to rubble. In this moment, as Zoro appears to be buried, he begins to second-guess himself. He's pushed himself further than anyone else, so what is it that he's really lacking? He reminisces about his training, a time when a younger him asked his teacher about people being able to cut steel, and his teacher, in response, fails to cut a sheet of paper. There's a lesson in this though. There are swordsmen who are able to not cut anything, and yet are also able to cut steel. It isn't a case that a sword is purely meant for destruction. Swordsmanship means you are able to cut with intention. If a sword cuts everything, it's no more than a blade. Zoro, though he didn't understand at the time, should have an inkling to this. After all, Zoro called the Kitetsu 3 a problem child because it cut when he didn't want it to. An inkling isn't enough though, and Zoro and Mr. One exchange even more blows, fighting evenly until Mr. One brings out his buzzsaw technique, landing some absolutely brutal and bloody blows on Zoro. Zoro is barely still alive, and Mr. One closes in to finish the job, and there's this great moment, a callback to Zoro's fight with Mihawk. Zoro isn't just someone who uses a sword, he is a swordsman, and wounds on the back are a swordsman's shame, even if he's temporarily lost his swords. So Zoro makes sure to take Mr. One's blow from the front, and a building collapses on top of him. Mr. One walks away thinking he's won, but he stops and turns to see Zoro standing. As Zoro has his revelation about what his teacher meant, we don't see his eyes. This isn't something Zoro can see, it isn't a case of hearing, everything is eerily silent, but it's a feeling that allows him to sense the world around him, the rubble, the rocks, the trees, the earth itself. It's only after Zoro makes the link to what his teacher said that we see his eyes, when he sets them on Mr. One, thinking that he can hear the breathing of Mr. One's steel. Into the chest it goes. Zoro fails to cut a branch, then cleanly splits a boulder, then turns his sword to Mr. One. It's only Zoro and Kuina's sword, no more defense, just one attack. An attack he wasn't strong enough to make this whole saga, but he makes it now. So Zoro gives Mr. One his thanks as he cuts him down. He is now stronger. Mr. One teases Zoro, asking if he'll cut Diamond next, but then falls with a begrudging smile on his face. The winner of the fourth and final round is Zoro. It's really sweet and true to his character that his first thought after his fight is the safety of the crew. That's always a priority for Zoro, even when he's beaten and bloodied. And as this long series of fights come to a close, we catch up with the rest of the crew. Chopper, Sanji and Usopp and Eyelashes are running to the palace as Usopp fears the worst about Luffy, though Sanji doesn't believe it for a second. Nami untangles the tornado tempo aftermath and also heads towards the palace. Meanwhile, Zoro is unconscious on the floor. And Luffy is still nowhere to be seen, but he said he'd meet them at Alabasta, and so his crew trust in him. The battle is raging on, and though the crew have won all their individual battles, this conflict won't end until Crocodile is defeated. But that will have to wait until next time. There was another intermission after Zoro's final blow against Mr. One, but I skipped it because it awkwardly interrupts Zoro's fight, and I'll cover it next part instead, though honestly I think I really appreciate the structure of the fights here, especially when compared to some of the later ones in the series that get a bit more messy, let's say. It's very cleanly just whichever Straw Hat crewmate battle is happening, dispersed pretty evenly with whatever is happening on Vivi's end. It's showing the overall state of the battle for Alabasta, while giving each crew member a time to shine. Each fight is only 3 or so chapters long as well, and aside from Zoro's brief clash with Mr. One to explain how he and Nami get separated, each stays focused on the current fight instead of jumping between them, which I can imagine made things much easier for weekly readers. If you know what I'm getting at, then you know. Despite what I said about Sanji's clash lacking an underlying thing to keep it cohesive, I do enjoy all of these fights, and they're iconic for a reason. And I guess that's all I have to say.
Let's jump straight into the Zoro fight intermission that we missed, showing the Royal Army of Alabasta's last desperate attempts to stop Crocodile. The Kicking Claw Force have managed to breach the palace gates that Miss All Sunday had kept sealed, and by extension revealing that her main body, for lack of a better term, receives the same damage that her flowering limbs incur. Unfortunately, this is just Oda reinforcing a lesson that was taught to us via the brief fight between Miss All Sunday and Pell. Alabasta cannot stop Crocodile. Previously, it was their greatest warrior, now it's an elite force using a lethal potion to increase their strength. They are more than willing to use their lives to defeat Crocodile to protect their king and country, but in line with his duplicitous and dishonorable nature, Crocodile simply moves out of their reach. If they're going to die anyway, why waste his energy? Even though he could easily defeat them, he won't even give them the honor of a battle. Crocodile's mockery makes Chaka move, and much like how Pell had a Falcon Zoan to match his epitaph, Chaka has a Jackal Zoan. And we don't even get to see their fight, as when we next return, Chaka is already defeated, and there is only 25 minutes until Crocodile's planned explosion. Koza, who we had seen break off from the main rebel force previously, finally makes his appearance, and in a tragic realization he learns the truth. Crocodile, at this point, doesn't care though. He's reveling in the despair he's inflicted that he's gotten a boy who previously loved the kingdom to turn into a tool for its downfall. Even now, Vivi and King Cobra are yet to give up. It's not about what happens to them, the royal family. The people are the kingdom. Vivi's focus on this goal allows her to keep a cool head, and she and Koza move to save the people. This moment shows why Crocodile was right to fear Vivi getting in contact with Koza, and it shows that Vivi was right. If only she was able to talk to Koza to reveal to him the truth, he would have believed her and the war could have been stopped. Crocodile does try to stop them, but Chaka still has a spark of life left and uses it to be true to his name and be a guardian of Alabasta. Vivi and Koza get the royal army to surrender, but as the rebels close in on the palace to see the white flags and Koza is about to announce the end of the fighting, as we've seen time and time again, the house always wins. A Baroque Works agent within the royal army shoots Koza, then Crocodile whips up a storm between the forces as infiltrators on both sides start shooting, inciting more violence and bloodshed. Once more, Crocodile has silenced Vivi, as her desperate cries cannot be heard over the sounds of battle. Even Miss All Sunday comments, a grave expression on her face, "They can't hear you now." Even as Crocodile holds her by the neck, mocks her for her idealism, Vivi still believes, but the cries of the battle even drown out her attempts to declare in the face of evil that she will save this country. And she doesn't speak another word. Crocodile tears into Vivi's choices, makes light of her last 2 years of work trying to stop him, and as he tells her that Alabasta is doomed, He drops her to her death. She cannot say anything, she can only cry and accept her fate. But emerging from the center of the sun, its bright light shining behind him, Luffy appears. Just like when Vivi had given up hope once before, he is here to give her hope once more, and Vivi regains her voice as she calls for him. So it's fitting that the next chapter is called Hope. Luffy and Pell catch Vivi before she falls, and she weeps into Luffy's shoulder, lamenting how no one can hear her. And there are pages in One Piece that get me a bit emotional. Nami's help is one of them. But before this series, this page wasn't one of them. But now? Vivi's strength is her voice, her kind heart, and all throughout Alabasta, Crocodile has been taking that away from her, taking away the only thing Vivi can do. Then, in this moment when Vivi has given up on the one thing she can do, when she laments how useless her ability is, Luffy is here to tell her that it's not useless at all. He can hear her voice. He can hear her desperate cries, her fears, her dreams. He can hear it over the cries of the battle below. Despite Crocodile's attempts to take her voice away from her again and again and again, he'll never be able to stop Luffy from being able to hear Vivi. Luffy's not saying it with his usual big, eyes-closed smile either. He's looking directly at her. She is his focus. She is the reason he's here. All he has done this arc is for her. In the same way that Nami's help is the moment that Nami finally decides to hand over a burden to Luffy after an arc when she's been determined to carry it alone, this "I can hear your voice" is Luffy telling Vivi that her 2 years of trying to save her kingdom weren't for naught, that her voice will save her kingdom after an arc of her being silenced. And that just gets to me. As they land and Luffy prepares to go and fight Crocodile, the rest of the crew reach the palace as promised. They're a little worse for wear, but they're all here for Vivi too. Luffy admits that he lost, but he won't lose again. The crew cheer him on, and Vivi, once more, recalls her lesson. She is not fighting alone. Luffy and the Straw Hat crew are all here supporting her, and Luffy is here to do the one thing he can. Luffy launches himself at Crocodile, who arrogantly expects this confrontation to be the same as last time, which makes it all the more satisfying when we get a beautiful double-page spread of Luffy nailing Crocodile right in the face. Just like how Luffy grew between his confrontations with Smoker, he has grown since his last fight with Crocodile. Most importantly, it was all because of Toto. His trust in the king, his hope that the rain will come, and his persistence in the face of Crocodile's repeated attempts to break his will, all coalescing into the Yuba water that he gave to Luffy that revealed to Luffy Crocodile's weakness. So drenched in the hope of Alabasta, Luffy takes up a fighting stance, ready to take down a warlord of the sea. We cut to Vivi and the crew as she gets everyone up to speed, and Oda makes a point to stress Crocodile's callousness towards his tools and Baroque works. His plan to bomb the square would obviously kill the Baroque works members present, but they wouldn't know Crocodile's plan. After all, Crocodile only ever reveals the bare minimum information to his organization. Those same members are after Vivi's head, but that's okay, as the crew along with Pell are all there to fight them off and help her find the bomb. I also like the detail that despite their increasing animosity this saga, we see a moment of perfect agreement between Sanji and Zoro. Everyone is united in their desire to help Vivi. Back to Luffy and Croc. We get some pre-fight banter. Despite his weakness being revealed, Crocodile is still confident that he's in a different league to Luffy. He's a warlord after all. But just like Wapol, Luffy doesn't care what someone is. If Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords, Luffy is the 8th, and Luffy goes back on the attack. Once again, we see his growth between battles. While Luffy rolled around in pain after getting moisture sucked out of his arm last time, this time he doesn't even break his stride and quickly rehydrates it. Then he evolves his attacks. If straightforward, easily grabbable and dodgeable attacks won't hit, then make his attacks ungrabbable and fake Crocodile out so the attack can't be dodged. Crocodile thinks he has an easy win condition though, get rid of the water barrel, but Luffy realizes the same thing, drinks its entire contents, and becomes the incredible Water Luffy. Crocodile may think Luffy isn't taking this fight seriously, and Robin laughs just like she did when Luffy called Crocodile a fool,
But it's more the case that Luffy is willing to try anything that comes to mind in order to defeat Crocodile. It doesn't matter if he looks silly, especially when his plan works and Luffy manages to soak and then land a bazooka on Crocodile. Miss All Sunday then starts to move, dislodging King Cobra from the wall and tells him to take her to the poneglyph, and we see her demeanor change. Rather, she's been acting a little off for much of Luffy's fight with Crocodile. There's a shadow that has been clouding her face, aside from that one panel of her laughing. Crocodile, who manages to get up after the blow, does tell her to go, once again using her real name, but I have a feeling that she was planning to go anyway. The reason she's had a complicated expression for much of the fight is because, while she doesn't actually seem to like Crocodile and doesn't appear to want him to succeed, it seems quite clear that she is very interested in the poneglyph. If she's been allied with Crocodile in order to get to the poneglyph, I read it as just the slightest hint that she thinks that Luffy may actually succeed in this fight. She starts making moves to leave before Crocodile tells her to, because if Crocodile does lose, King Cobra almost certainly will not reveal the poneglyph's location. So while the outcome is still ambiguous, she needs to get Cobra to take her there. She's never been this desperate, and we've looked into Miss All Sunday's expression before, seeing how the first time she looked serious was when asking Luffy about his D initial, and now she's beyond serious. Her furious look as Cobra asks why she would want to see the poneglyph, the almost crazed expression she shows Tashigi and the Marines when they try to stop her from passing, but mixed with something else as we see an uncharacteristic sweat drop. Perhaps, though, her desperation was unwarranted, as we cut back to Luffy and Crocodile to see Crocodile once again defeating Luffy, shriveling him up, even all the water he stored within himself. Except not. Crocodile makes his exit, but Luffy has made a successful gamble, shooting several large globs of water into the air, which upon landing successfully rehydrate Luffy from the brink of death. Luffy is lucky, and I would argue canonically so, but still, this was certainly very fortunate. If Crocodile didn't drop him directly downwards, then that's the end of One Piece, but hey, if we're sticking with the theme that the water is a representation of the hope of Alabasta, I'm willing to let a little bit of narrative contrivance slide. It is implied that this was 100% Luffy's plan. He realizes that once Crocodile's hand reaches him, there's not much he'll be able to do, so Luffy, spur of the moment, makes a choice to fire off some water into the air on the off chance it will land back on him. I can't say that that's out of character. I also realize that since he dropped Vivi directly downwards, there is technically precedent for Crocodile to finish off his enemies in this way. Alright, enough justifications, let's continue. As we catch back up with King Cobra and Miss All Sunday, we get more revelations about the poneglyph and Alabasta's royal family. First, and most interestingly, the fact that Robin is able to read the poneglyph, and the fact that that is, in and of itself, apparently unique. Not even King Cobra can read it, even though Alabastan kings are entrusted to protect it, which is also a curious line. Generations of Alabastan kings are entrusted with protecting the poneglyph, but more so, it is their only duty. Protecting a record of history, even if it reveals the location of an island-destroying weapon, but Alabasta is a member of the world government, but even still they don't delegate this responsibility to the world government or get them involved at all. Combine this fact with the reveal of Nico Robin's bounty, 79 million, a little shy of Crocodile's before it was frozen, but the difference being that Robin's was set when she was only 8 years old, and Oda begins to paint a very interesting picture. A record of history, hidden and protected for generations, hidden even from the world government, and a woman who can read it who has had a large bounty since childhood. We'll definitely get back to this later. Regardless, as Robin opens the door to the poneglyph, she has a relieved look on her face. We catch up quickly with Vivi, Pell, and the rest of the Straw Hats as they desperately search for the bomb. They've got about 5 minutes until it explodes, and there's some comedic banter as they all try to think of where it is hidden. Then to Luffy, who comes across the fallen Tashigi. Despite the very deadly-looking hold Miss All Sunday appeared to put her in, Robin doesn't seem to want to hurt innocent people, even if she is growing desperate. Tashigi has this moment, thinking about how powerless she is, and we see a scene of Crocodile also finding her and mocking her for her powerlessness. And she thinks for a moment. Smoker sent her here to enforce her justice, but what is that? She went with the intention to capture the Straw Hats, but as she looks at Luffy,
she drops her sword and points him in Crocodile's direction. Whatever the justice she wants to enforce is, she's too powerless to do so. As Luffy passes out from his old wound, we get back to Robin and actually see the poneglyph, a giant cube with strange writing on it. In spite of her previous relief, Robin looks a bit stoic upon actually getting to examine the poneglyph up close, especially as King Cobra asks if she's found what she's wanted. She asks if there are any more poneglyphs in Alabasta, but alas, there is nothing, and Robin's face is filled with a cold disappointment. As Crocodile makes his way inside, we don't get to fully see Robin's expression. Is she disappointed that Luffy didn't defeat him? He asks her to read the poneglyph and she obliges, listing some history of Alabasta, but Crocodile doesn't care about any of that and asks where is the weapon located. And Robin, not with her usual empty smile, but just a completely empty look, tells him that it isn't there. So Crocodile decides to kill her. Robin was the one who apparently went to Crocodile, saying that if he brought her to the poneglyph, she would reveal Pluton. But as we've known for a while, it doesn't matter how competent, how strong, how valuable someone is, if they fail to fulfill their purpose, Crocodile will throw them away without hesitation. As I've said before, he only views people as tools, and this tool has failed to fulfill its purpose. As he stabs her through the chest, he says he forgives her, but as we learned with Mr. 3, it's not about forgiveness. There's nothing to forgive because he doesn't trust, he doesn't care. You don't forgive a hammer if it doesn't fulfill its purpose, it gets thrown away. And as Robin falls to the ground, the last of Baroque Works' officers fall. Crocodile is alone. He's not even thinking about that though. Something in King Cobra's reaction to Robin reading the poneglyph has made him think that the Pluton is somewhere in Alabasta, so he will find it. Cobra won't let him though, as he triggers something in the underground chamber to cause it to collapse. He is more than willing to use his life to stop Crocodile and save his kingdom. As Crocodile comments, and as we've said, Cobra is the paragon of kingliness. Crocodile isn't fussed though, as with his powers, he'll be able to escape. Back to the state of the battle. There's barely a minute and a half left as Vivi trips and injures her leg, but this brief moment allows her to think, and she has an epiphany. So she gets Usopp to call the crew together with a signal. The crew all see it, and... Hang on a sec. Zoro, what are you doing? He's outside of the city, like far outside. Oda has really taken the brakes off his lack of direction. Unfortunately, this signal also brings Baroque Works to their location, so Vivi and Usopp have to flee. Luffy wakes up and resumes his pursuit, and using his instinct, he finds the entrance to the underground chamber. It looks crocodile-ish. And indeed, there he is, much to Crocodile's chagrin. He can't understand Luffy's persistence. He loves to take away hope, but Luffy will never give up. And why? Because Crocodile stole Vivi's kingdom, a home where she should be at peace, where the people she loves are. Crocodile's stolen all of that. He has stolen Vivi's joy and Vivi's laughter. So Luffy rushes forward, but Crocodile is unfazed. He is no longer the incredible Water Luffy, so what can he do? First, Luffy kicks him, and then he punches him hard in the face. If the water, the hope of Alabasta, first allowed Luffy to hit Crocodile, then that hope is also running through Luffy's veins, his blood allowing him to bypass Crocodile's defenses. Finally, after 2 rounds, Crocodile recognizes Luffy as a worthy foe. He's not just some greenhorn pirate anymore, but that means that Crocodile will go all out, and he removes the cover of his hook to reveal the poisoned hook underneath. He is no longer Mr. Zero, head of Baroque Works, or a warlord of the sea. Crocodile is finally acting as a pirate, ready to fight to the death. Up on the surface, we see that Tashigi has made her decision as she and her marines assist the Straw Hats as they race towards the clock tower, from where Vivi believes the bomb will be fired. But as Pell flies close, he gets shot down by a strange frog gun. Back below ground, and Luffy and Crocodile are busy fighting. Crocodile's poison is so strong it can melt through rock, and Luffy gets slashed by it. Luffy isn't afraid of Crocodile's poison. He's not fighting to preserve his own life, but for Vivi's sake. Cobra watches on with awe as Crocodile starts to claim victory, thinking his poison will soon take effect. Luffy, however, is unperturbed. Once more to the surface, where Sanji and Zoro have both made it to the clock tower. Sanji because he was trying to be helpful in climbing it, and Zoro because he's an idiot. Vivi knows there isn't a way up the clock tower from where the pair are though, but Nami hatches a plan. But as she does, the face of the clock tower begins to open, revealing Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day. The two are, of course, oblivious to Crocodile's plan. They think they are launching a giant cannonball, not a bomb. Crocodile is ready to use their lives without a moment's consideration. Below ground, we see Luffy weakening, his trembling and coughing, but even though Crocodile keeps saying he's going to die from the poison, questioning why he keeps on fighting, Luffy grits his teeth and keeps on going. It's at this point that the cuts between the two groups become far too frequent. It works when reading, but not while narrating, so I'm going to choose when I switch now. At the base of the clock tower, Nami is putting her plan into fruition, stacking Usopp, Chopper, and Vivi. Then she launches a Cyclone Tempo directly into Usopp's unmentionables, launching him into the sky. As Nami directs the crew, they all work together as Chopper jumps off of Usopp onto Sanji's leg, who then launches them further. As they reach Zoro, the Baroque Works pair take notice and take aim, and so they avoid danger. Zoro launches Vivi and Chopper straight up, but he gets shot as a result, and it's sweet that we see Sanji's concern. Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day move to take aim once more, but they only see Chopper, and he narrowly manages to avoid getting shot himself. Now all that's left is Vivi. She flies in with her weapon ready, and once she's in range, she goes for a peacock string slasher. But just like this entire series, Vivi isn't allowed to deliver a final blow. That is, when she's fighting solo. But Vivi isn't fighting by herself. That's been the whole point of this saga. That's been her revelation, her salvation. Vivi is not alone. She's only been able to make it to this point in the broad sense and right now in the very literal sense, thanks to the efforts of the whole crew. They've put their bodies on the line, they've taken blows for her, they've carried her to this point. Vivi isn't fighting with her own strength because she doesn't need to anymore, and as a result, she succeeds in defeating Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day, knocking them out of the clock tower, and then manages to sever the fuse. Now we can cut back to Luffy. Crocodile is so bewildered by Luffy's behavior that he can't help but shout at Luffy, questioning why he can't just abandon the kingdom, abandon Vivi. Surely his own life is more important. But as Luffy said so before, Crocodile is a fool. He's thrown away so many people, he could never understand what it's like to care about someone. Vivi is Luffy's friend, and so if she is fighting to save her kingdom, then Luffy and the crew will fight alongside her, even if it costs them their lives. As Luffy told Vivi, people die, but if it's to save a friend, so be it. Though the poison is taking effect and Luffy falls to the ground, and Crocodile mocks him some more. No matter how driven Luffy is by how much he cares about Vivi, as long as he remains, their efforts will be for naught. As he waits for his bomb to explode, there's a pause, but he's not worried. The house always wins after all. The bomb isn't relying on the fuse, and while its damage may be lessened by being higher up instead of launching into the center of the square, the result will still be catastrophic. This is Crocodile's final repudiation of Vivi's ideals, his final mockery of her hope, even when he's not there to witness it, even if this bomb was planted long before he knew she'd be there to try and stop it. This is Crocodile saying to Vivi once more that her efforts are useless, their blood and sweat is all for naught, except it isn't. The precious seconds that Vivi gained, they weren't for nothing. Crocodile doesn't have anybody he can trust, sure, but that means he, in turn, isn't trusted. His organization members serve him for their own interests, for their own rewards, or out of fear. They'll fight for him as a job, but no one is willing to truly sacrifice for him. They'll abandon him as easily as he abandons them. No one knows Crocodile. No one loves Crocodile. Pell knows Vivi. He knew the clock tower because he's watched over Vivi since she's been a child. He's feared for her safety. He's disciplined her so she would grow. He's trained and become Alabasta's greatest warrior. Also, he can defend her and the kingdom. He's been training so he can put his life on the line for her. He loves her. So the guardian deity of Alabasta picks up the bomb, flies it high into the sky away from the city, and it lights up the sky with an explosion. Crocodile really is a fool. He can't comprehend Luffy putting his life on the line to stop him, and he can never foresee someone using their life to foil his plan. Crocodile only moves for himself, plans for himself, never lets anyone else in, and treats everyone else as tools to be used and thrown away. For all the possibilities he foresaw, for as many contingencies as Crocodile had put in place, he couldn't comprehend this outcome because he couldn't comprehend someone risking their life for another. But unfortunately, though Crocodile's destructive plans have been thwarted, cogs he's put in place continue to spin. In spite of the giant explosion temporarily stopping the fighting, as soon as they get back on their feet, the war between the Royal Guard and the rebels continues. They're so drunk on battle that they cannot stop. Vivi cries out again and again and again, stop fighting, but she cannot be heard over the sound of battle. Nami is brought to tears and she moves the rest of the crew. If the people will not stop, then they will have to stop them. As Luffy said before, nothing will stop until Crocodile is defeated. Luffy gets back up and declares that he's gonna be king of the pirates, and Crocodile charges forward mocking Luffy's declaration, but Luffy snaps his poison claw in response. There's only one thing that Luffy can do, the thing he will do that Vivi cannot. He will defeat Crocodile. Despite the poison flowing through him, Luffy lands blow after blow on Crocodile. Crocodile whips up a devastating storm. It doesn't matter that he's underground. Luffy doesn't care. He won't be defeated by the sand, and he launches himself into the sky and counters with a storm of his own. Bursting through the ground like a geyser, Luffy launches Crocodile high into the sky above the battle where Vivi can see him. Just as promised, Luffy has kicked his butt, driving Crocodile up through layers of bedrock. No one else has noticed though. The fighting is still raging and Vivi continues her desperate cry, though this time, rain begins to fall. The king of the desert, the cause and embodiment of the drought, has been defeated. As the opposing sides feel the rain on their skin, the battle goes silent, and finally, the people of Alabasta can hear Vivi's voice. She will no longer be silenced by Crocodile, and she declares that the nightmare is finally over. Below ground, King Cobra thanks Luffy, who smiles and says it was nothing, because truly it was. Of course, he would go this far for a friend. And the underground chamber collapses. Despite the fighting being on hold, the rebels are still burning with resentment. They're still under the influence of Crocodile's deception, but regardless of the rebels' anger, Chaka, in terrible shape, shows up and tells the soldiers to drop their weapons, and Igaram appears as well, with Kappa, the boy from Nanohana, in his arms. Kappa tells the rebels about the imposter king, and Koza manages to sit up and tell the rebels that they've been manipulated. Igaram once more tells everyone to throw down their weapons so he can explain what happened, and they finally comply. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats are making their way to the palace when they run into Cobra, who is carrying Luffy. They exchange some words and Vivi shows up to reveal Cobra as the king. Cobra tells the crew that he was saved by Luffy, and Luffy, even after his fight with Crocodile, managed to carry 2 people out of the rubble. I'm sure that won't become very relevant soon. Sanji dissuades Vivi from telling the people about their involvement and tells her to go off with the king to the square, and as she and the king leave them, the entire crew collapse from exhaustion. Tashigi and the Marines surround the unconscious Crocodile and charge him with his crimes and revoke his authority as a warlord of the sea. Then we get to see the aftermath in a variety of panels, the Marines taking care of the rest of Baroque works, Karoo looking up at the sky, as well as the rest of the Supersonic Duck Squadron. We see the defeated officer agents, all unconscious aside from Bon Clay, who wanders off somewhere. We also see Eyelashes safe and sound. Then, in our final scene, we cut to the people of Alabasta, Koza lamenting their deception at the hands of Crocodile and wondering how they could ever make things right. And so the king steps forward to address everyone. Indeed, this has been a great tragedy. Nothing good has come of this conflict, only loss. But regardless, they must move forward. The past cannot be undone. The only thing the people of Alabasta can do is live. Because the people are the kingdom. So as long as they continue to live on, so will Alabasta. And so, Alabasta's civil war comes to an end, as does this part. Crocodile and Baroque works are defeated, rain has once more fallen upon the land, the nightmare is over. Next part is the end. The end of the Alabasta Saga, the end of this series, the wind down after an exciting battle, and we'll also go over this saga as a whole, the important themes that have made themselves known, important things to note, just whatever I can think of. It looks like we're nearly back at the shore too. I hope Merry is doing okay. It's good to be back on the water, but the Straw Hats aren't there just yet. Though the fighting is finished, there's still a lot of stuff to cover. We're going through the last several chapters, then after that I'll wrap up this series by going through some of the important world building and themes that have been introduced and expanded upon this saga. So, immediately after the end of the Civil War, we see what the Marines have been up to, starting off with Smoker. It ends up that the thing he was disappearing off to do was to track down Crocodile's rain-making ship. He confirms that he didn't use any dance powder, so that rain that ended the war was completely natural. He does have a guest though, the woman that we saw during Django's cover story, Hina. We get a sense of the two's relationship before seeing Tashigi, who has forbidden the Marines under her command to arrest the Straw Hat crew. When we see the Marines the next day, we get an explanation. As Tashigi apologizes to Smoker for aiding Luffy and the crew, he responds by asking if she was following her own sense of justice. But she wasn't. Rather, she couldn't. Her lack of strength meant that she was unable to enforce her sense of justice. She had to assist Luffy because justice demanded it, though not her justice. Tashigi starts to cry and declares that she will become stronger, and it all seems like things will wrap up nicely, until headquarters call. Top-ranking ministers of the government are rewarding Tashigi and Smoker with the capture of Crocodile. They will give them medals at an awards ceremony. Smoker can't believe this. It wasn't them who defeated Crocodile, it was Luffy. His dear subordinate that he cares about is in tears because she was unable to enforce her justice on Crocodile. So in true Smoker fashion, he tells them to shove off. Smoker doesn't care about accolades, about the higher-ups, he cares about protecting the innocent.
Normally that means he needs to defeat pirates, but this time it was an exception. That is his sense of justice. But what Oda is showing us is that this is not the world government's sense of justice. As Hina puts it, the government doesn't want the truth to get out. I'll talk more about justice when we finish the chapter content, so let's continue on for now. We see a continuation of Alabasta celebrating the rainfall, and I love the panel of Toto smiling up to the sky, completely vindicated. Just 3 years, that's all it took. His hope and trust paid off in the end. I've also got to point out this absolute mad lad just filling his mouth with the rainwater, and then the panel where we get to see the Merry protected by Luffy's dugong disciples. Then we see the Straw Hats all sound asleep, and I've got to rank their different snores. Nami is last, her zzz is far too elegant. Zoro's snore is next for being basic. There's a big gap, then Chopper's grah, which is barely a snore at all. Sanji's hrork is pretty good, then Luffy's hronk. But my favorite is Usopp's snurf, because try and say snurf with Usopp's mouth shape. It just doesn't make any sense. The next chapter is just simple happiness. We're just seeing the crew and how they're recovering after a tough battle, what they're doing in their downtime, and most importantly, seeing Vivi relaxing. Her land is free. She no longer has to fight to save it. She's assisting Chopper in helping Luffy recover, but she's just smiling. Some nice moments include scaling Chopper as a doctor. Kureha is one of the best doctors, full stop, no questions asked. Maybe Crocus could compare, but our introduction to him wasn't focused on his abilities as a doctor. So, due to his proximity to his teacher, it was hard to say how skilled of a Dr. Chopper actually is. Now, when being visited by a Doctor of Alabasta, we get to see that, actually, yeah, Chopper is actually quite a skilled doctor. He's advanced in his creation of medicine, using a technique that this doctor, likely one of the most skilled in the land if he's serving in the palace, never knew existed. Unfortunately for Chopper, Zoro, in the meanwhile, is trying to recall how he managed to cut steel. If he isn't able to draw upon that power whenever he wants, then he hasn't really gotten any stronger. Though in pursuit of this training, he is completely ignoring Chopper's orders as the crew's doctor. Luffy finally wakes up, and the first thing he asks for is his hat, and that made me realize I completely missed the detail when he throws it on the ground during the fight with Crocodile. Once more proving that no matter how many times I read One Piece, there's always something new to discover. It's such a small detail, but it really drives home that defeating Crocodile for Vivi's sake was his #1 priority at the time, so much so that he threw his personal treasure on the floor so it wouldn't get in his way during the fight. Thankfully, his hat wasn't destroyed and is safely returned to him, and in short order, Vivi fulfills her promise to him. It's time to eat until he explodes. And it's just more good times. Luffy and the crew's attitude cuts through all ranks, all formalities, and it just brings joy. Vivi is laughing freely, so are Igaram, Chaka, and King Cobra, all laughing, and even the soldiers who are looking down on the vulgarity of it are soon all laughing and dancing along as well. Crocodile has truly been defeated. The country which he had stolen has been returned, and we can tell because the people are laughing a lot more. Which means, with this feast, we've completed yet another Luffy Liberation Loop. They've been more sparse than they were in the East. Luffy has only liberated Laboon and the former Drum Kingdom this saga, but the liberation of Alabasta has been the big juicy liberation we've been looking forward to. It's been both the physical liberation of the land from the threat of Crocodile, but also Vivi's mental liberation from the mindset that she must do everything alone, showing her that she has people she can rely on. But of the 3 base steps of a Luffy liberation loop, the 4th optional one being the big feast afterwards, there's one that's still hanging in the air. The 3rd step that happens after Luffy liberates someone, which I defined way back in the point of East Blue as the liberated person is then free to pursue their dreams and/or goals. Alabasta has been liberated, and we see the people rebuilding at a remarkable pace, and we see Koza heading to Yuba to help there. The goal of building up and making the kingdom better is front of mind. But what about Vivi? As we see in the following bath scene, Vivi is thinking about all the wonders waiting to be discovered in the world. We saw it before in Little Garden. Vivi has an adventurous streak in her, and Nami can see that as she gives her a knowing smile. Oh, and while we're at the baths, I love the fact that Zoro is the one helping Chopper bathe, the start of their big brother, little brother style relationship. The simple happiness can't last, unfortunately, as Igaram and Chaka see some updated bounty posters that shows the Straw Hats' increased notoriety. Luffy is now at 100 million berries, and Zoro now has a bounty of 60 million. Igaram rushes to warn them, but all he finds is Vivi. The crew have already left. They've gone to the sea, because that's where pirates belong. Elsewhere in Alabasta, much like their cover story implied, we see Django and Full Body in service to Hina. Django has gone full marine, no remorse in his heart for pirates, rather the hypnotist has been hypnotized by his beautiful superior. Thankfully, we learn that the Going Merry is no longer at Erumalu where they left it, though Hina and her navy subordinates are in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats are crossing the desert with the assistance of the Supersonic Duck Squadron, though Nami looks a bit down. And very graciously lets go of the billion berries that Igaram, well, she says he promised, but did he actually? Either way, we all know that Nami loves to mask her desire to help others with greed. Vivi, back at the palace, struggles to fall asleep. It's too quiet. She's used to more people being around her, and she looks wistfully away as she thinks about what happened earlier in the day, when best boy Bon Clay called up the Straw Hats to let them know he's taken their ship because, well, they're friends, aren't they? Now that Baroque Works is gone, he's got no reason to fight them, and he can be true to himself. With the Going Merry's updated location, we see Vivi in turmoil. Does she stay in Alabasta as its princess, or does she go to the sea with the Straw Hats and become a pirate? Nami gives her 12 hours to decide, and where they'll meet at Alabasta's East Port to pick her up. As Vivi lays in bed, she considers it, thinks about how she'll get there in time, her life as a princess, and of course the fact that she and Karoo are a package deal. He'll be coming along too, surely. While Vivi has been contemplating, the Straw Hats have made it to the Merry, and they say farewell to the squadron. Bon Clay is a little grumpy though, his dear friends are giving him the cold shoulder. Luffy responds in kind. Didn't Bon Clay trick them? Well, no, Crocodile never shared who they were to Bon Clay before he ran into them, so their initial interaction was completely genuine. Luffy still isn't convinced, and Bon Clay updates him on the current situation. The island is surrounded by Navy ships, and without him, the Going Merry would have surely been captured. And why did he save their ship? Because they are his friends. And because he needed help to get off the island and through the blockade, but mainly because they're friends. Unfortunately, as they're celebrating friendship, we see that Hina has discovered their location. The next morning, we see that both Igaram and the king have been worried that Vivi is going to run off and become a pirate, bursting in as she's getting ready for her big day, her coming-of-age ceremony that has been delayed for 2 years, a ceremony to celebrate her passage from child to adult. Chaka also reports to Igaram the fighting at the port, though the Navy's jurisdiction clearly supersedes their own, so they cannot get involved. When we cut to the port, we see that the Straw Hats are struggling, and the poor Merry is skewered by multiple iron spears. This is the specialty of Hina's squadron, encircling ships and taking them down from a distance, and these spears are much harder to deflect than cannonballs. And part of me wonders whether it's just a coincidence that Full Body is part of the crew attacking them, someone who witnessed Luffy being able to deflect cannonballs firsthand. Thankfully, Usopp still has his skills with a cannon and manages to take out both Full Body and Django's ships, making a gap in the formation. But Luffy and the crew refuse to take it because they need to pick up a friend. Bon Clay, someone who understands the importance of friendship, takes notice, and he rallies his crew, who, to their credit, are also moved by the fact that the Straw Hats are putting their lives on the line for a friend. As Bon Clay's swan ship starts pulling away from the Going Merry, Hina thinks it's a diversion until they spot Luffy on board, so they quickly race after them. But it's not Luffy they find. Bon Clay and his crew have all dressed up as the Straw Hats, Bon Clay using his powers for good instead of ill, declaring that he is a friend of the Straw Hat gang. And you know what? Bon Clay has done some heinous things this arc, framing the king, kicking a child, trying to kill Vivi, but damn it, when he strikes that pose, looks straight at Hina and says, "Shall we dance?" All his past sins are wiped clean in my book. He was just living his "oh come my way." He is more than words and readily puts his life on the line for his friends, just as Luffy did for Vivi, and just like Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, and even a very emotional Sanji say, "We'll never ever forget you guys." Alright, okay. I'm fine, let's move on. The next chapter is really a bookend to Vivi's journey this saga, starting off with a brief flashback to before she infiltrated Baroque Works, the moment when Igaram first shares with Vivi that an underground organization has infiltrated the kingdom, and Vivi's immediate desire to counter-infiltrate and do what she can to reveal the heinous plot. And yeah, alright, I can't in good conscience not mention this iconic panel. No, this isn't edited. Vivi's genius idea has truly caused her forehead to grow twice its usual size. As we cut back to the present, we see someone who appears to be Vivi taking the stage in front of her people. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats are desperately fighting to meet at the designated place. Then Vivi addresses the crowd as the entirety of Alabasta listens. She tells them of her journey and, most importantly, the little ship and its crew that pushed her towards the light. When the crew hear her voice, most of them think she isn't coming, but as it's revealed that Igaram has dressed up as Vivi, the princess calls out to the crew and the Merry, but she is there to say goodbye. She loves adventure, she's loved her time with the crew, but there is something that she loves even more. The reason why she set out to sea in the first place, the reason she struggled and fought against insurmountable odds, the reason she infiltrated Baroque Works, was willing to cut off her legs to push through all manner of obstacles and dangers, the reason she was willing to face a warlord of the sea. Her kingdom. And Luffy accepts her decision with a smile. Luffy wants Vivi to come with them, but he understands and is happy when people pursue their own desires, especially if it's the people he cares about, as long as they're being true to themselves. Although, even though she has decided to stay, she calls out and asks them, "If we ever see each other again, will you call me your shipmate?" As Luffy is ready to shout out his response, Nami stops him. If Luffy does talk while the Marines watch, she'll be branded a criminal, an associate of pirates. So as they turn away, they lift up their arms, bearing the hidden symbol, the one that proves that they are who they say they are, the sign of their unbreakable fellowship, high into the air. Vivi will always be their friend, their shipmate, the person who joined them on their journey since they first entered the Grand Line. And she, along with Karoo, raise their sign of fellowship in response. Vivi knows what she wants to do, knows that she has friends that she can rely on, so we can say that the Luffy liberation loop has been completed. With their farewells in order, Oda takes us on a quick tour of the entirety of Alabasta to really wrap things up. We see Hina's devil fruit as she playfully chastises Smoker. We see all the different creatures of Alabasta, with Eyelashes getting the VIP treatment. We see all the different people coming together keenly with Yuba in mind, and Toto looking brightly towards the future. I like the detail that with real hope and the combined will of the people to make Alabasta better, they've lost interest in the false hope that was being sold at Crocodile's casino. Then we see our main players. Igaram and the King are addressing the crowd. Chaka is looking at Pell's grave. Vivi and Karoo watch the Straw Hats fade into the distance, and a certain someone thanks the doctor, though he leaves his headwear behind. Alright. So it's obvious that Pell is alive, and here's my take on it. This series, I've realized that I'm really more interested in the why of something happening, the themes and the reasoning, what Oda is trying to tell us, so I'll make my take with that perspective. On one hand, Pell being alive cheapens his sacrifice. Crocodile didn't count on people genuinely sacrificing themselves, Luffy and the Straw Hats and Pell, in order to stop him. So the genuine sacrifice for the sake of his kingdom and to protect Vivi on the part of Pell really rubs Crocodile's nose in the fact that selfishly living for yourself, not trusting others, etc., gets defeated by a willingness to trust in others and put your life on the line and even give it for another's sake. On the other hand, Pell being alive is a sign of hope for both Alabasta and Vivi. We don't end up seeing a casualty count for the civil war in Alabasta, but Vivi has been so focused, fighting so hard that none of her people die. Sure, her naivety is called out by both Luffy and Crocodile, but her genuine desire is there. If, in the end, she succeeds by stopping the war thanks to the death of not just one of her citizenry, but one who she cares about, it proves Crocodile right. To solve problems require the death of her people, her beautiful naive dream be damned. For Pell to live means that her dream may be possible after all. Her desire as future Queen of Alabasta to not have to sacrifice her people can potentially be achieved. I think, in the context of the chapter, seeing Alabasta full of joy, hope, pushing towards the future, I understand why Oda had Pearl survive. It's supposed to be an uplifting moment, the country coming together, and most importantly is the next page where the narrator states, "The kingdom of Alabasta recovered with astounding speed." So Pearl too, when we think he should have been obliterated beyond repair, just as the countries around Alabasta expected the Civil War to leave them beyond recovery, both can recover beyond all expectations. In an arc all about hope triumphing, I see why Oda chose the latter. That sentiment aside, the ramifications of Pearl surviving now does lurk within the reader's mind. To pull out a favourite phrase I've used several times, you may not have noticed, but your brain did. With Pearl's survival, that seed of skepticism has been planted. If Pearl can survive, what even are stakes anymore? Will every noble sacrifice not actually be a sacrifice? I've got more thoughts about this decision, particularly how it reflects on Oda's style of forming a story, but I'll leave those for another day. Let's get back to our farewell to Alabasta. Vivi heads home to Alubana, and we get that panel telling of Alabasta's astounding recovery, and we end off with Smoker and Tashigi musing on Zoro and Luffy's new bounties, ending by saying that they'll settle things with them another day. With that, we finally leave the sands of Alabasta, but we can't finish just yet. We see the crew aboard a sadly quite banged up Merry, and everyone is sad that Vivi isn't there anymore, aside from Zoro, whom they throw insults at. Though they mourn the departure of their friend, it appears as though they have a stowaway, as Nico Robin emerges to everyone's shock, aside from Luffy. As she calmly takes a seat, she tells Luffy that he needs to take responsibility for what he's done to her, and then tells him that she wants to join his crew. As hinted at previously by Cobra, Luffy carried 2 people out from the underground chamber, and that meant that his second passenger was Robin, and we get one last flashback showing what happened immediately following Luffy's fight with Crocodile. First, Robin provides Luffy with an antidote to Crocodile's poison claw, confident that he'll survive the underground collapse due to his devil fruit, and then we get the reveal that Robin lied to Crocodile about the contents of the poneglyph. It indeed contained the information that Crocodile was seeking about the Pluton, but unlike Crocodile, that was not what Robin was looking for. She was instead looking for a specific poneglyph called the Real Poneglyph, the poneglyph that recounts the true history. Although Cobra inquires what that means, Robin doesn't respond. Instead, we get quite a sad scene. Robin wants to know the true history. She's been searching for it for 20 years, and the poneglyph in Alabasta was her last hope. So now, with that last hope quashed, Robin gives up and decides to simply die. She has given up on her dream. Cobra starts talking about scripts spun together to tell of an untold history, and then starts to say a very curious line, "If so, then why are we?" but is cut off as Luffy gets up, hoisting Robin over his shoulder and the king under his arm. Robin protests, saying that she doesn't want to live, but just like Robin couldn't decide the course Luffy would take, Luffy doesn't see any reason to listen to her now. It's an interesting parallel. In this arc, when Vivi gave up hope and was ready to accept her death, Luffy was there to catch her and revive that hope. Now we see Robin also having given up hope and ready to accept death, and this time Luffy carries her out, despite her protestations. Perhaps her hope may also be revived. Luffy, as we saw with Gaimon many chapters ago, isn't above letting someone into his crew out of a sense of responsibility, so he accepts Robin despite his own crew's disagreement. But hey, she didn't actually kill Igaram, she rescued Luffy from the sand, and she gave him the antidote to the poison. Luffy knows that even if she can't say she's a good person just yet, she's at least not a bad person. And we finally end this saga getting introduced to Robin, and very fittingly for a saga that had us delving into history, Robin is an archaeologist. She tells Usopp that her specialty is assassination, but putting it bluntly, she hasn't successfully killed anyone this arc, and based off her cute little laugh, I reckon she's probably just messing with Usopp. She does have a bit of an odd sense of humor. She then wins over the crew, playing with Luffy and Chopper, giving gems to Nami, being a beautiful woman in the vicinity of Sanji, and then assisting in making an absolute banger of a joke to finally win over Usopp. Zoro is still skeptical, as he usually is, but then we get another parallel with Vivi. When Robin asks Zoro if it's always like this, I'm reminded of when Nami asked Vivi, "Don't your cares just melt away on a ship like this?" And that sort of peacefulness that Vivi and now Robin are experiencing, we've seen Vivi's journey to finding peace, that little ship that showed her the light, and now we can see Robin beginning that same journey. As Robin asks Nami her log pose course, the course towards the Straw Hat's next adventure, this is where I'll finally end the chapter. Technically, I've gone past where the Alabasta saga actually ends, but hey, I did the same thing with the East Blue, so at least I'm consistent. With the contents of the chapters complete, it's time to go through the saga as a whole. I'll be summarizing heavily, after all that's what the series is for if you want the details, so let's start off with world building. Compared to the world building of the East Blue, which was focused on setting up the series' main concepts, the Alabasta saga introduces us to the Grand Line and expands the understanding we established back in the East. The big thing that the saga introduces is the setup of the journey as a whole, how navigation works via the log pose, the importance of the log pose, how islands have their own seasons, wildlife, and even time periods, that only by following the log pose through the Grand Line will you reach the final island, Laugh-Tale. Oda showed us a wide variety of islands, a prehistoric jungle, a snowy mountainous region, and a desert kingdom. He's created a set of guidelines that, despite being guidelines, don't actually restrict him in any way. Islands can be anything, and the Straw Hats must follow the log pose. In addition, Oda has introduced the concept of eternal poses as a way for the Straw Hats, and anyone else for that matter, to travel to specific islands if they need to. Beyond just Alabasta, Oda has dropped a few names of note. Blackbeard, Whitebeard, and of course, Ace. He's made sure to let us know that there's far more than just a location that they need to find, but powerful figures beyond the apparent backwater that is Alabasta, and we must remember the piece of paper that Ace provided that will bring Luffy and Ace together again. Next is the expansion on a trend established in the East. Oda introduced us to different races via the fishmen and, potentially, mermaids, but Oda introduced us to another race by way of the Giants, giving us a glimpse at their culture powered by religion and honor. And we know of their homeland, Elbaf, which Luffy and Usopp are very excited to visit. It's not just seafaring races that Oda is introducing, there are plenty more and by extension, surely more to come. The other important expansion that Oda performed is that of devil fruits. He's introduced us to the classes of devil fruits, first with the introduction of Zoan devil fruits. Via Chopper we learned that devil fruits work on non-humanoids and that Zoan animal transformations include humans in that category. And then with the introduction of Lasso, the gun who ate a devil fruit, all bets are off. Inanimate objects can consume devil fruits, and there is a looming question about whether devil fruits, or at least Zoan devil fruits, may have a mind of their own. We've seen in the Grand Line that there appears to be a much higher concentration of devil fruit eaters, and we've seen a much wider variety of abilities as a result. A large part of the world building for Alabasta is the introduction of royalty. We've seen two kingdoms, the Drum Kingdom in Alabasta, and by extension good and bad royalty. We know that, while these kingdoms have some level of autonomy, they are still under the world government in some form, with Marines seemingly having jurisdiction in these nations and the world government being able to create laws that affect these nations, as shown by the dance powder banning. Though they do have a meeting of leaders facilitated by the world government, so they do have some involvement. But by far, one of the most important parts of the world building are the mysteries that Oda introduced this saga. There is the mystery surrounding the Will of D, the D initial that Luffy and Roger both have, the existence of an ancient weapon, the Pluton, and then the poneglyphs, these records of history written in a language that is apparently rare for someone to be able to read, and one called the Real Poneglyph, which contains the true history. And this is where world building starts to turn into theming. Indeed, a big theme of Alabasta has been history, the knowledge and power of those who are older, Crocus and his knowledge of the Grand Line, giants and their ancient strength, and Dr. Kureha and her knowledge of Roger's real name and the Will of D, and the fact that we end the saga with the recruitment of an archaeologist into the crew. This theme of history makes the series not just a story that takes place in the present, but one that expands into the past, where that which came before echoes into the events of the present day. Dr. Hiraluk's line of someone only dying when they are forgotten, carrying more weight as the theme of history is married with an equally important theme of inherited will. However, just as history has become front of mind this saga, there is something equally pressing. If there is a true history, then by necessity that means there is a false one. Oda has been dropping hints that there is something desiring to suppress historical fact. The Alabasta poneglyph being kept secret, Gold D. Roger's real name not being well known, and most overtly, the truth of Crocodile's downfall being covered up. The world government, who should be an ally of Alabasta and thusly have a part to play in protecting such an important artifact, who are responsible for the distribution of bounty posters bearing the names of their targets, and whose higher-ups have made the decision to hide the truth about Crocodile, to hide a record of history from them and their aversion to the truth, hints at something behind the scenes. Which leads to the late theme into the saga, justice. When we were first introduced to the concept of justice, and I mean explicitly, it was when we saw Navy headquarters for the first time. The Navy uses their might to crush the evil forces sailing the seas, i.e. pirates, in the name of absolute justice. But Smoker and Tashigi show that justice is anything but absolute. The pair's definition of justice clearly differs from those of their superiors in the world government. All we know for sure is that justice requires power to be enforced, and unfortunately for Smoker, the top-ranking ministers of the government with the entirety of the Marines under their command are those who have the most power, and it is their justice that is being enforced. That being said, that difference in what Smoker and Tashigi perceive as justice and what the world government perceives as justice is hinting at another theme, the split between the Marines and the world government. The Marines may be part of the world government, but it is not the totality of it. Luffy's bounty was given by the Marines, but Robin's bounty was assigned by the world government. There have been corrupt Marines to be sure, and Marines such as Hina will go along with what the world government say because they fear reprimand, but between Kobe, who wished to destroy the corrupted Marine infrastructure, and Smoker, who defies his superiors in pursuit of his own justice, well, all I can say is that we'll see what Oda does with this setup. Another theme that has made itself known is, unfortunately, the accumulating damage to the Going Merry. From the very first moment they entered the Grand Line to the moment they left Alabasta, the Going Merry has taken many harsh blows, ones that Usopp is struggling to patch over. Their journey is nowhere near complete, and at the current rate, things are not looking good for the crew's little ship. And where is Luffy's place in all this? The theme of leadership was well explored in the royal sense, but we've seen Luffy's journey as a leader this saga as well, how his impulsiveness can endanger his crew, and he needs to learn the importance of not always immediately turning to violence as he learned from Vivi, but at the same time that sometimes Luffy's gut feeling is the right one. Luffy has also continued his liberating ways as were established in the East Blue, but as we've discovered this saga, he has inherited, although potentially unknowingly, the will of D. And more than just a liberator, this saga has painted Luffy as someone who restores hope. As Crocus said at the beginning, was this the crew that Roger was waiting for? It places Luffy in a grander context, as part of history and as a continuation and perchance fulfillment of something potentially greater than himself. And that's why this series has its name, not just because it's the start of the Straw Hat's Grand Line journey, not just because the stakes have been raised to involve royalty and entire nations of people, it's because during this saga, Oda has deepened the world. He has introduced a depth of mystery that wasn't present there before. He introduced grand concepts and unknown adversaries. He's showing us a world that has a history and conflicts that don't even involve our main cast and crew. At least, not just yet. He's introduced us to figures beyond the scope of the saga and goals beyond just finding the One Piece. It's where the story truly begins. That is why it is the Grandeur of Alabasta. Thank you all so much for joining me on this journey. I hope you've enjoyed it, that maybe I've helped you gain a deeper insight into what is already such a well-loved series. Your support means so much to me, and as always, it's not I attempt new things, it's we attempt new things. Thank you all for watching, and I hope you have a fruitful... Merry? Something wrong? Wait, what in the...